Alright. Hey there guys, it's Metro. Are we live? Got some big problems here. I don't know if we're good. Can you guys, are you there? Everybody there? You can hear me? Yeah, there's no, nothing on the screen though, huh? Patch now. You sound great. That's good. I'm sure I sound great, but unfortunately, I don't know to troubleshoot some things here. The problem is, for some reason, 8.3 is no longer compatible with Arrow on Windows 7, and I can't stream with Windows 7 having Arrow disabled. It's not possible. So I don't know how to do this. I don't know if I could even play, if I could even stream. So this might be a short one. But yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. I have WoW open, but there's not that. That's something else. It looks like I can interact with the things that are here already, but I can't tell what I need to do to get WoW to show up, which is a big problem. Time to upgrade. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. Yeah, waiting for some funds to clear up before the summer. I plan on upgrading this summer one way or the other. But yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do here. Let's see if I could somehow edit this. Windows. Let's see. Wow, might be able to. Windows 7 support from Microsoft ends today too. Oh, really? Windows 10 is free. Are you sure? Because it wasn't the last time I looked. Let's see. That doesn't seem to work. I'll have to look into how I can install it on this PC then, if that's the case. Windows 10. Let's see. Download the Windows 10 installer. Wait up. Okay, let's see. I never paid for Windows 8 to 10. Yeah, it was free for a long time, but I don't know if it's still free. I don't know. Last time I looked into it like about 4 months ago, and it was definitely not free. So I don't know. I'll look into it later, I guess. But anyway, yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm going to be able to do here, honestly. Let's see if I could try to make something happen. Add a new source, I guess. No, that's not gonna. Well, that might be it. Let's see, game capture. But I don't think it's gonna work because I'm pretty sure the problem solved. What? I'm pretty sure the game is gonna not work because it's not an Arrow. How many gigs of RAM do you have? I think 16. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's working. I don't really know how to get the game to show up. I don't think I can. I think I think one way or the other this isn't going to be fixable. Maybe I could do a desktop thing actually. Hold on. Okay, well, desktop works. Can we see the game? Yeah, you can see the game at least. So this is like as good as it's going to get, I guess. Anyway, servers down until 3 p.m. PST. RIP, it feels like an eternity. Yeah, they probably won't be down that long, but usually if they were going to come up early, that would have happened already. At least we could do stuff now. We could stream today, but yeah, I don't know how I'm going to fix this for the future. Anyway, okay, so one thing I did want to do today, it's really complicated though, because I can't actually see if these things are working or not. Let me move this over here. Okay, anyway, did you see that Cloak is capped at 6? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Okay, so let's talk about some things here. One thing I did want to do today was read some of this stuff. There's a couple things that yeah, are of interest. with 8.3 and obviously the future of WoW in general. So let's take a look at some of it, and hopefully this works. If at any point something goes wrong, just let me know. But yeah, I don't think I can directly capture the game, so if the game does come up, I'm not sure how we will play it because desktop mode usually is very laggy, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, yeah, I want to start with reading this. This is an interview that was published a little bit ago. I'm going to actually go ahead and mute this. I don't really like that sound playing over and over again. But anyway, yeah, this was an interview that was published a little bit ago, actually, only a few hours ago, apparently. So, yeah, it's interesting. I'll get some comments first. Hope the servers are up early, like A2. Yeah, they were up by this point in A2, so I don't think they're going to be. What else? Race changing your orc DK. No. Flinzy, what's up? How's it going? And posted on Discord about the free upgrade. Oh, let's take a look. Verge posted about free upgrade 10. Okay, cool. Well, let's just check that out instead. Yes, you can still get the free upgrade from Microsoft. Microsoft's free upgrade over Windows 7. And a few years ago, you can still technically upgrade 10 free of charge. While Microsoft has removed the special upgrade offer on the sites, the company continues to activate Windows 10 licenses for people who upgrade from 7. Also really simple for anyone to upgrade from 7, especially as support ends. Most important thing to remember is that it could wipe your settings and apps. This is an option to keep your files and personal data, but because of differences, yeah, see, this is the big problem. I'd really like to not have to update this PC itself because I don't want to risk losing anything. I don't know what that's the reason I didn't download it in the first place, was because I really didn't want to risk losing anything. And I guess I fucked up, but obviously, oh. $5. No, thanks a lot, man. No message, but thanks a lot, chicks. Glad to have you. Anyway, I guess, yeah, I could, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do it this weekend, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I guess we'll figure things out today. It's really weird because I streamed the PTR and had no issues. I'm not really sure why it's a problem all of a sudden. But for some reason, Streamlab... Oh, maybe I wasn't... No, I definitely was using Streamlab OBS. I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'll look into this. Just back things up and should be fine. Yeah, I'm just not sure, like, what I would need to back up. Like, first things first, how do I back up OBS? Like, if the settings on OBS don't work, it's going to take me like a couple hours to get everything set back up again. I might not even remember how I set it up in the first place. So I'm going to have to do like hours of backup just to make sure, you know what I mean? Because if anything, if I lose some things, there's some things that if I lose, I'm fucked, like beyond fucked. I couldn't continue. So anyway, let's talk about WoW for now, since at least we'll be able to play this way. So this is a interview with Ian, and it's some pretty interesting stuff to come out right before the patch. I'm kind of surprised by this. I don't know when this interview was held, but there's some interesting information here, that's for sure. So let's take a look at it. Oh, Strummy as well. Real question is, what race will Metro be race changing as DK to? Now, we talked about this a lot, guys. I'm not going to be changing my DK. I've only seen Streamlabs, but there may be a profile you can export. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to have to look into that as well. So that means I'm probably going to have to take more time off this weekend to figure this out, depending on how today goes, I guess. Hopefully in EU, the patch is done without issue, so I won't cry when I get home. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to let that read out first.
Patch day hype. Gonna get that sloppy hayak later in Goldshire.
What the hell? What's up, Strummy? How's it going, man? Thanks for that $10. And Sizewell, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Glad to see you. All right, anyway, we had an exclusive opportunity to pitch our questions to Ian Hazakostas, Game Director of World of Warcraft. We covered topics such as A3, Ny'alotha, N'Zoth, the Shadowlands, and the Grind, and the RNG currently present in the game. Read on. It said the wrong word. Hey, yuck. That needs to be fixed. Oh, yeah. All right, so anyway, we recently had the chance to sit down for a half an hour with Ian Hazakostas. We spoke... First of all, what the fuck is this website? What the hell is Millennium? Is this even a website? What the hell even is this? I really don't know. Some kind of like multi-gaming website? Why would they even get into WoW? I have no idea. Anyway, all right, let's go. Since the expansion Shadowlands is on everyone's mind, it's a great opportunity to touch up on some of the key talking points on everyone's mind. Okay. After all the cataclysms suffered by Azeroth, is it difficult to make players realize the power of N'Zoth in game without wiping out an entire planet? There's no question that we've seen a wide range of threats to Azeroth, culminating recently in Sargeras is literally plunging a sword into the planet. One of the things we tried to set up with N'Zoth from the trailer for Vision to N'Zoth through the way that the content of his power manifests in game. The threat N'Zoth possesses is a little bit different. Oh, what the hell?
So you can order food, smile.
Thanks a lot, Beth. Unfortunately, don't forget YouTube doesn't pay over a month and a half to 2 months, so I appreciate your donations, guys, but won't be able to order food with that. Anyway, I choose to sit directly on a chair shaft, claiming it made him feel more at ease. Ian, I guess. He spelled this with an O. Hey, Metro. Hey, Connellan. Anyway, let's keep reading. One of the things we've tried to set up... Okay, we read that. The threat N'Zoth possesses is a little bit different. He's not going to blow up our planet. He's actually going to subvert the minds and the wills of all living creatures on the planet. He's going to transform Azeroth into Ny'alotha, into this nightmarish alternative future if we don't stop it. Yeah, I have to say that's probably the big difference between this character and any other character. He doesn't really care about this planet. Anyway, so that's the old god. That's the way the old gods strike at us. They're not giant, powerful beings wielding a sword that are going to kill us directly. They're going to attack the world around us and our minds. That's the way the content plays out through visions of N'Zoth and horrific visions that players are venturing into. And, of course, the raid Ny'alotha itself. Yeah, so, I mean, it's really interesting. Like, if you guys still haven't seen the raid, it's really insane looking. And I kind of wish that it was its own zone because it's really nuts. But I think that it's scary, honestly. Like, for real, like, the way they depict some of this stuff is, like, actually frightening. Like, maybe not because, like, you see it in a video game, but if you conceptualize what it is, it's like, wow, if I saw that in real life, I would be scared beyond belief. Like, a deep horror, you know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Food for another stream. Thanks a lot. Power just went out in my house, so now now I really gotta be bored till patch releases. Oh, wow, power out. That sucks. Anyway, okay, so yeah, let's keep going. Let's talk about Ny'alotha. In the process of creating a raid, how do you decide the number of bosses players will face, and what elements influence these numbers? I think there are a couple of... This is a very interesting question. I think there are a couple of considerations. Some of it is how cool ideas do we have? What are some characters we've set up in the past that we'd like to revisit? When it comes to what is the final raid before an expansion, that may last a little longer than some of the others, so we try to have more bosses in those raids. That's interesting. And Taurus at the end of Legion was one of the largest raids there. Going back to Hellfire Citadel and Siege of Orgrimmar, those were the largest raids of the expansion. Were they? I guess so, technically, right? I mean, obviously Hellfire Citadel, but Siege of Orgrimmar was 13 bosses and Throne of Thunder was 12, wasn't it? So it was like barely larger. Anyway, he's just for some reason re-quoting something that was literally said one paragraph before. Coming into Ny'alotha, we knew we wanted to have it be a larger raid than Eternal Palace, Uldir, or Battle for Dazar'alor. The encounter team gets together and starts to brainstorm. What would be some really fun things to play? What are some inventive mechanics that we could present to players that we haven't seen before? Then we assign the bosses out and go from there. That's interesting. Assign the bosses out. What the hell does that mean? That doesn't really answer my question. Okay, anyway, what happens if a creature dies in Ny'alotha, including N'Zoth? Does this change anything compared to the battles against Yogg-Saron and C'Thun? It's interesting. Yes, certainly. Ny'alotha is not even an imaginary location. It's real. It's an alternate reality in some ways that is almost merging with ours if we don't prevent it. This is very interesting. I'm going to talk about this in a bit. So when we go in there and we defeat minions of the old god, then it's fair to assume and expect that we are destroying them pretty heavily. If we are victorious against N'Zoth, that should be the last that we hear from him. But we'll see. Anyway, certainly if... It's so stupid that they do this. Like, are you fucking joking? Why you quote them out of context, dude? It's 3 more words. Just put that. Because they're trying to get a headline, right? Like, scumbags, man. I can't. Media in this world is just disgusting. Anyway, certainly if we perish ourselves, then that's permanent as well. The stakes are very high, and it's an exciting adventure we can't wait for players to experience. I'm very interested, like, now that... So they talk about this in the article, but now that there doesn't seem to be any more, like, content patches coming... I'm wondering what's going to happen to bridge the gap between this and Shadowlands. So, I can't wait to experience it either. Oh, yeah. Well, you'll have to. It's another week. I'm Hyperoni Pizza. Oh, okay. But yeah, so this is something that's interesting to me here. Because it really reminds me of a thing from the Magic the Gathering universe called Phyrexia. Let's see if we could look that up real quick. Maybe it's a standard thing in like, that is not how you spell it apparently. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, maybe it's a common thing in media in general, like in fantasy in general, but basically what happened was, I mean, I think they're really, really, really similar. I feel like they're extremely similar. Although the characters are different. It's like, there's Jix, by the way. Not the Jix, but this Jix. Anyway, basically it was like a realm of horror that the characters were trying to like basically overlay the return of chicks. Yeah, they were trying to overlay on top of the real world. I don't know if we could see conversation about that, but yeah, basically they were trying to like overlay it on top of the real world, and like the goal of it was to basically do this, like alternate reality that is merging with ours if we don't prevent it. That's effectively what like the climax of the story of Phyrexia and Yawgmoth was. It was like this dude was gonna like basically overlay his world onto ours and ruin the whole universe effectively if we didn't stop it. So when I heard them say that, I'm like, man, that sounds so familiar. But I don't know. It's a much different game, obviously. Much different story. Scars of Mirrodin was such a good set. Yeah, ironically, I never really played Magic the Gathering. But I know, like, I read a lot of the books and stuff, so... Anyway, so we can definitively kill an old god. What impact would this have on the world? For example, would their tendrils still corrupt the land if they are dead? So this is the thing that's frustrating about this interview, because you could tell it's written by someone who doesn't follow the game, or more so these questions are asked by someone who doesn't follow the game. They probably follow it moderately, but it's not like actually followed. You know what I mean? Like, you would know that they've been talking. I mean, there's been multiple interviews since BlizzCon and even in the past where it, like, to say definitively kill an old god. That's not what he fucking said, is it? He even subverts it here, but we'll see. And you ignore that. You know what I mean? Like, whoever wrote this is just kind of, they don't deserve to have this time with him, frankly. What else? So the advice that I got from a few videos on YouTube is just go straight to the dude in horrific vision on the first one. Yeah, that's definitely what. Is there an ETA for servers to come online? Like 5 more hours, but they're usually up early, so eventually I'm sure we'll play today. But anyway, yeah, that's what you want to do, Chris, but now that they changed it so there's a cap, it's not as important. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to get as many done this week as possible, but I'm only going to do the mandatory amount for the ones that I need. So apparently, I think it's like 6 total. You'll do 6 total and get the 6 upgrades. And then that's it. You can't get any more upgrades this week. So at that point, I'll probably just do them for the challenge. So we'll see what happens streaming-wise, but I wouldn't mind trying that. Or making a video at least. I can make a video without OBS. Doesn't need to be an arrow for that. Anyway, if you kill a void creature, don't they just return to the void? I don't see how you can kill them. Right, it's like very, very sketchy. Like, I don't think an old god can be killed, honestly. And that's not what Ian said here. So these people who are, I don't know. Anyway, I said it the other day, where have the dev Q&As with Ian went? I don't know. They used to do them every, like, pretty much every major patch. Maybe they'll do one. They'll probably do one again coming up. They changed it to where you can retry from Wowhead. Retry. What does that mean? Anyway, let's keep reading here. I think that's a thing that remains to be seen. Certainly, the direct manifestation of N'Zoth's power would presumably shrivel and wither away. Of course, given the repeatable nature of content, we want to make sure you still have things to do. So even after you've beaten N'Zoth in the raid, you'll still have to go out and do your horrific visions and continue to play the rest of the game. But in terms of canon, in terms of how the storyline moves on, I think that the corrupting power will no longer be present. As with all things in Azeroth in the Warcraft universe, there are these forces in balance with each other, opposing forces in the old gods and the titans on the planet for a long time, and much more. When you remove one of these great powers from the picture, it may throw some other things out of balance. So the consequences of that will be something we may explore further down the line with the World of Warcraft. That's very interesting. It'd be very interesting. Anyway, if you fail the visions, you can retry. Are you sure? When did that get posted? You should read Reddit instead. Blizzard have listened to Reddit way more than the forums. Oh yeah, we'll check it out. I'm open to anything once we get to that point. I'm still reading this interview though. How long till servers go up? No idea, Boba. The retry feature actually addresses one of the biggest issues I saw with the cloak system. Wait, so how does it work? I don't get it. Did I miss that? When did that get posted? Hey Metro, do you ever get tired of answering the same question? No. Hey Metro, how are you? Aliador, what's up, man? Will EU get patched as well, or tomorrow? Tomorrow, yeah. Then what's the point of the forums if they go elsewhere for user opinions? It's a great question. People have been asking that for a long time. So where is this post? I saw this. Capped with a catch-up mechanic. Do you ever get tired of answering the same questions? No. So where's there anything about, where can I find this post? See, they're fucking spamming with all kinds of spoiler shit, so I didn't really read most of these. How good was the ending of Mandalorian, Metro? I don't know, I didn't see it. What server is this? What do you mean? Do you ever get tired of questioning the same answers? Yeah. Do you ever answer the same question, lol? No, not really. In that article? In that, the one I was just looking at? What's in it? Is this one? Baby Yoda dies. That's weird. Anyway, so where? I read this article. I didn't see anything like that. What do you think about Legion? The Legion, they were pretty scary. The list goes on, lol. Oh yeah. What list? Weird champ feels weird. Anyway, yeah, just tell me what you saw there, Jeff, because I read this article and didn't hear that. Okay, so let's take a look. All right, so let's next up. Account bound essences. Oh, here we go. Account bound essences have been one of the most requested features for a while now. Can we expect them to be released later, such as 8.3.5 or 9.0? Or what will definitely not happen? Here we go. That's a great answer. So let me read these. Seismical, this isn't Twitch. Do you ever question the answer of being tired? Maybe. Middle of your screen. Huh? Okay. Do you want to just read this? Because it would be good if you could just tell me exactly what you read, because I don't have time to read that whole thing in. Anyway, let's read this. This is very important. Our current plan is more or less what players have seen on the PTR for Visions and N'Zoth. We've reduced the requirements for obtaining many of the older essence that came from the Rise of Azara, that come from reputation requirements, and making some of the reputation tokens account bound so they can be mailed between characters. At its core, when it comes to the question of what is account bound versus what is character specific, the line that we've always drawn is that access to content is something we had to unlock across an entire account. When you unlock access to World Quest, Island, Siege of Brass as a dungeon, that's something that all of your characters can jump in and do. We don't want to force you, the player, to have to go through the same process of unlocking access to content. But power, very important, and essences at the end of the day, what you're getting from them by defeating a raid boss, or when you're getting them by defeating a raid boss, clearing a Mythic Plus, buying them off a vendor after earning the currency to obtain them, they're not that different to trinkets, items, or things like Legendary Ring or Cloak that we had in the past. They're core player power. While we're easing barriers to entry, there's a line that we're frankly unwilling to cross there in terms of what is tied to your character and what your character's progression, and your character's progression, and what is tied to your account. So it's really well said. Honestly, now without question, we've heard player feedback and concerns about the way this system is played out, and that it can feel like a barrier to playing alts for many, and we agree. There's some inconsistency there, some dissonance between how quickly you can get geared up and feel like you have the items required to go do some endgame content, and how long it could take you to get some of the essences. So we're looking at that, acquisition rates overall and tuning there, and certainly the lessons learned from this are going to inform how we design any such system in the future. Account-wide essences are not on the table for Visions and N'Zoth. It's like, you know what I mean? I don't get why people ever thought it was. It really, think about this. This is the best way you could change your mind on this topic. Think about a 272 fresh 120 having rank 3 essences. It's not going to happen. You know what I mean? The essences are going to do 95% of that character's damage. That's going to completely break the whole thing. It doesn't make any sense. It's never going to happen. So, like, I don't know why anybody thought it was going to happen, because it's basically just gear. They're basically just slots of gear that you wear. They just have their own interface. You know what I mean? There's even like normal, heroic, and mythic versions of them. You know what I mean? It's basically gear. But I think what should be discussed is how they could make, you know, some replayability for essences once you already have them, like they do with legendaries. Because that was the big problem for me with Legion, was like I didn't have any of the legendaries on my alts, but I couldn't get them on my alts because I didn't have enough time to play. So I think it'd be really cool if they made a way that we could like redo, you know, like if I can go reobtain these essences on my DK and then send them to my alts. I think that would be the ideal situation. But I'm glad that they just cleared the air here, because I was really getting sick of this fucking conversation. Anyway, what else? I go full wide Pepeo happy when watching Metro stream. I'm glad to see you again, man. That's how you been. Metro stream is a Pepe overheat. Okay. Should be because they are essentially talents, not trinkets. No, they're definitely not trinkets. Anyway, or they're definitely not talents. They make more money off it not being account wide. Well, regardless, it's no gear is account wide, right? So that's the thing. I have all proper essences on 5 characters. I'd be pissed if they did that now, to be honest. Oh, really? Yeah, that's another way to put it. Metro, you hype for Vulpir or DK? No. First Vision Thrall kill or no Cloak upgrade, right? I think it's starting with Stormwind, but yeah, whatever. It's not gear. It definitely is. Having to redo the essence grind is the main reason to not play alts. Yeah, luckily you don't need them one way or the other, but that's not really... I mean, again, if you don't really like playing the character, then don't play it, that's for sure. I more expected a 50% speed of acquisition. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't expect that either, but I do. I hope that they'll lessen them for sure, because some of them do take really, really long. Like the rep ones are the worst for sure. They're on. I will never get them on my alts. That's just not going to happen. But it's not really because of the rep. It's just because I don't really like playing my alts that way. Anyway, thanks for that, Flinzy. Still haven't finished Mandalorian. So much work, I haven't had time to see. Nice. It's whatever. They're going to lock the Heart of Azeroth by the end like they did with Artifact. What does that mean? From what I'm reading, we definitely need to repeat Heroic N'Zoth every week or even get a normal kill on him. Oh, wow. What are you reading? And I'm down to kill him. I don't care. You're welcome. I'm glad they killed him off. I never watched the show, though. Nice. If for whatever reason you fail a run due to death or sanity, it's no big deal anymore. You can just try again, and any quest you don't complete this week will be over next week. Oh, yeah, so you misread that, yeah. So what they're talking about is you can get more than 6 attempts per week. That's what they're talking about here. Do you understand? You only need 6 attempts completed a week, and you can get more than 6 a week. So you don't actually know, you don't actually need, like, you fail it, and that's it for that attempt. But you can just get another attempt. You know what I mean? It's not like you can fail it and just do it again immediately. That's not how it works. Anyway, thanks to Milf, Lindsay. Whatever. Let's see. If for whatever reason you fail around due to death or sanity, it's okay with that. Just remove the feeling if I die or fail the objective, I'm permanently behind. Yeah, correct. I'm glad about the new news about visions posted on MoChamp a while ago. Nice. That's how we got cloak upgrades at a certain point. Yeah, it's not for a while, but for sure. Wow, being able to hit rank 6 on week 1 is bonkers. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know. It says you'll get 3 free ones from completing the intro quest line. I don't know why they think that. What are they talking about? 3 free runs? I thought it was only 1. I don't know. I didn't think you were even going to be able to do 6 this week, so I'm confused. But I guess so. That seems fair. Yeah, definitely. Right? Correct, yeah. I'm really excited to find out if we are really defeating N'Zoth, if it was just a vision, because so many people's opinions is this more important lore character earns a whole expansion, not just a single patch. We are definitely defeating him, yeah. We're literally just reading an article where they talk about that, so he is definitely getting defeated here. But again, you got to remember that old gods, I don't think it's possible to permanently kill them, right? 0 chance half our raiders even get Cloak to 6. I mean, it depends how easy it is, but yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't know about half. I think you're exaggerating, but yeah, there's gonna be people who are behind for sure, but it doesn't really matter. Means you won't gonna use the essence once the next patch expansion hits. Same thing they did with Legion artifacts with pre-patch. That was, if I remember correctly. Right, you're not gonna use this stuff next expansion yet, but you could still get it. Anyway, we lose our next / essences, killing or imprisoning N'Zoth. Same was with Legion, Legendaries, and Sargeras, right? I bet half my team doesn't have the cloak at all. Well, that's not. If you have multiple people in the raid without the cloak on, then you should just not raid and let them go do it. Anyway, the fact that we can get corrupted gear from Nyalotha and Mythic Plus chests is a very interesting feature. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Can we expect that in Shadowlands or later? Each game style will have its own gear system. What the hell are you talking about? The fact that we can get corrupted gear from Nyalotha, spelled wrong by the way, in Mythic Plus chest is very interesting feature. Are you new to have you played this game? Then there's like clarification because Ian was probably like, what the fuck are you asking me? For example, allowing Mythic Plus players to get special Mythic Plus items with specific stats that boost them in Mythic Plus. I can only imagine this is going to be really cringy to read, isn't it? What the fuck is this article? I'll have Cloak to 6, but next week I won't have time to get 7 before raid that night. Oh, right. This dude is worse than me at writing articles. It's not about writing. It's just he doesn't know anything about the game. He's interviewing a game director for a game he doesn't play, so... Also releasing Vulpera's, and there's 30% off race changes. Yeah, that's nice. I need to remember... to buy a race change for my Nightborn my priest. I want to change it to Nightborn. I need to remember before February 3rd. I probably won't play the character before February 3rd, though. That's why it's a problem. Anyway, corruption is a system specific to Visions in N'Zoth, and there's a couple of reasons why we've gone with corruption in this update. One is that we wanted to move away from Warforging and Titan Forging for a while. We've heard a lot of player feedback in the last couple of years, and we've agreed with a lot of it about the feeling of randomness and the way it can undermine the value of an item level. One of the big questions for us is what do we replace it with? Now, in the case of Visions in N'Zoth, we're always excited when we can find a way of marrying our systems to the world we're building and the story we're telling. And as we're telling the story of the old god power corrupting some of the sources of Titan power, it felt like a great place to kind of twist Titan Forging a little bit. But it's not a system we're planning on carrying forward directly into Shadowlands, no. We're going to learn a lot from how this plays out in terms of a world without Warforging and Titan Forging. And I can say that those systems won't be returning as players are accustomed to them in Shadowlands. So how about that? We're definitely excited to explore more variety in gear sources to make sure that players who PvP have ways of obtaining gear that's going to be good for PvP. That players who do Mythic Plus have a way of obtaining gear that's good for that playstyle, while ultimately keeping something unique and special about each of those paths. That image looks familiar. Anyway, so those are things we're discussing very actively as a team, and we have a lot of information to share on itemization and rewards in Shadowland. But I can say it won't be Warforging and Titan Forging, and it won't be corruption. Wow, okay. So that really poor question ended up getting a really important thing out of Ian, huh? Confirm that Titan Forging and Warforging will definitely not be there. I don't know. Maybe they've already said that, though. Game Journos, fix that? What does that mean? Anyway, I'm looking forward to finally transmog my Shadowmourne today. Oh, yeah, I don't really like Shadowmourne. What else? How long does the intro questline take? It takes about an hour and a half. Took me about an hour and a half on the PTR. We'll see today. Too bad you can't just refund the one from your war and use that. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice if you can buy it for account, because I'm probably never going to play that character. Replace it with nothing. All right. Yeah, because corruption isn't even more random. Right, anyway, I definitely like corruption, but I definitely like Titan Forging better. It'll be Shadow Forging in Shadowlands? Maybe. I wonder if they're going to get back to Titan Forging in their next expansion. Yeah, so they just said they're not. Yo, Metro, when does the patch come up for US? It's not supposed to be back up until 6 p.m., which is another 5.5 hours, but it's never down that long. No one knows yet. Servers are still down. He's asking for the estimate, yeah. Robert Schmidt, the whole quest line to unlock everything takes about 2 hours. Yeah, it took me about an hour and a half on the PTR. And I really wasn't going fast. Like, I was reading every single thing, so I'll probably do that again on live, though. And ever had an issue with... I guess I've never had an issue with Warforging. It's just that they took it way too far. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. I feel like it's the reason that some content works right now. Like, think about this, right? Once Titan Forging is gone, there's no reason to ever do world content again. Like, if there was no artifact power and Titan Forging, you'll have zero reason to ever do world content again. So I don't really know why people want that. I'm not really sure. Anyway, I had heard Titan Forging / Warforging would still be available on previous tier content. Yeah, that's correct, yeah. I expect it to be around noon PST. Maybe, yeah. Hello, Lord D. What's up, buddy? How's it going, man? What's this? Comment about, no, people not answer me. Okay, anyway, let's keep reading here. Aren't you afraid that corrupted gear could be even more RNG than Warforge and Titanforge options? Oh, there you go. We don't think so, no. There's effectively a limit on how many corrupted pieces you can wear because of the nature of the corrupted stat itself. Unlike Warforging and Titanforging, where it has affected ultimately every single piece of gear you could wear besides Azerite armor and the neck, we expect most players to wear only a small handful of corrupted items, and there are going to be a number of regular sources of corrupted gear, including the weekly mythic chest. We'd like to get back to a place where you kill a mythic raid boss and you get a piece of mythic raid gear. You can feel confident that this is as good of a piece as it could be in terms of its raw power. It might have avoidance or some extra stat on it, but beyond that, the item level is the item level. So by and large, players should have much more control over the fates of their character and how things play out over the course of the expansion. You'll see many more corrupted items than you can use, which gives you the ability to choose which combination you want to wear at a given time. I wish he would have just came out and confirmed that they are going to be much less rare than Titan Forging. It was almost confirmed. I don't know if it was actually explicitly said, but multiple times they have said that corrupted items are going to be very common. Not very common, but they're going to be much more common than like a Warforge might be. And that's a good thing because you can just get rid of them. I would say if they just drop like 50% of the time, that would be perfect because you can literally just get rid of the ones you don't want. And then it means you're not constantly worrying about getting the exact item you want. You know what I mean? But anyway, it would be nice to just be able to farm a specific gear and not have to worry if Mick forges into something better. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that though. That's a self-made problem, right? The item can only get better, so who cares if it, you know what I mean? You would only be happy with that circumstance. There's no being sad. You either get the gear you're supposed to get, which you can farm, or you get gear that's better than you're supposed to get. So that's why Titan Forging is really good. Anyway, hey Metro, how is it going? Hey Frank, what's up? Long time no see. Leech, lol. Huh? Nice Titan Forged Ashvane Coral. Still seems higher than many of the 8-3 trinkets. Oh, really? That's crazy. Cool. So more like Diablo. What's that mean? So corrupted gear will start dropping today, yeah, from any 8-3 content, which is only the world content right now. Oh, I guess the visions too, right? It would be nice to have the same chance to get a corrupted piece as you get a benthic piece from a Naz world quest. You mean 100% chance? I don't think that's going to happen, but... So are we playing Halo Master Chief Edition till it drops? No, we're doing what we're doing right now. All right, anyway, I also have some things I want to talk about that aren't WoW related. Besides what we talked about at the start of the stream. Anyway, the Awakening affix looks very interesting. Are the obelisk locations meant to change each week, or they will remain the same for the whole patch? This is a weird question to ask and a weirder answer. I'm not 100% sure on this. Why not? But I believe there are a couple different locations, and the bosses associated with the obelisk go through a small rotation, similar to how the Beguiling affix worked in Season 3, with their slightly different emissary locations from week to week. The rule of how the systems work are always the same, but we want to have a little bit of variety because we know the players are coming back to the dungeons for many weeks over the course of a season, and we want there to be some variety and new challenges to look forward to. So what I was told was they don't vary. They're always the exact same. There's always a pillar or whatever, an obelisk in the same spot. What varies is which mob that obelisk has in it, and I think that would be the way to do it for sure. I think that would be much better. And it would also make my video more relevant. So if that's the case, that'd be nice. But I guess we'll find out. Have you surfed the forums? What do you mean? Just bring back reaping? Oh, that's pretty cool. Extra stuff being less rare so you have more control over how you gear your character. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If that's how it is in Diablo, then that's good. Okay, returning to the lore. Does the Emerald Dream have a hold on the Shadowlands? We know the Drust have gone through to the Shadowlands. Oh, really? Have they? What the hell? But also that the realm where we saw them last, doors belong to the Nightmare. What the fuck are these people? Is this happened? This is like Alliance only shit, I guess. Try logging in. I am logged in, dude. Just waiting for the servers to come up. Anyway, hey Metro, hey Irmisk, what's up? Thank you for all the dungeon guides. Really, oh sweet man. Yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. Ally stuff, ally only stuff for Jaina questline to unlock Borealis. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look. Looking at the Shadowlands, I think it's very likely that we're going to see a continuation of some of the storylines from the Emerald Dream and Emerald Nightmare that we saw back in Val Shara as we go into the zone of Ardenweald in particular. Those two realms are very connected, and beings of nature that went through the Nightmare were affected by the old gods there may well find themselves in Ardenweald. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely looking. I mean, Shadowlands is really interesting. The concept of it is bizarre, honestly. I can't wait to see how it plays out. That's a lot of characters on Silverhand. Oh yeah, I got more characters on Silverhand than Firetree. It's mostly all like leveling characters though. There's only like 2 max level characters. Anyway, oh, what the hell did I just do there? Let's not do that. Oh boy. Things are not good. Anyway, hopefully everybody can still see this. Let's make sure. Yeah, I guess we're good. Oh, we gotta wait. Anyway, yeah, so I got some big problems here technically, but hopefully they're gonna work out. And guess we'll look into Windows 10 in the future here. Okay, we're good. All right. Anyway, let's see. Horrific Vengeance remind us of Torghast from Shadowlands in the way it's been described, but only a few rewards have been introduced on the PTR so far. Are more rewards planned for release, even in a hypothetical 835? That's interesting. First, this is how it comes out too. Now, this is kind of like a controversial thing because a lot of Blizzard employees are like, "Why is he confirming this?" But anyway, he did confirm it. So, first of all, just get it out of the way. We currently don't have any 8.35 plans. There may be some small system tweaks or updates for stability between now and Shadowlands, but Visions of N'Zoth is really the concluding chapter for Battle for Azeroth, and we're really excited to focus our attentions on Shadowlands and the upcoming beta for Shadowlands that'll be opening up over the course of the year. With regards to Horrific Visions, there are definitely, so that's kind of a big announcement, but it doesn't really impact anybody right now. Anyway, with regards to Horrific Visions, there are definitely some elements that have parallels with Torghast, but Horrific Visions aren't designed to be the same sort of roguelite or having a dynamic experience. It's more of a predictable challenge that players will go through multiple times and master over the course of that trip. Something more similar to, say, the Withered training in Suramar, except with much more complexity and layers of progression to it. Yeah, it's basically the Withered training in Suramar. It's a really good point. We have 2 different ones in Orgrimmar and Stormwind, and deepen the progression by enabling Faceless Master, increase the challenge. Players will be able to ratchet up the difficulty to suit their abilities and also to yield greater rewards. Players should expect what they're going to find going in. We structured it where the goal is more trying to get to the next boss or trying to do it on a slightly higher difficulty than last time, and less about knowing what you're going to find when you go in. Torghast is going to have much more variety and replayability in that sense, but Horrific Visions are more about structure and having challenges. I'm actually really looking forward to this concept, and I'm a lot happier now with it than I was a couple days ago before you were able to, it looks like you're going to be able to get a bunch of like just free ones where I can actually play the way I want to play each week. So that's nice. Anyway, what else? High Metro servers down. Correct. My laptop keeps disconnecting from electricity. Anyone know what the problem could be? Yeah, the battery's probably dying. It happened to my laptop. Wait, do you mean like it's plugged in and it's like disconnecting? For me, the battery just kept dying. Anyway, Bellular said Shadowlands will probably be available at the end of March and April. Is that a joke? That guy's a fucking idiot, man. I really wish he would just stop making WoW videos. But yeah, it's definitely a power supply if it's not the battery. Tagor, does it reconnect if you put pressure on the plug? Wow, Vulpera totems are great. God damn it. I don't want to become a furry. Fury warrior. Metro, will you do visions in a group? I'm probably going to do them alone, yeah. I'll pressure your plug, Stromy. Oh, wow. It just randomly disconnects and reconnects. Their racial actually seems god-awful, though. Oh, really? What, for Vulpera? I think they have some really good racials. Don't you threaten me with a good time, Sismil. With electricity. Are you going to do tank spec for visions? Yeah, of course. I don't play DPS. Oh, you're talking about the beta. Oh, okay. That's a big difference. But either way, I hate that guy. So yeah, let's see. We got more questions or more things that are answered. With regards to the PTR, are you satisfied with player feedback regarding patch content and balancing so far? That's a really good question. Yes, it's been invaluable. Due to the holiday break, we had slightly longer PTR than we generally have for our updates. But that has meant that we have a lot more feedback on things like specific Ny'alotha encounters and on relative balance of corruption, fixes and drawbacks. It's been incredibly useful getting feedback and bug reports through the PTR, and we've made a ton of changes, even just in the last few weeks, that we're excited to see hit the live servers next week. Huh. Interesting. I guess he's talking about some of the changes to the visions and stuff. Are you going to do visions with multiple characters or just your DK? I don't have any plans to play alts anytime soon, so I don't Bellular needs to stop with the damn comb over. Oh, right. Yeah, just tap out to baldness, right? Just, it's over, man. Your hair's gone. I will not be that way. If I ever get to that point, I will just shave my head. That guy is not well informed at all. Bellular is just a thief. Yeah, it's a shame. He's just after the views nowadays. He doesn't actually care about the game anymore. Whoa, look at that picture. What is that from? What the hell is that picture from? Is that art or is that a picture from the game? That's really nice looking. So small though. It's a bigger version. Metro, you should do Pally Visions at least. We'll see. I don't have any plans to play alts anytime soon. It's gonna be months before we log on and alt seriously again. Maybe we'll do something this week, but then once next week starts, it's the full steam ahead on DK. Anyway, I shaved my head when it happened. Don't have to worry about a gentle gust of wind blowing a 12-inch strand of hair out of place. Yeah, right. Anyway, there are still complaints about grinding in game for some players. You've already said this is going to be reduced in the future, but how do you determine the right amount of grind for players? It's a pretty stupid question, but let's see what the answer is. Grind is always one of those potentially loaded terms. Well, good start. We have a wide range of rewards and goals, and there are different paths to obtain goals as we set them. Some can be earned very quickly if your skill is high enough. If you're a raider in Method, that's crazy that Method has just become like the golds. Like they even mention the guild now. It's pretty nuts. Anyway, you can get the items from the Mythic Raid end boss 2 weeks into the patch. For somebody else, that's going to be something they can never overcome. Or for other guilds, that's going to be something they work towards for months and months with a lot of skill and coordination. There are other rewards that are obtainable by anyone. From a vendor for getting reputations. They don't require skill, but they require a bit more time because there are some players who have more time to spend or who are looking to spend more time in the pursuit of rewards, but they're not necessarily the hardcore competitive players who are going to min-max everything and get a group together to overcome a challenge. That's interesting. Generally, the more skill something requires, perhaps the less time it may require. And we're trying to balance those things out to give a wide range of rewards to a wide range of playstyles. That's a very, very interesting answer. Whether you're someone who loves the PvP or someone who loves just exploring the world and doing quests and wants to get together and raid bosses, I guess, with your friends and your guildmates, there should be a path for you to follow. Obviously, sometimes we get the numbers wrong, and a reward may feel mandatory for someone who doesn't enjoy the type of content that's required to obtain it. Don't even why even say that? Those people are they're going to be unhappy no matter what. But anyway, that's something we've always tried to listen to, that feedback and adjust. But one of the great challenges is balancing all these systems for an incredibly wide variety of players, playstyles, skill levels, and amounts of time they have access across World of Warcraft. This is a really, really, really important answer to a question that was, frankly, a very poorly asked question. I hate when people just use the word grind to mean thing I don't like, because that's not what it means. But this is what it means often to people, and it's pretty frustrating. But yeah, interesting. A very interesting question. I'm really glad to hear him say that because, there's a lot of different ways to play this game. And I think people need to recognize that when they're talking about this topic. Anyway, this cap is perfect for alts. It helps a lot. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Metro, what's the plan for this week? Are you farming 6-level keys? No, we're trying to get a 19 done. I won't be farming keys. I have, the keys that are going to, a 6 is going to drop gear that's worse than what I have right now. So why would I do that? Anyway, they definitely did well introducing that cap. Yeah, that was a good change. Yeah, Metro, I think you could play both your DK and Pally to high efficacy, and Pally offers a lot of diversity, adding healer and DPS to your arsenal. Sure, yeah, I mean, if I have time, but I can't imagine it's going to happen. It's just usually way too much to do in my DK. But maybe this week, at least. Probably not next week, but I grind hard. Nice. Blood of the Enemy grind, yeah. Next week you grind 6s and 115, not this week. Right, yeah, that's true. It's not this week anyway. Yeah, my bad. Either way, next week I'm not going to need any gear. Well, actually, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Anyway, will this week have the new effects? No. All right, let's take a look. Last question. The heat always reminds me of Teldrassil, so I'd like to book a Greek cruise for mid-July. What? However, as the last 2 expansions have arrived at the end of summer, I'm questioning that call. What's your advice? The fuck? I mean, I've heard Greece is lovely in the summer. Growing up, we'd go visit family there often. I recommend it highly. Certainly, with regards to releasing Shadowlands, we'll have a lot more information there later in the year as we get into beta. But I can't recommend Greece highly enough. Yo, I literally was just talking about this mid-July vacations. but he's obviously not going to answer that question. I don't know why they would even ask that. The 6s can drop corrupted weapon? Yeah, next week. Yeah, I got confused. Why 6s? Because that's the highest the gear is going to be next week. I don't know what eye level is it going to be, though. Do we know? Because I don't really want to... If it's like a 440 weapon, you know what I mean? I don't know what it's going to be. Anyway, next week I want to get some corrupted gear. Me too. 6 keys have the highest end of dungeon rewards. Okay, thanks. This interviewer, weird champ. Yeah, it's a weird one. Thanks, Jix. The gear will cap at 6 for 1 week, Sam. Shadowlands won't come out until like October. I would probably say, yeah, like August the earliest for sure, but... Anyway, has it been confirmed? Keys will drop 4 levels, yes. Oh, it's going to be... Wait, what do you mean can go to 455? So a 6 is going to drop 445? Is that what you're saying? Why base can go to 455? I don't get it. A 6 is going to drop 445, so that's not even... Like, it would pretty much have to have an exact corrupted item that I want for it to be an upgrade, because I have way more. Anything below 455 loot can still forge to 455. Are you sure? I think it's only gear that is from Season 2 that falls under. Anyway, may as well farm King's Rest 6. Finally got Get My Fury at Katiku. 100% positive. That's news to me. I don't know how... What, I guess you saw it on the PTR or something? My favorite is that we all farmed up flying for BFA zones, and last patch is back to Uldum. Not complaining though. I love that zone. Yeah, Uldum is like probably one of my favorite zones in the game. Fishing for week 1 raid perfect corrupted pieces. Yeah, it's just like the chance that I would get one is so low compared to the chance that I would just get one the Tuesday before we raid. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Anyway, anything can forge to 455 till Mythic Raid comes out, including EP Raid. Because that's not been said. I just don't know how you know that. From what was said, it was only Season 2 content. Anything from EP Raid and lower was forgeable. But even if it's 410, it's still Season 3 content. So I can't imagine it's able to Titan Forge. Because what does that mean? It can't corrupt then? Like, surely it can't corrupt and Titan Forge. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if it can corrupt, it can't forge. Yeah, that's what I thought. It can't corrupt any. Corrupted items will come when raid opens. This week is just forging. No, there's going to be corrupted items from the world content and the visions. Uldum, back to the throne of 4 Winds mount grind. Nice. Got my King's Rest mount last night. 6th level key. I noticed that the mount drops from 6 and 7. Right, it drops from 0 as well. 63 or runs on my DK. I guess 63 runs to get it. We were talking about next week, right? Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. It's interesting. The mount, I still don't have the mount. Any items not updated for Season 4, for example, items from Eternal Palace or Heroic Difficulty Arathi Warfronts can continue to Warforge, but cannot be corrupted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I read too, so I think, I don't know. I'm not sure about that, Faxi. Anyway, Season 4 doesn't start next week. Season 4 is 2 weeks. What? Season 4 definitely starts next week, yeah. Anyway, Season 4 is next week. Season starts the 21st. Cash is 2 weeks, right? Cassius is 2 weeks. Okay, anyway, so let's see. What else can we check out? Let's check out Wowhead real quick, see if there's any updates. A new article. Still no servers. Let's try like logging out and logging back in just to make sure it works. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Wait, did I just solve my problem? Maybe? Probably not, though. I doubt it. Eat your beard on stream. All right. Oh boy. Let's see what happens on stream. Anyway, next week it caps at 6. Week after weekly chest is max and dungeons are uncapped. Yeah. Yeah, all that info's out there. No, the game launch, no problem. Let's see if I could change the game capture now. Seen new brawl. It's going to be PvP Island. Yeah, that does look like a lot of fun for sure. I'm looking forward to that one. Stream's like a bit behind. Oh, I guess it's because I'm not live. Okay, so it's just black right now. I don't know why, honestly. I guess it has something to do with the... I won 2 PvP islands last week helping people get... Oh, it works. Oh, shit. Getting rank 1 BOTE, didn't see allies both times. Really? What the hell? Were they just AFK? Would those island brawls count for my expeditions? I don't know. Probably. Maybe. That's a good question, actually. Okay, well, it seems like it actually works. It works. Yeah, that's interesting. What about window capture? Oh, there's window capture. But it's... Wait, what the hell is it capturing? What the fuck? Oh, wait, what was that? That's like a bugged window capture. That's not what we wanted to capture, though. That's the wrong window. Yeah, it's all kinds of bugged. Wait, is it? I'm so confused. What's happening right now? Oh, it's because I still have desktop on as well as WoW, I think. No, I don't. I definitely don't. Man, everything is so messed up. It's the wrong window, though. I didn't want to capture that one. Window capture, close that. I still need 16k honor for rank 3 BOTE. Oh, gotcha. Well, you missed your chance. There's like 3 good opportunities recently. Okay, let's see. What's there now? Still showing this for some reason. I don't understand why it is. Well, that's fine. We don't really need window capture for this, but anyway, that's awkward. Last week was easy PvP. I got my rogue rank 3, and yeah, last week and then like 3 weeks before that, they were really easy. Okay, what's happening now though? Oh wait, now it's up. What the fuck is going on here? I have no idea. This is so bugged. You could see the window. I'm so fucking confused, guys. I really am. Is that because... What's even happening there? The window's there, but it's not actually... It's because of WoW. Wow, it is. That's really odd. What the hell? Dude, I don't know if that's supposed to happen. For some reason, when like I have something up on top of WoW, it shows it as WoW. Look at that. That's not good. I don't think that's good. Just in case I accidentally pull something up. But I wonder if this is what other people have been doing. Because I've seen streamers where they're clearly using window capture. And then something just pops up on their screen. I wonder if that's why. Well, anyway, we've solved our problem, at least temporarily. I have to like troubleshoot this more. So I'm going to have to like go like... I have to like go live and not go live. Like I'm going to go live privately to test this probably tomorrow or something. Okay, anyway, yeah, so let's take a list. This is what we wanted to do. But hold on, let's see what happens when I change tabs. Does it work? I guess so. I guess it's just showing, yeah, I guess it's just showing anything on top of WoW. Wow, that's a really bizarre. I still don't believe this. I'm so confused. But anyway, I use game capture typically. It's specific window better. I don't know. I don't really know the difference, to be honest. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's game capture. Maybe that's why. Wait, what is this? Hold on a second. Oh, wait. Am I a complete idiot? Am I just every idiot? All idiocy? No, I don't think that's even doing anything. I had another feature checked, but I wondered if that was doing anything. Doesn't seem like it is. Oh, snap. Yeah, transmog. But you're as a hunter, you don't have a lot of options, right? Oh, you like the bow? I'm not a big fan of that. That bow's terrible, honestly. There's so many better bows. The challenge mode bows are just like 100% better than that bow. Anyway, not Bo the stream boss, but oh, Beth is the stream boss now, by the way. Wow, very that big generous donation got her. That's why, because a bunch of people donated. Yeah, that's right. Rip Bo. Anyway, his time was coming. Okay, so I guess that's it. Let's I don't know. There's not really anything else. Oh, let's check out this. I want to check this out. Compile class changes. First comment, removed, trolling. I like the bow only if the auto shot animation is how it's supposed to be. Oh, I doubt it, yeah. Like the Shadow Morin, transmogging that doesn't make those souls swim around you, you know? It's just a weapon itself. Fireland Sulfuris is better than the legendary, but oh yeah, King Bo is dead. Long live Queen. Yeah, long live the Queen. Well, I don't know. There's not really. Let's see. I was hoping to see a whole list of them. Let's check out Death Knight. Nothing really, right? Undocumented changes. PvP. Who gives a fuck? I mean, literally, who literally gives a fuck about PvP? Demon Hunter. Let's see. Any big changes for? Oh wow, big changes. Demon Hunters can no longer use Glide while affected by Shaman Hex spells. Well, that's it for you, Jix. You're gonna have to reroll. That's 4 hearts right there from Beth. Today's the day you see 4/5, 4/4/3 Thunder Furries. Yeah, no doubt about that. Let's take a look at priest changes. There's some big ones here. Big changes for priest. Okay, let's talk about priest, man. Contrition's talent, base healing reduced by 25. I don't play the spec, so who cares? That's it. Monk. Let's see if there's. Oh yeah, let's check out that Brewmaster changes. Stagger, stamina reduced to 30%. Was 35%. That's a pretty big nerf, but it's not as big of a deal as it might sound like it is. Stagger, percentage reduced to 90% of agility. Was 105. That's probably the bigger of the nerfs, right? And then the high tolerance nerf. Pretty sizable nerf, all 3 of these. Brewmaster, extremely high effective health against physical damage meant that they are rarely in danger against spike damage that threatens other tanks. This should still be a strength of Brewmaster, but not by such a wide margin. So yeah, I definitely think they're not going to be as good for 5-mans. Like, the reason they were so good for 5-mans is 1, because they were pretty much just walls against physical damage, and 2, because they had really, really applicable utility. They're still going to be walls against physical damage, but I don't think they're going to be like the best wall out there, period, anymore. And the utility thing is just gone, right? Like, without emissaries, the big thing was ring. So at worst, you can just bring a Windwalker anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're gonna fall a bit, and I think a couple people have agreed. These people who post these fucking tier lists without any explanation, at least some of them agree with that. Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good topic to check out. Let's go ahead and check that out. That was probably like one of the good. Finally, something that was worth watching. Or first thing from this dude that I actually wanted to check out. So it's that Dratnos guy. And he made obviously I'm sure he made a video on this too at some point, I guess. But this is a really good article. So let's go ahead and read this article, because this is the kind of content I used to make anyway. So I probably won't be making this content anymore. But anyway, what keystone level? So he's talking about basically what DPS should you play in Season 4 of Mythic Plus. So it's just a DPS tier list effectively, but I don't know why they didn't name it that. What keystone level does this analysis apply to? So this is a good thing to start with. Whenever I put forward a tier list or any sort of content that compares classes, a very common response is something along the lines of, this doesn't matter except in 25 keys. Below that, everything works. So I'm going to like pretend that it's my video or my post, and I'm going to reply to some of these things as well, because I basically used to make the same type of content, and a lot of this still applies. So this is a really good example of why the competitive community is so backwards at times, because this is both true and false at the same time, right? Obviously, this guy's experience is from keys that I'm not doing, and that's why it's so different. But at the same time, it matters everywhere. You know what I mean? So it's not like he's saying this, but whoever would be criticizing the work and saying this doesn't matter unless you're doing really, really hard keys, that's just stupid. It matters, of course. Like, there is a best and worst, even when you're doing zeros. It doesn't matter if it's not relevant or not. There's still a tier list for every situation. You know what I mean? There's a tier list like, should I step, when I wake out of bed, should I step with my right foot or my left foot? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's still an optimal way. There's still a way to be optimal. And that's the problem, I think, with the WoW community right now. That this thought would even cross people's heads. It's just like excuse making. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, I can play a feral. It's fine. It's like, well, yeah, sure. It is fine. But it's also not fine. And you should understand that too. You know what I mean? You should just know that you're, you know, like, if I'm playing Blood DK, I know it's not the best tank right now. But it's fine because I'm very good at Blood DK and I play it very well. I maximize it. But it's also not fine because it means I'm holding the group back in some certain way. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be aware of both of those things. So to say, like, this doesn't matter, this is invalid, it's just, those people are just not competitive players, right? So that's a very frustrating thing to have to deal with. Dratnos, Pog, Affliction locks on Suicide Watch. Affliction loss is getting Drained Soul back. Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see Affliction lock in Season 3. Or Season 4. Outlaw Rogue X3. Oh, yeah. All right, so anyway, To some extent, this is true in BFA Season 3. Every spec completed key is at 23 or higher, except Affliction Lock, which are like 21. There are basically 3 factors that determine how much a player contributes to a dungeon. This is good. I'll have to say, he explained this very well. Gear, skill, and spec. So those 3 things. For players pushing keys at the highest level, all 3 of these need to be maximized. But below that level, you can make up for playing a worse spec by being very good at it or by over-gearing the content. However, if gear and skill are held constant, bringing a better spec improves the group in a 10 key just like it does in a 20. Excellent explanation. And honestly, if I ever did make another tier list again, I would probably just copy this. This is the best way you could describe this. If we're holding gear and skill as constant, then specs still have variance. You know what I mean? One way or the other, it's fact. It's not opinion. Obviously, if you're skilled and geared, you can make specs that aren't great work. And this is the reason that people are resistant to this topic, but it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Even in a 2, an Affliction Warlock is still going to be weaker than a Demo Warlock or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's still how it works, regardless of if it's consequential or not. Anyway, all that being said, which specs are good in 10 keys is a little different than which specs are good in 20 keys. I'm glad he admits that too. For example, damage that takes a while to ramp up, like Balance Druid's dot base damage, tends to be more viable as the keystone levels gets higher. The tier list represents below is created with keystone levels 15 or higher in mind, though only a few specs would be impacted by that level going down. Yeah, see, definitely, I mean, I can't agree with that. Like, does this guy do 15s? Like, I don't know. I worry about that because I think, like, a lot of this is coming from the perspective of only caring about a very specific thing from your DPS. And I don't find that as important, especially pugging is the difference. But Dratnos is 400 IQ, man. I got so much respect. I'm glad that you have respect for him. Anyway, play what you like. Factors to consider when choosing your class. Play what you like. The most important thing to make sure you do when deciding which character to play in Mythic Plus is to ensure you're playing something you enjoy. I always advise expanding your horizons and trying out new things, but with large barriers to playing alts in the current state of the game, many players are understandably only maining one character this expansion. He should have mentioned this, but he didn't. The reason that play what you like is a factor is because if you're not happy playing the thing you're playing, then you're going to play it poorly. So I don't know why he wouldn't say that, but that's fine. Anyway, play what you can gear. This patch, the difference in gear between a character who only does Mythic Plus and a character who raids or PvPs in addition to Mythic Plus will be dramatic. So if you're going to do raids or PvP, you will benefit immensely if you also focus your Mythic Plus efforts on those characters. Right, that's the other thing. Like, obviously, you're going to play the character. Like, if you're not going to play the character frequently enough to get gear outside of Mythic Plus, then it's not going to be very good at Mythic Plus. Anyway, play what synergizes well with your group. So that's probably like where we would differ the most, right? Like, I would look at this tier list in a vacuum, and he's not. Talking about group synergies, I don't really think that that's a tier list. Like, that's just not how it works, right? But at the same time, I understand his perspective because he doesn't pug really, so at least to my knowledge. And if you have a set group of players, you can play something that covers the weaknesses or complements the strengths of the other members of your group. For instance, if you're planning to DPS and your group doesn't have a restoration druid, you may want to select something that has a battle res. Yeah, and that's why you can't really look at it that way, because if you're going to make a DPS tier list, you can't assume that you're going to have a certain type of healer. That's just not how it works. Anyway, play something that gets easily invited to groups. By contrast, if you're not... Okay, this is just... Who cares? Why would anybody do that? Please don't do that. If you're literally going to play something just because you think it's going to get you invited to groups, just do your own key. Anyway, Dratnos doesn't pug. That opens up a different set of issues entirely, which is why you tend to diverge. Yeah, definitely. That's the big thing, is these guys don't see the ups and downs, the big plays and the poor plays that can be made. They only see what people they know do, and those people are already experienced. But give battle res to all healers. Nah, that would ruin rating for sure. Anyway, okay, so let's talk about this then. So this is the tier list. Now there was a tank one that was posted, and I don't have any interest in that because the dude literally hasn't even explained it. So whatever. Like, you can't make a tier list and not give some explanation. That's just rude. That's just you thinking you're more important than you are. Like, here's my opinions, but don't worry what they are. Don't worry why they are what they are. That's fine. You'll just have to take my word for it. I don't like that at all. But here's what he's got. Now, he went by spec, which I guess, yeah, if you're serious about the game, you should do that. I never went by spec because I didn't know anything about Subtlety Rogue. So I don't know why I would ever place them in a list. Like, nobody should be subtle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see a subtlety rogue in my group, so I don't know why I would place them in a tier list. They should just not be there. But obviously I did that with Feral Druid and Enhanced because they are so different that I think you need to. But it's like the same way with Warlock, right? Like, Warlock should just be D tier because you can play Demonology. That's what you should play. You can play Affliction, which is worse, but you're going to play the best thing, right? So you're going to play Demo. That's the way I always looked at it. But anyway, we'll go by specs. So he has Outlaw Rogue as spec number 1. Tier 1 number 1. Tier 1 number 2, Havoc Demon Hunter. I would swap these for sure, especially in Season 4. I'm not really sure why he thinks Outlaw Rogue is still going to be the best spec overall. Like, to me, Outlaw Rogue is just Havoc Demon Hunter with slightly less utility when you remove Shroud. You know what I mean? Like, Shroud, maybe Shroud is still going to be very needed. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I guess it's possible. But I think Shroud is going to be, like, much, much less needed this season. I think most groups are going to get by without it. Maybe I'm wrong. And without Shroud, Outlaw Rogue is nothing. Like, Outlaw has insane mob control. So does Havoc, yeah. You're talking about Trell's list, and he goes into why. Not on the Wowhead post, anyway. B-Res equals Brazil. Easy equals Invite. All from Azerlon. Nice. Outlaw has like 4 survival CDs and then Cheat Death, and they eat mechanics at the level he plays. Yeah, so does Havoc, right? I think Shroud will still be in Poet Latsu. What's up? Like, beginning of Freeheld Shroud, there's a emissary or whatever it's called. A lieutenant right there. You're not going to need Shroud there. What else? Rogue has insane mob control, unlike Demon Hunter. That's why Rogue is better than Demon Hunter in the eyes of many people. How does Rogue have better mob control than Demon Hunter? What does that even mean? Mob control. You're talking about things like stuns? Rogue can keep 3 mobs interrupted for 15 seconds alone. Insane mob control. Demon Hunter is an AoE stun. What the hell are we talking about? You guys think interrupts are more important than an AoE stun? Sap, Gouge, Blind between the eyes. Blind's a good one. Gouge breaks immediately, right? Sap is just the Demon Hunter equivalent, is the prison thing. Rogue can stealth back to the fight after they die. Are you going Vulpera? No. AoE stun for 3 seconds. Rogue can do that for all of them. What does that mean? Between the eyes. Yeah, but between the eyes is like a rotational ability, right? So are we assuming that rogues are actually using it right? Because I've never seen one use it right. They are all interrupts to stop important uninterruptible casts. If that was the case, then Death Knight would be higher, right? That's what I'm saying. I think people really pick and choose what the meta suggests. Like, basically, they think, I have this amorphous opinion of these things, and the meta supports it, so it must be right. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's how this goes for a lot of people. I really do. Like, I don't think Outlaw Rogue is anywhere near as good as people say it is, honestly. And, of course, this implies at the highest level of gameplay, a middle-of-the-pack Outlaw Rogue isn't worth crap. Either way, it's like you're sitting there and using a rotational ability to stun mobs. Who does that? You know what I mean? I don't think that's needed. I don't know what level of play you'd be at that would be needed. You have so few stuns in your group that this Outlaw Rogue has to not do maximum DPS. It's just so he could stun mobs. I don't think that's ever. I don't believe that happens. Anyway, there's a lot of new tricks with the new affix, like pulling mobs away so people click the obelisk and then vanish. Yeah, I saw that. Find the facts to support your beliefs. That's what it feels like sometimes, yeah. After playing with Tokes, it's crazy how much you miss a rogue when he isn't there. Oh, yeah. The stun's up every 5 seconds, right? And at 24, probably when the pack lasts forever. Maybe. Demon Hunter has better survivability and better burst, but when you're talking about higher keys where you can't let anything cast, Outlaw can CC a bit better, but it requires a high skill cap, unlike Demon Hunter, right? Anyway, no Outlaw is doing that all, as well as doing max DPS. Having 2 immunities for 2 different types of damage is also huge for cutting edge keys. I don't understand the 2 immunities part. Can somebody explain that to me? He says that in the tier list, but I'm unaware of what 2 immunities they have. Rogue also has Tricks. Demon Hunter just I-beam on pull and die. That's true. Tricks is pretty good utility. Did I miss some comments? Vulpera comment counter number 7. Beep boop. You don't like Vulperas. Just not going to play a DK Vulpera. Riposte and Cloak. How is Riposte an immunity? Let's look the spell up. Cloak against magic damage, and the other one with 100% parry or dodge. Right, so that's not an immunity. To be fair, riposte is a pseudo immunity. Yeah, it's not actually immunity. Okay, gotcha. You pray everything, I think. What? And not to forget cheat death on top of that. Yeah, cheat death's not an immunity, though. Physical immunity, parry. Not as good as evasion, but still almost an immunity. But it doesn't remove things, right? It just makes you not able to take damage, so it's not an immunity. Netherwalk and blur, darkness. Either way, yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced that Rogue is better than Demon Hunter. But yeah, let's see how it reads. This is not even the spell. Strike that becomes active after parrying an opponent's attack. This attack does 150% weapon damage and disarms the target for 6 seconds. That's obviously not the fucking spell. Anyway, Red Pally is Bubble and Bop, so it's S tier then. That's what I'm saying. Like, these things are not as good as people make them sound. Anyway, that's fine. We'll not worry about this. So tier 2. So I think this is a fundamental mistake here. If you're going to have imbalanced tiers, then it's not a tier list. I think your tiers have to be balanced. So this is one big complaint I would have with this. I don't, like, this is really just lazy as fuck, honestly. To have a middle tier just where, like, everything is there, it's like, that's just so lazy. But anyway, we'll just go by what he's doing. So tier 2, Fire Mage, tier 2 number 1. Assassination Rogue behind Fire Mage. Balanced Druid. To say Balanced Druid is worse than Fire Mage is pretty silly, I have to say. Like, I think it's just because these people are only interested in DPS at these high key levels, and they don't understand that the things that Druid brings are absolutely invaluable. Like, you know, it was even mentioned here, like, if you need a battle res. So let's look at these five options right now. None of them bring a battle res, right? So if you need a battle res, Balanced Druid is just 10 times better than, you know what I mean? Like, you have to have a Balanced Druid. It's stuff like that that makes it complicated. What else? That's classic riposte. Oh, yeah. Metro, do you oil your beard? No. Vanish every 1 to 1.5 minutes is also huge for preventing mechanics from hitting you. Yeah, I know that for sure. That was a big thing in Legion. We are not talking about 6 keys here. On high keys, Outlaw is always better than Demon Hunter. Yeah, I'm not talking about 6 keys either. If you scroll a little more in the article, he describes... Yeah, no, I know. Oh, wait, why he puts those 2 in S tier. Oh, cool. Maybe I didn't read that part. 25% leech. Yeah, but Holy Pally is cooldown dependent. Rogue does tons of damage. I think you're talking about Red Pally, right? Dude's Dragon Breath and Poly isn't bad. Oh, yeah. Why is that? Fire Mage priority damage is stupid on high keys. They all play engineering, though. Well, that's further biased in the tier list then, right? Like, the class doesn't come with engineering, so if we're ranking classes, you can't assume engineering either. Especially on DPS check, fights on high tyrannical keys. Fire Mage priority damage is stupid on high keys. Yeah, definitely, for sure. But so is Bombkin. It's not as good as Fire Mage, but Bombkin's single target is excellent. It's very good. It's probably not as good as Fire Mage's, but it's very good. Toldagor is made infinitely easier with Ring of Frost. Oh, really? Why? Like Triad Witches from Waycrest Manor, especially on DPS checks, right? Fire Mage has slow and AoE stun and random interrupt. Has slow. Where do they get a slow from? AoE. Where do they get an AoE stun from? What? Fire Mage can combust high priority targets. That is mostly why fire is so high in the list. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of classes can do that, though. It's just they do it better, and that's all that anybody focuses on, I think. Fire Mage can destroy the first boss before mind control. So could all classes, that's what I'm saying. Maybe Fire Mage can do it better, but either way, that's not enough for me to make them the best ranged. Anyway, but all decent rogues have engineering battle res. Again, you can't, if you're making a tier list on classes, you can't assume that. That's just not part of the class, so you can't assume it. Anyway, Fire Mages only to burn things down. They are so annoying in low keys when you don't have your CDs up. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just not a very balanced outlook. A Windwalker Monk can do the same. Every class can. You just fucking use your CDs. That's how you do it, right? There's no class in the game that can't do good single target. So just because Fire Mage can do slightly better single target, I don't think that should ever be a reason to make them the best ranged. But that's the level that this guy is playing at, and he doesn't really understand why that's not true universally. So this is why it's frustrating, right? Like, this is why we're talking about this. Because this is not going to apply. The people who already know Like, the people who are already doing keys like this, they already fucking know what's good and what isn't good. They already know what they want. This doesn't apply to the average person reading Wowhead. It's very poor information for that person. For somebody who is like new to keys and is looking at this post, is like, huh, I could learn something from this. Let's see what they have to say. He's recommending a spec that is literally going to hinder him. Playing fire instead of frost in a low key is terrible. It's a terrible fucking idea. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the shit isn't going to die as fast as your CDs are going to be up. So you're going to be doing like no damage pack to pack. It's just a terrible idea. You know what I mean? So that's frustrating. Anyway, what else? Bombkin's damage profile for keys is not the best. It's okay. Yeah, it's just because their overall is going to look weak, right? But I think their single target is excellent. Doesn't mean they should be lower when it comes to DPS. Well, yeah, either way. Fire Mage has great AoE and single target. Bombkin has bad AoE and good single target and a useless interrupt. A useless interrupt. What the fuck? That's news to me. Anyway, slightly better. Didn't he make it clear that his ranking is from his perspective, or did he not mention it? It doesn't matter. It's on Wowhead. It's now for everybody's perspective. You know what I mean? If you want to make a post on your channel, go for it. But you can't post this shit on Wowhead and be like, oh, hey, if you're new, don't read this. That's not my problem. It's like, it's on fucking Wowhead, dude. This is now for everybody. You know what I mean? The post doesn't say it. This post doesn't say it for new players. Huh? He said he talks about keys above 15, so a new player doesn't do. It doesn't matter. It's on Wowhead. Like, these things don't disqualify it. You understand that? If I post like on my sphere of influence, that's fine. But you're now like, it'd be like if like, you know what I mean? If somebody went on like CNN and talked about something that like, oh, it's only related to people who are in the NBA. But this is only related if you're an NBA basketball player. So don't watch this. Don't turn CNN off. You don't want to watch this right now. Even though that's where like people go to get their news. It's like, so like, it's a random dude who's not in the NBA. He might go there to get, that's a terrible example, but anyway. It's true, even in a 15, it feels like my Fire Mage doesn't get full value and he's trash gear. Yeah, either way, Fire Mage I think is the most overrated spec ever. I really think it is. I think Fire Mage in its current state is the most overrated spec the game has ever seen, honestly. People propagate this thing like if Fire Mage could literally just destroy things, and maybe they can, but it is so limited when they can't. Like, if you don't have CDs, your damage is so poor. So you need to use those CDs perfectly. And suggesting that that is good universally in keys is a terrible... But again, this would have been solved if I made the tier list, because I wouldn't be talking about only fire. I would have a list of fire and frost together, because I think, you might not always play fire. You know what I mean? But fire and frost, they both have yin and yang that are really good. So like sometimes you might want to play frost, and that still makes them a good tier 2 pick. You know what I mean? It's the class itself that's tier 2. The spec is not. It's not. To me, it's not. You know what I mean? To me, the class might be tier 2 because both fire and frost are very valuable in different ways. So you might want to try different things. But anyway. This is the kind of article that creates toxic metas. It just confuses a lot of people. That's the problem. You know what I mean? It's like playing Unholy and never getting more than 4 mobs to hit at a time. Right, exactly. Stromy's right about that. Wowhead asked him to do it for high keys, same as Troll Posts and Jaith's healer one. It doesn't matter. Why is that being brought up? What about Mythic Raids guides? Huh? That's so true, to be honest. This info is for 20s, not all players, yeah. Fire Mage and Raid is good. Yeah, they're a lot better in Raids because you know when you're going to use your CDs every single time you pull the boss, right? There's no variability in Raids. There's not like, oh shit, we accidentally pulled 2 packs and I don't have my CDs up. Well, I'm fucked. I'm going to do 0 damage this pack. You know what I mean? Isn't Bombkin CD dependent too? Right, but they use Vision of Perfection, which means it's a lot more accessible. Bombkin has way better access to damage than Fire Mage, 100%. They might do less damage, but they have way better access to damage, which makes them a much better pick for 5-mans. Anyway, for Mythic Plus, it's not too good, especially if you're pugging. Yeah, pugging, it's terrible, right? That's what I'm saying. People running 11s are going to take this to heart and not care that he said it's for above and take it to gospel anyway. Yeah, and you can't really blame him for that. I just wish that he spent a little bit more time on thinking. I don't know. It's whatever. I like you, Metro, really, but you're just out here hating on these guys. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's fine. You are so true. In pugging group yesterday, I played Destrolock and did so well compared to Demon Hunter and Fire Mage. Well, that's a different topic altogether. Destro Warlock should be higher even though they have a slow interrupt pep. Destro Warlock. Wooder Hawk, what's up, buddy? The only thing about this tier list I'm genuinely confused about is Ellie Shaman. Right, that was what I was about to get to. Ellie Shaman below Fire Mage and Balanced Druid. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, they said it could do. They said I could do 400k DPS, but I am only doing 30k. Unholy sucks. Really dislike having to change my strategy as a tank just because the Fire Mage. That's the other problem, right? It's a lot different. But anyway, Ellie Shaman shouldn't be B. I agree. Yeah, definitely not. Make your own tier list when? I'm just not going to do it anymore. These guys all stole my shit, so just let them do it and have a laugh. Lola at C tier. I mean, this is fucking embarrassing, honestly, though. Regardless of what's in the list, you can't have a fucking tier list with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can't. There's only like, what, 20 specs? You can't have half of them be in one tier. That's not a fucking tier list. That's just, oh, I'm too lazy to figure out which of these things is better. What the fuck? That's not a tier list. Anyway, let's just go down to the actual explanation part. Explaining the tier list. The higher up on the list of spec is, the better I think it is when examining its damage, survivability, and/or utility. Using statistics of what I did well in previous seasons as a starting point. Generally, melee specs perform better than range ones, as BFA's dungeons tend to favor the short interrupt cooldowns, faster damage ramp up, and increased mob control that melee tend to have. This is why most high-end groups play 2 to 3 melee and usually only 1 range. So that alone kind of complicates the tier list, right? When you're already prefacing it, melee is better, but it's hard to disagree with that. Like, that's definitely the facts. So, what's changing with 8.3? There are 4 main changes coming with 8.3. Class balance. They are mainly direct buffs and nerfs coming. Read about them here. And they are indirect buffs and nerfs to essences and traits. New items. What's happening? I can't. Oh, there we go. A new pledge. Oh, sweet. That's I think that's already happened, so that might be bugged. But find out. Of all things, we have to have this happen today. Okay, we'll just mute it for a bit. Awkward. My bad. All right, we fixed it. I muted the wrong thing. Muted yourself. Whoops. Anyway, today's been a great day. Anyway, I was reading those comments, but yeah, I agree, David. I guess I could do a tier list for mostly pugging. We'll see in the future. I don't know. The tiers shouldn't only be determinant of how well they fit on Prot Warrior's back. At some point, you're saying this is for new players, but he actively says it's for those doing a 15 in Season 4. Which this, like you're saying, expect new players to be doing a 20 in Season 3. I'm sure I don't really understand what you mean, but maybe we're not clear on this. I'm going to say this one more time, and then we're not going to talk about it again, okay? What I'm talking about here is he's releasing a hyper-specialized video for people who do not traverse Wowhead, okay? And he's not willing to admit that these things are not relevant at these key levels that people are traversing Wowhead at, right? So even though he does say this tier list presented below is created keystone level 15 or higher in mind, though only a few specs would be impacted by that level going down, you still have to understand that you've just posted this to a website where millions of different types of players interact, right? So it doesn't really matter what his intentions are. He's now caused problems for himself. I would never, let's put it this way, under no circumstances would I ever post any video I ever made like this to Wowhead. Because I know it's only going to confuse people. It's just not who it's for, you know what I mean? The Wowhead target audience does not need to see this information. The serious people who already do browse Wildhead, they already know this information. They don't need this dude's opinion on it. And the people who might need it are only going to get confused by it. Because these things are not true to them. You know what I mean? These things are, look at this. This is not going to help them. Things like these things are not going to help them. They're not good. They're not good enough to maximize these things. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, so sorry about the muting problem. That's my bad. That guy took my name. Just let me know when it's over. Mute was spell reflected. It's what to play next season at 15. Wowhead asked him. It doesn't. It's okay. We're gonna move on. Okay, so let's read these explanations because this is actually interesting. Outlaw Rogue. The spec has been fantastic for the past 2 seasons of Mythic Plus, and there's no signs of it stopping. Like all Rogue specs, it brings Shroud of Concealment, which is slightly less important with Awaken Affix. So it's interesting to hear that being said, right? Slightly less important. Is it really only slightly less important? Though there continue to be many skips that are worth doing in most dungeons. Are there? Like so this could be completely my fault, right? This could be completely my fault that I don't understand this. But wait, I'm good now. I'm not muted anymore. I muted myself before, J-Top. There will be routes around having a rogue and awaken for sure. Yeah, there are many skips. Have you posted videos doing new effects on the PTR? Yeah, just one stream is out there. I didn't do much. Anyway, the whole topic here is like, it confuses me because unless you're literally just going to... So here's the things that are confusing me. Are you going to kill all 4 of those lieutenants? That's question number 1. Is that going to happen? I don't know that. I didn't do enough to know that. If the answer is you're never going to kill all 4... then I start to understand why Rogue might still be valuable, why Shroud might still be valuable. But if you're always going to kill all 4, let's just assume you are, okay? Let's assume you're always going to kill all 4. That means you're just going to kill them exactly where they stand. You're not going to use them to skip anything. Why would you do that? No, you won't kill all 4. No, you will leave 1 or 2 up. How come? LA was lower because of poor defenses. Yes, for the very open dungeon like Freehold and Mech, Junkyard Shroud is still going to be really good. They want skips to complete the dungeon quickly. But, okay, so... Right, is that a joke? Anyway, you're generally only killing 3 and 1 with the boss. Spider is always left up. Obelisk skip into 3rd room of King's Rest room. Shroud out. Okay, yeah, that's a fair... I mean, I'm sure there's going to be places that you can still use Shroud. That's not my point. You'll probably leave 1 to be pulled with the boss. Because they're in bad spots in certain keys. Some are easier to do with the last boss. Okay. But either way, my like formulation of thought here is that you're not going to skip anything with these things. You know what I mean? I don't, like, are you literally just not going to skip anything with these lieutenants? Because if so, if you are going to skip some things with them, then how are you going to Shroud? In most, obviously, Vaxie's got a good example for King's Rest, but there's very few times when you go in and out of a time, like, you know, of a place like that. No, that's not the case. What's not the case? This list should be called tier list when you have a pushing group with a lot of experience and are not new to this game. Yeah, tier list for people who already know this information is basically what he's making a tier list on. See, for me, when I made my tier list, I always tried to make them as general as possible. Like, I try to make them apply to... Like this, I'm thinking along the lines of information that should apply to a 0 and apply to a 40. You know what I mean? It's difficult to do that because different things matter. But there's still theory behind these picks. You know what I mean? But there's not any real theory here. It's just, this is what's really good at really difficult key levels. So it must always be good. But that's just not true. Like the Fire Mage example is especially, you know what I mean? Also, did you know you can fight more than 1 obelisk mob at a time? You can enter one as a group, rogue stealth to another one, and bring that one to the group. Huh. You mean they're all there? You just would have to run to them? Is that... You can enter one as a group, rogue stealth to another one. I don't know how that works. That's interesting. What happens if they don't do any of them? Yeah, if any that you don't kill are there at the end of the dungeon. So... You will skip some things, but like I said, Shroud in certain keys is going to be really good. So I don't understand why, though. That's my point. I didn't get to finish articulating my point because chat's moving real fast. But what made Fire Mage good in A2? I don't play Mage, so I don't know much about them. Just because they do insane bursts. It's a lot of gearing stuff, which I'm going to talk about here in this. As soon as you activate the obelisk, the mob spawns. Right, so that's what I'm saying. How do you not aggro it? I'm confused. You mean 2 different people activate them at the same time and bring them together or something? You have to activate the pillar. You can fight multiple. Have a good day. Just popped in my lunch break. Looking forward to your videos for the patch. Sweet, yeah, it's coming up. How antsy are you to log in? Very antsy. Getting to the point now where I'm worried that they're not going to be up early. Basically, the group 4 people clicks one obelisk, and the rogue goes and clicks a different obelisk, so you can kill 2 at the same time. Okay, that makes sense. That's not what I thought he was saying. If the rogue pulls last boss and you vanish, and mini bosses do not aggro when you re-pull. Really? Is that serious? What the fuck? That's definitely gonna get fixed then if that's the case. There's no way that's... How is this Patreon thing still going? Anyway, that's definitely gonna get fixed. Right? It's been a while since servers have been down this long. Yeah, it's usually they're up earlier than this. If that's true, that's broken. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna stay that way for sure. But anyway, okay, so let's talk about let's keep reading here. Okay, so yeah, so here's the summary of what I was trying to say, but I got distracted. The whole Shroud of Concealment thing right now is like a gross scale utility, right? You use it for 2 different reasons. One, you skip trash that you cannot kill, like that's way too dangerous to pull. That is just completely circumvented by the lieutenants now. If there's ever a situation like that, Shroud has the exact same use case. There's no reason to use Shroud over the lieutenant. None at all. Other than it's going to be slightly suboptimal to be running this lieutenant down like a hallway when you could just Shroud. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing. Like, if you literally have no reason to fight the lieutenant, that's the only reason Shroud would be better. But the other reason that people use it is to maximize what they are and aren't pulling. So it's like if you're fighting trash that gives poor count per HP or something like that, you might try to skip some count and then get some count elsewhere, right? So like you can't do that unless you're literally going to skip nothing with the lieutenants, which I guess is what people are planning on doing. Like if you're literally just going to fight the lieutenant where it stands and then leave, then I guess you might still use Shroud. I don't plan on doing that. Like, if there's dangerous packs, I'm going to use the lieutenant. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a pack that's like easy pack, hard pack, easy pack, I'm going to skip the easy pack and the hard pack and the lieutenant at the other easy pack, and then we'll get more count later. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I plan on doing it. But maybe that's not how it's going to end up being done. I don't know. Anyway, random question. Is Mechagon Mythic Plus out today? I doubt it just because there was no emissary placements for them, I'm sure. So if it was out, it wouldn't have a seasonal effects, I guess. I doubt it, yeah. Also, more than likely, there won't be any trash packs that will be impossible to kill below a 20. Emissaries made a lot of packs unkillable. That's actually a pretty good point, Latsu, yeah. A lot of the packs that you looked at as, I need to skip this pack, they're not really going to be like that anymore now without the emissaries. That's a good point. They're using Shroud to get to the obelisk in some dungeons, like a tall, and then skip the pack right before Volcall. Yeah, that's interesting. Pack before Volcall would like a word, but mostly yes. No, well, it's easy for me as DK anyway. You can probably skip and pull the spider and blob mini boss with the last boss. Some of the shrines for them are inside very bad or inefficient packs, or so there's a situation you would still need a rogue. You can probably skip and pull the spider and blob mini boss with the last boss. But the pack is not yeah, I guess so. So you're saying like shrouding, that's very interesting. I didn't even think about that. Shrouding to the obelisk is an option. You can click it while you're in stealth. I didn't think that would be possible. It's interesting. Your opinion of Holy Pally. I think they're a very good spec right now. Man, there's nothing to do right now. Yeah, I keep waiting for servers come up. Mechagon seems more appealing to me now that I only have to do half of it at one time. Right. I'm just watching YouTube videos to pass the time. I know. That's what you're doing because you're here. What's great about next week? It's a fort week for the first week of a season. I agree. That's a huge thing. I totally agree with Faxley there. Clicking it takes you out of Shroud stealth. Oh, wait, what? Okay, we're getting some conflicting information. Anyway, let's get back to the topic here. Outlaw in particular features very high damage on any number of targets without a dependence on cooldowns, and they have an incredible amount of tools to control enemies like Gouge between the eyes. They're also very hard to kill, with 2 separate immunities that combine to cover most abilities. Feint is not actually one of the immunities. So the immunity, the quote-unquote immunities, what they're talking about is Cloak, which is an immunity. It removes debuffs of that type. That's an immunity. It means you are immune to all things of that type. So it is in a magic immunity. You cannot be debuffed by magic things. And then a physical immunity, quote unquote, which is not actually a physical immunity. It's not BOP, right? It does not remove physical debuffs, but they also apparently have riposte, which assassination does not have. And that's, I guess, a big deal. I don't know. But it is not actually an immunity, but it is a physical resistance of extreme magnitude. Very, very strong. But anyway, cover most abilities like Feint and Cheat Death. And then Cheat Death. But isn't Cheat Death a talent? It is a talent. Let's see what else is on there. Obviously, I imagine most people are taking that, but let's see what all the options are. Cheat Death, Elusiveness. What is this? This website sucks. Feint also reduces all damage you take from non-areas. Oh, that's interesting. That's a pretty decent ability, huh? Huh. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good talent. I would probably take that. But Cheat Death is going to be needed for like really hard keys for sure. That's pretty interesting. Healing and attacking put you in combat. Wait, what? Saw it on a Signs of Kalani video. An interesting method is 4 people are in the realm from a previous pylon. The rogue is outside the pylon. He activates the pylon alone, and the boss appears to everyone else. A different way to skip things, right? Rogue takes that talent for freehold. Use it at every shot in the first boss. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Having, like, that should be mentioned. Fuck Cheat Death, dude. Cheat Death is, I mean, it's good, but that is a way better use. I didn't even know that it was in the game. That is a way better defensive than Cheat Death. Anyway, okay, so let's talk about Havoc now. So again, they're really splitting hairs here. Like, I think Havoc is better than Outlaw, just because the utility it brings is way better. And like, I think that Shroud isn't going to be as needed now, and I think they have way better access to damage. They do way better damage overall. Like I shouldn't say overall, because that usually means end of key. But they have very, very good access to damage when it's needed, and the damage they will do in that window is going to be, in my opinion, I've not got any facts to this, but in my opinion, it's higher than Outlaw Rogue. But I don't know if that's true or not. Anyway, so let's see what they say. Havoc brings massive damage no matter the pull sizing, and they increase the magic damage with the entire group of Chaos Brand. And unfortunately, that's become less and less important, because less and less, a lot of groups are running without any magic damage dealers. So they require next to no healing with their demonic wards and leech, and can combined with Torment, Netherwalk would be useful. One of the Awakened mini boss abilities. Yeah, they're talking about that Spirit Breaker. I didn't even really think about that, but yeah. So Netherwalking is an immunity, right? I don't know this for sure, but will Netherwalking remove debuffs on you? I don't know how that works. Cheat Death is so powerful, though. Is it? I mean, you have to die for it to be powerful, right? Oh, Netherwalk will not. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. Dratnos did mention in the method video of his tier list that Outlaw can be beaten in overall DPS. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you lose the leech if you have Netherwalk. Yeah, that's true. You lose some of it. You don't lose all of it, right? But you lose most of it. I think it's a lot of it, right? But either way, Netherwalk's really powerful. Elusiveness is only really good for Eudor. Yeah, it's probably not needed, right, Thomas? Like, for most situations, it's not needed. You lose all leech out of meta. Oh, really? Is it only... Are you sure about that? I think there's some passive leech on meta regardless, but maybe that's only for our Vengeance. You can't do DPS while on Netherwalk, correct, but you wouldn't want to. What's coming with the update tomorrow? The patch? Oh, way too much things to say. Passive leech on meta. None outside with talent. Really? That's news to me. All right, anyway, let's keep moving. Fire Mage. So this is, we've already talked about this, but Combustion is absurdly powerful, and Awaken is very likely to be a good fix for it. Big pulse for the Mage to melt may now be more possible without emissaries. And Awaken also adds 4 mini-bosses that are perfect combustion targets for each dungeon. It's a good point, but I don't know, man. If we're talking about big pulls, like if you're talking about pulling like 3 packs together and using Combust, well, what are you going to do when you then go to fight an emissary? You know what I mean? This is my problem with them. Like compared to Frost Mage, who's going to have they're going to have their abilities up for pretty much every single pack, right? They're going to do less overall damage, maybe, and less single target, but they're going to have CDs up for every single pack, so they're going to be better pack to pack. I just think it's very, it's not a good idea to recommend people to play Fire, especially because of this. This is actually really important. Fire is relying on Blaster Master Azurite, which is available on every piece of Nyalotha armor. That's interesting. and Hyper Thread Wrist Wraps, which can be farmed from Operation Mechagon Mythic Plus. They have fantastic defenses as well, with Cauterize and Ice Block, but they only have one Ice Block, whereas Frost has two. And bring a short cooldown AoE Disorient with Dragon's Breath. That's fair. They don't. Frost doesn't have that, right? As a range spec, they're still somewhat limited and are unlikely to show up in multiples or alongside other DPS specs with kicks on longer cooldowns than 15 seconds. Yeah, either way, like, I don't know, splitting hairs again, but for me, I would take a Frost Mage over a Fire Mage every day. Unless it was a really tough Tyrannical week, I would rather see a Frost Mage. Provided they both know how to play the spec, I think Frost is just going to be more valuable pack to pack. Anyway, you got 20 to 30 Leech in meta without Nether. You have 20 to 30 in meta while you're playing Nether still. Wait, what? The Torment and Netherwalk is for the Tank Breaker. Right, yeah, I saw that. No, that's not true. You don't get your Leech when you have meta. Huh. I'm pretty sure it's 25%. Never mind, it's 20. Those risks are mandatory for Fire. Yeah, I'm aware. That's what I'm saying. So, like, you know, furthermore complications here for somebody who's looking at this. I'm like, oh, I guess Fire is really good right now. Well, if you didn't have Blaster Master and the wrists, it wouldn't be as good. In fact, it might be so bad that it would be below other specs, right? So, something else to consider. Like, you should mention that. And he kind of did. Not directly, but at least people read that. Hopefully they'll be able to understand that these things are important. Anyway, Assassination Rogue. Let's see. Shroud of Concealment is a huge tool that Assassination gets, just like Outlaw. Their damage tends to require a little more specialization than Outlaw. They can choose massive AoE, cleave, or single target, but they can't really do all three with the same build. See, I would say that it is true, for sure, but I would say that it should have been mentioned for Outlaw, too. Like, Outlaw's single target is not as good as Assassinations, right? Or am I wrong about this? I don't know. From what I've seen, Outlaw single target is very disappointing sometimes, and I don't really understand why. I'm not really understanding why. So, Vendetta may be gaining value this tier as an awakened mini boss killer. Oh yeah, that's their 2-minute CD. The standard assassination build features shrouded suffocation, suffers from the instant combat upon entering N'Zoth's realm. That's interesting. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Sin is more consistent and higher single target. Outlaw single target is better than Sin if the Sin is not building around single target. Interesting. Outlaw has one of the BIS gears for AoE and single target. Anyway, Leech increased by 10%, gaining additional 10% Leech while Metamorphosis is active. We're talking about a couple things now. Leech doesn't matter if you're running Demonic Talent, you just get so many souls. Right, that's part of it too. Anyway, Fire Mage Combustion is up for nearly every pack in a 17 Fortified if you're pulling 2 to 3 packs. How would you be doing? I don't know that's true. In the keys I'm doing, it's up very infrequently. And more so, the problem that I have with Fire Mage is they're trying to convince me to play the game differently just because they're playing a certain spec. It's like CDs are up. It's like, okay, but I'm going to die if I pull big here, so I'm not pulling big. And then they don't use their CDs. You know what I mean? Like, these are big problems that aren't being addressed. And it's because he doesn't know their problems. He doesn't pug. He doesn't know what it's like to have poor levels of communication. You know what I mean? Anyway. Outlaw gear single target, but Outlaw gears single target to deal AoE. That's what he means by that. Anyway, because how his AoE works, it turns single target into AoE. Correct, yeah, I understand that. He means Demonic Appetite Talent, not Demonic. Back to that. What I was talking about was that I thought that Havoc had some level of Leech when meta was up regardless of the talent, but I don't know if it's true or not. Hey, Cider, what's up? How's it going? Hey, will the effects on Corrupted Gear stack if you have Haste Gear? If you stack Haste Gear on the Miners, do those effects stack? Yes, they stack. True. I can't wait for Jix to pull Big more next season. It's definitely going to be easier to pull Big more next season for sure without the emissaries. Yes, and it's also a problem that you're playing a Blood DK. It's the same thing. What do you mean? It doesn't matter what tank I'm playing. I'm still talking about danger. You know what I mean? They do Metro 20% in meta baseline, 10% without talent, and 40% in meta with talent. Oh, okay. So, wait, did you change what you said, or did I misread what you said originally? Anyway, Havoc has a 5% leech with meta up, 10% with the Soul Raining talent. Soul Raining talent. Oh, I'm thinking Vengeance. Yeah, that's Vengeance, yeah. What do you think will be the stronger healer next patch? Druid or Paladin? I think Druid's still going to be king just because they have a more applicable utility kit. Like, and the meta supports them more. Like, these groups that run with 0 battle reses, they need a Resto Druid, right? But maybe they don't because they use engineering or whatever. But, like, If you're just looking at classes, the meta right now, it includes no battle res besides Resto Druid. So that's a problem. But I definitely think that Paladin is the stronger healer, for sure. Like, they bring so much to the table. It's just not always useful, and it's much harder to maximize. That's the thing, like, Resto Druid's kit is, like, made for healing 5-mans. Like, it was born to heal 5-mans. Pally's wasn't, but it's still very good. Pally will be better for higher keys and better comp/communication, specifically for that DPS, yeah. I'm going to have to order a pizza tonight. Yeah, I'm going to have to order Wendy's tonight. Good thing I got some donations to kind of compensate for it in the future. Anyway, hey Metro, I made an execute weak aura for Breath of the Dying. It works at 20% and 80% for rank 2. I don't know what any of that means. Sorry, man. Even on Grievous weeks, you'd think Pally's better. Oh, Grievous week is when Pally's the best, yeah. They can bop off Grievous. You know that, right? Multiple physical immunities. Bop and bubble. I feel like Holy Pally is kind of like Fire Mage. In Pugs, it's sometimes hard to maximize, you think? Maybe. I don't play it enough, but I didn't feel like I had no problems playing it last week, and I'm not very good at it. Battle Res depends on the dungeon, whether it's needed or it's just nice to have. It's always needed, if you ask me. Again, if you're doing keys when you never die, that's not the average, right? Like, there's going to be deaths, so... A death on a boss is crippling if you have no battle res. Like, that's it. You might lose the key over that. If Fire Mage is overrated because they are weak outside CDs, then Holy Pally should be considered overrated. Why? Holy Pally's CDs, they're not, what are we talking about here? What's needed about Holy Pally? You're talking about Rep Pally? I understand Rep Pally. What do you need Holy Pally? I don't get it. It's completely different, right? You could do a dungeon without using wings once, and you'd still be fine. I don't get it. I do dislike how Holy Pally devote their CDs to damage. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, most of their wings usage is going to be on trash, or on DPS, it is. So I don't really see why that would come into play. Anyway. Okay, so Assassination Rogue. In high keys, playing around wings is almost a requirement. You mean like without wings, you literally can't heal enough to keep everybody alive? Again, I don't know. I don't know anything about this, so let's keep moving. Balance Druid. Balance brings an unmatched utility kit. I'm glad that he put that, because that's a really important way to put that. And can put out fantastic damage in single target and small cleave situations. They're taking a few small nerfs this patch, but they're also getting a buff in the form of a 12% vision proc rate increase. Right, and vision is going to be the essence that probably scales the best with the neck levels. So I think classes that use visions, and even classes that don't use visions, are probably going to want to start using it, but... yeah, I think Visions is going to be a really good essence by the end of this expansion. Anyway, Resto Druid's losing metagame share, which may happen, is also good news for balance, as the suite of Druid utility will become far more valuable. It's true, they don't have Vortex, though, which is kind of a big deal. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but it is a big deal. So, but one way or the other, Balance Druid and Ellie Shaman have the best utility kits in the game for range. Like, that's just a fact, right? So, I don't know, like... Fire Mage doesn't really have any utility. They have like a, what's the CD on this? 20-second CD? I guess that's decent. But that's it. Ring of Frost, I guess people are talking about. I don't know a use for it, so I'm unaware. But I would so far what I would have is, if it was my tier list, Havoc tier 1 number 1 overall, Rogue tier 2, or like Rogue tier 1 number 2 overall, Balanced Druid tier 1 number 3 overall. Then I would have Elemental Shaman, tier 2, number 1 overall. Mage, tier 2, number 2 overall. And then we would go from there based on the other specs. Is this Dratnos' analysis? Because this tier setup was the same as the one he had on his latest video. Yes, this is, yeah. People are associating Holy Pally with Glimmer build, which is wings dependent. Why? Then you're doing too low of a key if you never use wings. You can do a key without tanks, right? There's been people who've done keys without tanks, or without healers, sorry, so that's not true. Anyway, what else? Man, level 71 being 17k. I'm gonna have 71 15 minutes after logging in. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Quick question if you don't mind, Metro. Just ask the question, dude. You don't have to ask questions. I read every question. Okay, so let's go on now. Tier B, that's tier 3, technically. Even though, again, I don't really see a purpose to this designation. But anyway, B tier. Elemental can sustain impressive damage numbers and bring Tremor Totem, which can deal with the 3 fears put out by N'Zoth's lieutenants. Yeah, so this is a big deal. Like, there's a lot of fears now in the game in Season 4. So, Shaman really should be higher, 100%. Shaman has got such a good fucking utility kit, man. They are so valuable in terms of utility. Anyway, elementals are the only range spec that have a short CD on interrupt, which means they can potentially fit into the groups that already have a ranged player without compromising the kick situation. So he doesn't even mention why they're not tier 2, which I think is just maybe a little lazy. I don't really know, but you have to, at this point, if you're past like the top end, you have to start mentioning why they're not the top end. Otherwise, it's just not very well explained. You know what I mean? Like, if you have 10 things in tier C, why can't you have 10 things in tier A? There has to be a reason for that. And he doesn't explain that. But if I was to give a reason, it would be because Shaman has poor mobility and poor defensive. Like I said, Balance Druid would be higher than Shaman for me. And that's because they have much better flexibility in terms of damage reduction. And they have much better on movement abilities. Whereas Shaman has very poor mobility and very poor defensives. But they have way better utility. And they have probably better overall damage, even though it's slightly lower single target. So I would say Shaman's slightly worse than Druid, for sure. But the utility is so fucking good, man. It's hard to say that. They have such a wide swath of utility. And something that's not ever brought up, but is absolutely really, really good. Earthquake knocking down mobs. If you think like a rogue, like gouging a mob to interrupt an ability is good, then you should love Earthquake knockdown. Because every once in a while, it's going to get big casts that you weren't going to be able to get yourself. Like, it happens all the fucking time when you play with Ellie. They get key spells, like especially spells that are like 3-second casts where you're kind of waiting to get the interrupt at the last second. Knocking that mob down is so valuable. It's unbelievable. You can't rely on it, but it's so valuable when it happens. Anyway, what else? What week do we get 475 corrupted gear from weekly chest? Yeah, 2 weeks in. I said Pally was doing too low K if they aren't having to use wings. There's nothing to do with it if you can run without a healer. Sure it is. If you can do a 20 without having to use wings, then you could... If you could do a 20 without having to have a healer, then you could do a 20 without having to use wings, right? So, anyway, I ain't no scaredy cat. How is your guild's rating plans going to look now that you are still going to go for Mythic EP first? Or are you going straight into Ny'alotha? Oh yeah, obviously we're going straight into Ny'alotha. For the Elemental Shaman, I think his ranking was due to opinion and lack of knowledge. Okay, yeah, I mean, I imagine that's what most people's rankings are. My guess is pure damage output. What, to make Bombkin better than Ellie? January 28th, Alan. In this video, he said they are tier B because of Ellie's defensives and mobilities. Oh, okay, so he's just basically copy and pasted his video in a weaker state onto Wowhead. That's unfortunate. By the way, random questions. Are the classes actually ranked in order in the tiers or just random order? I'd hope so. I hope so. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's just random. Yeah, I don't know. You guys watched the video, did he or not? Did he do tier 1 number 1? Or did he just do tier 1? These are the 3 classes. Anyway, in his method video, yeah, Outlaw was first, then Havoc. Okay, so he did do tier 1 number 1 kind of thing. To be fair, I don't think he ranks the specs inside the tier. The specs inside of tier A, for example, are all rated equal. Really? That's not good. I worry about some of these people. Anyway, Dratnos raids on an Ellie Shaman, lol. He knows the class, dude. Nah, he's just... he's our just S tier, etc. That's unfortunate. Personally, I'd put BM Hunter above Monk and Fury Warrior. Well, it's hard to even say if there's not... That's really unfortunate. You have to have a Cascade as well as a tier, right? No way he puts Enhance over Rep Pally. He already said something like this. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Rep Pally below Shadow Priest. That's... I didn't even think about that. That's pretty silly. Just why bother making these, though, if you're not going to at least put a little bit more effort into that? Anyway. Because it's for views, that's why. Anyway, in the MDI, Unholy is likely to reign supreme as they squell quadratically with the number of targets they're fighting. This means in a sufficiently large pool, their DPS... So this is pointless. Why am I even continuing to read this then? If that's the case, then there's no point to this tier list. It's just a complete waste of time. I guess we can just keep reading and give more thoughts on it. This means in a sufficiently large pool, their DPS can be truly ridiculous, and keys on live servers pool are rarely quite this big, though there's likely to move a little bit in this direction with the removal of emissaries, as those often get in the way of a massive pull. Yeah, obviously Unholy is Very good if it's played extremely, in a certain way, but it's unlikely that that's ever going to happen. I still think, I would say I would knock Unholy down a tier. I would knock DK down a tier entirely. For sure. I don't think DK is on the same level as Elemental Shaman, no way. And I certainly don't think Fury Warrior is either. But yeah, DK definitely not in the same tier as Elemental, no way. Anyway, Fury Warrior. Fury does incredible single target damage, and their cleave up to 5 targets is phenomenal with Cold Steel, Hot Blood, and Azurite trait, which is conveniently on all of their Nyalotha Azurite. Unfortunately, above 5 targets, their cleave stops scaling well due to a target cap on a buff conferred by Whirlwind. If massive pulls become the new normal, this would be very bad news for Fury, but if the focus on the new season is instead on murdering N'Zoth's lieutenants and their small sets of ads, Fury will be fantastic. He doesn't even, I mean, again, I don't know why I'm even reading this, because I guess it's just a watered down vision of the video or whatever, but yeah, it's unfortunate that so little effort has gone into this Wowhead post. You're not even going to mention Fury's lack of, if all you care about is damage, then I guess I understand why this tier list is the way it is, but Fury Warrior's got some big drawbacks. Anyway, what else? Yo, what's up? Metro, still no patch, correct. I'm playing whatever I want, Mythic Plus. Cool. He said multiple times that this tier list was put together for the highest possible keys. No, he didn't actually say that. Anyway, Warrior, Pally, Windwalker, Outlaw, Unholy is likely to be the MDI meta. Oh, Warrior, Holy Pally, you mean? Windwalker, Outlaw, Unholy. The thing about that is, I think the big thing that stops Paladin healers from being higher in the meta is that they can't be Night Elves. I haven't watched the MDI recently, and I do want to watch the MDI again this season, because I think it'll be more interesting now with the emissaries gone and shit, but I think that's the big problem. Mistweaver is too strong for MDI. Wait, why? Even if Pally can be melds, Mistweaver. I don't get it. Anyway, DK is the same level like Demon Hunter and Outlaw Rogue. What? You think DK is a tier 1 pick? I don't think that. I think he's got Unholy DK and there is big pools. Looks like they are back in season 2. I don't think so. I don't think they will be. Don't forget, the reason season 2 was the thing, like, for Unholy was because you can get, like, 0 value mobs that you can literally just take around with you and use to maximize your single target. That's never going to happen again. That was just because of reaping. Big pulls might happen, but you'd still be having to pull, like, 30 mobs to fully maximize Unholy DK. It's not like other specs couldn't also benefit from bigger pulls. There's a new PvP trinket on with SM. SM. So you don't need to be Night Elf anymore. What does that mean? You mean a skipping? There's a way to skip, a way to drop combat with the PvP trinket? Holy Pally is really go with the warrior tank. Like, really good. Oh, why? How come? Heard something about a Shadow Meld trinket coming? Huh. Look up the skill Way of the Crane for Mistweaver. I know what it is, but I don't see why that is going to make them. Way of the Crane does unlimited healing and big pulls. Yeah, but in big pulls, you're not really worried about healing, right? I don't get it. There's a Meld trinket? Yeah, it's news to me, Faxi. And back. Server's still down, by the way. Did you watch Dratnos 8.3 meta for Raid? Blood DK and Brewmaster. Nah, I'd try not to watch this dude's content, honestly. But in an MDI setting, the 30 pulls are normal. Sure, but we're not talking about the MDI. This is not an MDI tier list, is it? SM equals Shadow Meld. Okay, but what's the name of the trinket so I can look it up? New Meld trinket's going to be sick. Where do I get it? What's it from? Like in Underrot, you can pull all of Krogma's room, and the 4 Swarmers won't kill DPS since Crane will just out-heal it by 100 times. I guess I'd have to see it in action. I don't know. Wings can't do that. I know that, but I don't believe that you can pull all that and those mobs won't kill people. Like, are you saying that you're doubling the health pool? Like, that you're healing so much that every time anybody takes a single point in damage, they're immediately healed to full? I saw Dratnos in a BG last week. Nice. Another WoW E-Celeb you don't like. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because this dude's really just... I don't know. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Shadow Meld trinket is from PvP. How does that work? Oh, yeah, I'm coming up on my 6-month badge. Sweet. Theodorus. It's a PvP quest reward, maybe? Or from the box? If I remember, the Shadow Meld trinket is called Gladiator's Portal. Okay, let's look it up. But it's just a random item, right? 3 months ago. Gladiator's Portal opens a gateway to the void for 6 seconds that can be used by any bearer of this trinket. Entering the void grants you a bunch of speed, after which you will be removed. Wait, what? Oh, for 6 seconds. Players within the void cannot be seen by players outside. Exiting the void increases damage taken equal to your corruption for 6 seconds. Oh, wow. Melee range instant. That's weird. Let's see it on Wowhead. Is that even in the game? Because there's not even a Wowhead link. This must be it. I guess. Corrupted Gladiator's Breach. Is this it? This is it, yeah. 360? Why is it at 360? There's no info about it. That's weird. Corrupted Gladiator's Breach, yeah. You can. It does insane HPS. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. Anyway, happy patch day. Hey, Randall, what's up? 1 tick of damage gets instantly topped with Crane and Big Pulls. Unless the hit is a direct one-shot, which is rare. Okay, cool. Well, I'll have to take your word for it. It's on Wowhide. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I don't know. There's no info on it, so I'd like to see more about it, but doesn't it say that only other players can't see you? So that doesn't include mobs. It's a PTR PvP reward. Gotcha. Well, either way, there's no info on it, so I guess that's interesting. I won't have that trinket, though. Okay, so anyway, back to this. Fury Warrior, we talked about them. Windwalker. Monks are getting a small set of single target buffs, but at Mythic Plus they're already quite good due to a strong AoE kit that doesn't require any serious single target sacrifices. If Brewmasters fall in popularity, Windwalker may benefit as their Mystic Touch, and Ring of Peace will be more in demand. That's a good point. Windwalker probably sees a good uptick this season, right? They were already good, and those buffs aren't hurting, and they have decent utility when it's needed. And now if Brewmaster isn't like the go-to pick, then you're going to see a lot more Windwalkers, I think. Hopefully. I don't know, but maybe. I like Windwalker. I think Windwalker would be really good. And Beast Mastery Hunter, let's see what he says about them. Beast Mastery features fairly good damage at any number of targets, especially big AoE, and Binding Shot can be very useful to take some pressure off the tank. I don't see too much changing for Beast Mastery this patch and expect them to continue to perform at about the level they did in the Fury. So I would say like Windwalker and Beast Mastery have been like the most consistent specs this expansion. Like if you think your class is better than Beast Mastery, then it's very good. If you think it's worse than Beast Mastery, then it's bad. You know what I mean? I've always looked at it that way. So this is basically just, I mean, this is why doing it as a spec basis is a really poor idea. Because it's like you've basically now just chunked all the specs that aren't top tier into this bin. Literally every single one of these is besides Priest. Priest is the only unique class to the C tier. And then Demo and Warlock's D tier. But this is not really how you want to make a tier list, right? Like a Frost Mage can just switch to Fire. So I don't really know why you would put Frost as its own category. But anyway, there are some rumblings in the Mage category of Resurgence of Frost in A3. They're an incredible spec if the strategy involves pulling big and then kiting, something we've seen in Toll de Gore, as they can control a large number of mobs indefinitely with their slows. That's all he's got to say about Frost. Anyway, I have to wait like 15 hours for the patch and like 7 more to be able to play it. Oh, that sucks. Can these servers just come online already? Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't, honestly. I figured we'd be playing already by now. BM is great damage, good DRs, semi-immune. I'm happy where it's at. Yeah, I think BM is like the perfect, they're like in a very balanced place right now, for sure. Brewmasters aren't way to go anymore. What is? Back to Prot Warrior? Yeah, I'd say Prot Warrior probably again. Just, I don't know. We'll see what the corruption does to the classes, but the only reason Brewmaster was so good was because, honestly, I feel like it was just Ring. Ring of Peace for the emissaries was so big. Anyway, he puts Shadow Priest in C tier, and yet Max pulled... Well, that is... I mean, are you joking? That has nothing to do with a tier list. Anyway, let's take a look at Shadow Priest. Shadow is taking a heavy set of nerfs. They may eventually be able to outscale these nerfs in Raid, but in Mythic Plus, I worry that their damage will not recover. Big concern is damage. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't even be looking at this then. I thought this was like his full effort, but I guess he basically didn't even include most of the info he made on a video somewhere. I don't know, man. It's just a shame. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to talk about this. Anyway, EU maintenance is till 1400 CET. Gotcha. They did say 6 p.m. East Coast. Yeah, no. This is what I expected. Like, the servers to be down. Or this is what everybody should expect, the servers to be down. It's not like I'm upset that they're down. But the last 3 major patches all came up like 5 hours early. So I was kind of thinking they might. It's looking like it'll be back to Thunderclap Gods this season. I got my Prot Warrior alt ready to go. Nice. Only thing I really dislike about Hunter is Aspect of the Turtle. It's 8 seconds long. I want to go back to how it was when it was 2 charges of 4 seconds. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Anyway. Okay, yeah, let's talk about Warlock. Demonology is generally the strongest of the Warlock specs in Mythic Plus, as they are less cooldown dependent and their damage ramps up more quickly. They are happy about the Vision of Perfection buff, but they will continue to suffer from their inability to interrupt without losing damage, and the fact that their damage profile still compares poorly in Mythic Plus to non-Warlocks. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I definitely think Destro's probably... Again, if he's not actually ranking these in order, and I would say Destro is... I would probably take Destro nowadays. If you're going to play a Warlock, you got to overcome the problem of not having an interrupt right now. And I don't think Destro's damage is that much worse than Demo's. I know it probably still is, but I don't think it's that much worse. Like, I think that just having an interrupt is more valuable than doing a little bit more damage, honestly. But yeah, I would definitely say Warlock's low tier. Let's see. We can make... There's that tier list thing. What is that? Tier list maker? I don't know what that even is. There's like a website. Okay, cool. How do you do it? Make your own template? Well, the Warcraft expansions? What? That's not what we're looking for. Worlds. Classes. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, Pally's already there. So yeah, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. There should really only be 4 tiers. We don't. How do you get rid of these? Delete, clear row, delete row. There really should never be more than 4 tiers in a tier list. Okay, unless you're talking about a game like League where there's just like hundreds of. Anyway, all the dot specs took a hit this patch, so I've heard. Yeah, rip locks. Yeah, no doubt about this. How do I get rid of this? Why is that there? Oh, cool. Drag it. All right. Anyway, let's do this ourselves. I was watching a crazy speed clear of a heroic EP, and there was a rogue that did 455k DPS on Ashvane. What the fuck? How? Would they pull a ton of trash to the boss or something? Hey, is that even possible? Because the gate doesn't even open until you kill the trash. How did they do that? Anyway, what's up, like a spider? What's up? We'll see in a month or two from now how if the meta has changed. 5 resto shamans, all using loyals. Oh, so they died on purpose. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Where'd you see that? I'd like to watch that. There have to be comps that help locks, though, to be honest. Like Blood DK for Battle Res, Demon Hunter. You would have plenty of interrupts. Yeah, but again, you can't really be... you can't be worrying about comps. Okay, so Tier 1, number 1 overall is Havoc Demon Hunter for sure. Tier 1, number 1 for me is definitely Havoc Demon Hunter. They bring extreme... They have the best access to damage for sure. I don't believe that that's false. Like, I think that's definitely true. The best access to damage out of any spec in the game with demonic talent. They have probably the best utility kit in the game. The problem is some of the utility isn't as valuable as I think it is, or it's not as usable as it might seem. Like the magic debuff is the only utility in the game that can be brought like that, but you don't really need it. It's not really as important as it might seem. If it was a melee buff, then they would definitely be top, like no way. But yeah, range is just kind of on the outs right now. And they definitely have the best defensives for sure. I don't buy this double immunity rogue shit. Like maybe it's really good in really top keys, but day to day, it's I don't. Demon Hunter's ability to heal regularly is way more valuable than just straight up defensives. And they definitely have the best mobility, which wasn't even talked about in any of these tier lists. And I understand why, because when you're doing keys at the highest level, you don't really think about mobility. It doesn't seem important, but you don't realize why it is until you fail because you have a slow class. Like when you got 4 dudes up there and 1 dude who's still behind, then you start to realize mobility becomes a big deal. Big Dumb Guild did that strat. Pretty interesting. Oh, cool. It's 38-second kill. That's nuts. It's in your Discord. Sweet. I'll probably check it out later tonight or something. So tier 1, number 1 for me is definitely Havoc. Tier 1, number 2, though, definitely Rogue. Rogue still, I guess Shroud is still going to be really good. I think it's not nearly as good as it would have been in Season 3 and before, of course, but I don't know that for sure because maybe I'm wrong about how Lieutenants are going to work out. I like to say that Rogue is going to be less valuable, but it's still going to be needed for things like Toll de Gore, which sucks because I can never find good Rogues for that. And it's still kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's still being disserviced by Outlaw. I feel like Outlaw is still doing this class a disservice because everybody thinks it's so valuable, and maybe it is at some level of play, but for the average key, like your day-to-day pugging, Outlaw is just, I just think it's worse than Assassination. Like for me, good single target boss damage is always going to be more valuable nowadays for what I'm doing, you know? So I still think, Outlaw's still a great pick though, of course, but I would rather see Assassination. And then tier 1, number 3 overall is going to be Bombkin for sure. That's Bombkin. We can't actually specify because it's a Druid Claw, but that is Bombkin, not Feral. Bombkin has the best utility kit, the most applicable utility kit. Let's put it that way. Even though Shaman's is better, it's wider. It's not all very useful pack to pack. Trees is without question the best utility in the game for an actual group like that is worried about their own group. And Solar Beam, even though maybe it's not as good as it was in Legion, it's still unbelievable. An interrupt of multiple targets all at once and a silence is huge. And it's on a longer CD, so that makes it tougher for bosses, but it's still really good. Of course, you're bringing a ranged, you know what you're getting with interrupts. Like, you're not going to get a short interrupt, right? So if you need an interrupt like this is the best one in the game. And then, of course, they have Battle Res and knockback, which are things that aren't necessarily looked at as needed nowadays because other picks have brought in them. But it's like in a vacuum, battle res and knockback are still so valuable, especially now that sanguine has become a bigger issue. So that's tier 1. Anyway, let's read. Just back, what is this tier list you're working through? Yeah, just a DPS tier list, just kind of like a answer to what we were just talking about. Let's watch it quick on stream. What's that? I won't be watching. I can't watch other people's videos on stream. Buy Swiftness Pots as a slow class? Nah, you can't use CDs like that. Just roll Mechanome for TD. One of their ratios is Lockpick. Yeah, more Alliance biased, right? Plus, an Assassination is pretty decent AoE, right? Assassination's like good, but they have to build for it, I guess, whereas Outlaw doesn't have to do either. They're good at kind of everything. Anyway, tier 1, number 3, Feral. No. Mike laughs. Yeah, I laugh too sometimes. Okay. No, you can also invite Ellie Shaman, which has a short kick. Again, most classes as range don't have a long interrupt, right? So, okay, so that's tier 1. I don't know if I want to put Ellie on tier 1, but I'm going to say no just for now. Okay, so tier 1, number 2, or tier 2, number 1 overall is going to be Elemental Shaman. Elemental Shaman has incredible burst DPS, very good sustained DPS. Probably better than Bombkin in that way. Like, they might do better DPS pack to pack than Bombkin, but I think Bombkin is definitely going to be better off this season now with Vision of Perfection getting stronger and stronger. But either way, Ellie's true strength is not its damage. It is their utility. They bring an unprecedented amount of different types of utility. I've covered this in the past a lot, but I mean, there's so many things. You're talking about AoE stun, a short-ranged interrupt, which is the only one in the game. The Ankh skips, these things are so valuable. Earthquake knockdown, these things are so freaking valuable. So yeah, I think Ellie definitely tier 2, number 1 overall. The only reason that they're not on tier 1 is because they have pretty weak defensives and they have pretty weak utility, or they have pretty weak mobility. Mobility isn't as big of a thing as I make it sound, but it is one of the 4 factors I typically look at when I'm making these lists. So I'd still say that it does hinder them a bit, but it's really not as big of a deal, especially with Frost Shock. You know, it's okay. So, but yeah, the big problem is defensives. They have the worst. They are definitely the worst defensive class in the game. Shaman, both as Ellie and Enhance, have the worst defensives out of any class in the game, and that's just not really an opinion. So that holds them back for sure. But still, tier 2 is a testament to how good their utility actually is. Tier 2, number 2 overall is Mage. Right now, Frost Mage and Fire Mage, in my opinion, are extremely valuable equally. Frost Mage is going to do way better damage pack to pack, but Fire Mage is known for that insane burst priority target. So I think both are something that you should consider. I would never really recommend Arcane because they have to choose between either single target damage or AoE damage. But when they do like, you know, when they are focused on one, they can do really good damage. The problem is they have to be in melee range for actually AoEing, which is not ideal, right? You don't want to do that. So yeah, that's the thing about Fire and Frost. They can do damage off their main target on, like, they can cleave instead of just straight AoE. Like Arcane, they can only AoE. So either way, Mage is there because they have very good damage. They have good access to damage too. Their utility or their CD kit is set up very well for it. They also have decent utility. You know, Fire's got AoE interrupt, which I guess is on a short CD, but mostly it's the kiting thing. Like, the slows are more valuable than people think they are, especially on some weeks. So I really like Frost Mage on some keys, and you know, kiting is never a problem. I always like to kite if I can, like when I need to, but I don't often need to with the keys I'm doing. And then of course defense. They have the best defense in the game for. They're the only ranged with an immunity, and Frost Mage actually has 2 copies of ice, whatever it's called, ice block. Yeah, they have 2 copies of it. So yeah, definitely the best defensive caster in the game. And they also have whatever ice barrier or whatever that's really good too. So and also their mobility is above average. Like blink is a very good ability, and they actually have a talent that makes it even better. So that's mage. After that, tier 2 number 3 is going to be Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monk is a really good pick right now. They're probably a little overshadowed because people like Demon Hunter and Rogue so much. But I really like Windwalker because they have very consistent and good, like kind of like spread cleave. You know what I mean? Like they do an even amount of damage to multiple targets thanks to how their CDs work. And, like Fist of Fury. And it's such a big part of their damage, and it's going to hit multiple targets. But they also bring a really good utility kit, a slept-on utility kit, if you ask me. It's just as good as Brewmaster or Windwalker, or as Mistweaver, right? It's the exact same kit. And Ring of Peace can be absolutely invaluable when you need it. The only problem with them is that their best utilities kind of all compete with each other. But they do have an AoE stun. They have Ring of Peace, and of course they bring Mystic Touch or whatever it's called. So the 5% physical damage, which there's no reason that shouldn't be looked at as a very important utility with how many DPS are playing how are playing the way they're playing right now. What I mean to say is multiple melee instead of multiple ranged. Okay, so rounding off tier 4 is going to be... Oh, there it is. Tier 4, number 4. Overall, number 8, or no, overall number 7 is Hunter. I think Hunter's in a really good place right now, and they have a lot of flexibility. They're definitely the most mobile ranged. They have some of the strongest defensives. I'd say probably the second best defensive ranged. Their damage is consistent. They have very good access to damage too. They probably have the best access to damage of any ranged, just because how their CDs work and like the way they could reduce their CDs on their CDs. And they also have what else haven't I mentioned? Oh, utility. They have a pretty wide utility kit. It's not very applicable. It's almost as wide as Shamans. It's just way less applicable. Like they don't have AoE stun anymore. They lost that. They have AoE slow, but it's pretty much the same thing as Earthbind Totem. They have some good things, and I'm sure people will come up with some reasons why they're valuable. But Hunter's just very capable right now. I feel like they're kind of like the baseline. Like if you think your spec is better than Hunter, then it's a very good spec. If you think your spec is worse than Hunter, then they're a poor spec. That's the way I would look at it. So that's tier 2. Let's read some of the comments. What else? Chain Lightning. Okay, we missed a lot of comments. Let's scroll up. Oh, we missed way too many. Ellie has the same problem as Fury Warrior. Captain Earthquake requires tank to stand as they're like a tree and don't move, which is even worse than Fury, really. Don't you think Bombkin's damage is too low? No, not at all. Mind Freeze is a short-range interrupt. Yeah, we're talking about range specs. How about Rets? Rets going to be coming up. Ellie don't have a target cap like Fury. He has on Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is your builder, not your spender, correct? Yeah. For Ellie, though, you can spec into Spirit Wolf, giving you 60% movement speed the entire time. I feel like that's pretty fast. It's about in-combat mobility, though, Chris, not out-of-combat mobility. Fury Spender has an AoE cap, which is a big deal, right? Tier 2, rank 4. Don't. Anyway, I just watched the 40-second Ashvane kill. It's awesome. Nice. Arcane Mage would be nice on a bolstering Tyrannical week. Why? Target cap's not an issue unless it's the MDI. There's very few important pulls where it's a limiting factor. Yeah, I would tend to agree. This is not really a thing. Anyway, doesn't need you to stand in place. Hence, Fury wins with Ellie. I mean, if we're only talking about DPS, maybe, but that's so little of a part of my topics. I would put Ret Paladin in tier B2. They will be strong this season, I bet. Yeah, we'll see. Unless you're pugging, then it's the opposite, which this list takes into consideration. I think so. It's all AoE, and they provide tons of off heals and immunities to the party. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Pally here. Windwalker is totally immobile when using their big CD. They are 100% rooted, not good for Mythic Plus. Why is that? You talking about Fist of Fury? It's not like you're immobile for like 2 minutes straight, right? Anyway, I always think of Rep Pally as bring a class that is party's oh shit button. Yeah, me too. I hit rival on my Rep Pally for 2k. Sweet. Why is balance so high? Trees are cool, but often not needed. No, they're always needed. That's just... I don't believe people play a tank if they think they're not needed. Anyway, and the silence is like 10% the times cool, but 90% the times a short CD kick is just better. Well, we are trying to compare range separately because obviously melee is just kind of better than ranged. If you're thinking that, then that means just like all melee should be tier 1 and all range should be tier 2, and that's just not really fair to them. So you do have to kind of suspend your disbelief a little bit on that. Like, you have to understand that ranged comes with longer CD interrupts. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Single target, they are strong, but AoE, they are weak. We're talking about balance. Yeah, balance is going to do slightly less overall damage, but it doesn't matter because most of the time your priority damage is going to be all that matters. At least in Season 3. Maybe some reason that won't matter in Season 4. Why would you consider Bombkin damage low? They just don't do a lot of AoE. That's the problem. It's harder to do more so. But okay, so anyway, so let's move on. Tier 3, here we go. Tier 3, number 1, what is that? 8 overall is Ret Paladin. Ret Paladin is something in the past that I would have had higher, but sadly they've just dropped a lot just because it seems like a lot of their damage is really front-loaded into wings now. I have seen Paladins do absolutely insane damage on pack-to-pack, but then you look at their overall and it's pretty low. And the only reason I could think that is just because it's difficult to maximize your damage without wings. Now, one thing to say for them that might see them rise is, of course, Vision of Perfection is going to be continuing improving. It's going to improve even stronger this season, right? So it could make Ret even better, and I think Ret is a great pick. I would take a Ret to every key I do if I could, because they have an insane utility kit, and they're insanely bulky. They're definitely the most bulky ranged, or most bulky melee. I would say they're tied with Havoc. I don't know. Havoc's really good because they have way better sustain, but Paladin is way, like, they have better immunity. They have better defense, right? So it depends on which you prefer, but they have insane group-wide utility. Things like Freedom, things like Bop, things like Land Hands, and of course Word of Glory. These things are absolutely invaluable when you're pugging because you never know when the healer's not going to be able to keep up or even die. So Paladin's kit in general might make a perfect opportunity to survive a mistake like that. So that's why tier 3, because they're definitely not as strong as, I'd say they're behind Windwalker right now just because Windwalker has better access to damage and better utility. But Paladin are a great pug pick, and I think them at tier 1, number 1 on tier 3 is a great slot for them. So next up I would have Fury Warrior, and I guess Arms, I don't know, maybe it's different, but either way I've only really ever seen people play Fury, so Warrior in general is going to be tier 2 on number 3, or number 2. I'm messing this up because we're trying to go as fast as possible. Okay, so Warrior is number 2 on tier 3, and that's because they have insane damage right now. People always talk about this target cap, but the way I do keys, I just never see that being an issue, so I don't really even care about that. But more so, they have very good damage consistently, and they actually have better bulk than I used to give them credit for. I didn't realize how much healing they could do with this Azurite trait and the Bloodthirst stuff, so they have better bulk than I give them credit for, and that's a reason that I might move them up to tier 3. But in general, I think they're going to be relatively, they're kind of, they just lack a dimension past damage. You know what I mean? They don't have very good utility at all. In fact, I think they probably have the worst utility kit in the game. So if you think that's not important, then you might see them up higher. But for me, it is very important. So I would see Fury down among, a spec that I wouldn't probably ever take when pugging. Because unless you're going to get like insane damage from them, which you better, then you're going to get nothing from that role. You're not going to have a class that could really, like, solo mechanics. You're not going to have a class that's going to be able to bring big utility. They don't bring battle res. They don't bring bloodlust. They don't bring any of that, like, intangible things like, Shroud. Things that you really kind of just got to check off the list when you're talking about utility in a 5-man, right? So that's tier 2, number 2, or tier 3, number 2. Tier 3, number 3 is Death Knight. Death Knight, I think, is kind of getting a bit of a overhyped job right now because of Unholy being so powerful in this quadratic scaling situation. But I wouldn't really say that's applicable day to day. Like, in terms of keys, I don't really think it's very important. In terms of keys that I do normally, I wouldn't ever look at this and be like, oh, we really need an Unholy DK. If you're in a situation where you do need it, then obviously it's the only thing in the game that really works that way, so it's invaluable. But for me, day-to-day keys, I think both Frost and Unholy are solid. The problem is their utility isn't very good. Like, Death Grip is incredible utility, but I guess people are thinking it's better to just interrupt mobs with stuns now, and things like Blind and Gouge and shit. Like, CDs that aren't meant to actually stop the mob from casting, but do anyway. So it kind of just gets overridden by Rogue and Outlaw especially. But to me, Death Grip is the best utility in the game because it allows something that no other spec in the game has access to, and that is to combined packs that shouldn't normally be combinable. Like, when we're talking about a pack with like 3 casters and 3 melee, you've combined 2 packs of whatever, 4. You got 8 targets, 5 of them are melee, 3 of them are ranged. You're not going to be able to get all 3 of them together quickly without Death Grip, unless you have like incredible coordination, right? So your average group is not going to have that. So that is why Death Grip is so supremely valuable, because that you just increase the DPS of your group, right? Like if you had to kill those 5 mobs and then move on to the 3 ranged, you know what I'm saying? Like in the hypothetical situation that might happen, that is such a huge DPS loss. It's unbelievable. So even though Death Grip is that strong, that's pretty much all they bring, because Battle Res is just, overridden by by Bombkin. It's not, just the Bombkin version is just better because it doesn't require resources. And the big thing that hurts DK though is their defensive and mobility problems. They have some big problems with defense, and even though they have gotten some buffs this expansion, I'd still say them as one of the weaker defensively, melee-wise. The only thing they do have going for them, though, is AMS, which obviously if you ever need to completely negate a mechanic, it's possible with AMS. There's not many of those. The only one that comes to mind is Rixa, right, in Motherlode, but there's not many of them that I could think of, so maybe there's more. But yeah, I think they're pretty weak defensively. So they have decent damage, like they're good damage-wise, and their utility is kind of weak, so that's a big problem. And then finally we have Shadow Priest on rounding out Tier 3. Shadow Priest is a spec that I used to have zero respect for, but they are definitely decent. The problem, though, is their utility is just absolute garbage. Like, they have the worst utility kit in the game for ranged, like, for sure. Fury Warriors is worse, obviously, because they just have none. But Shadow Priest utility is, like, so pointless. Like, they have some utility, but it's just weaker versions of every other specs in the game. And it's just either that or it's just pointless. Like, you have no use case for it, really. Like, Massive Spell, like, such small use case, dungeon to dungeon, you know what I mean? So there's never a time when I see a Shadow Priest and think, I really want that. And that's why I have them lower than Warrior, too, because they're kind of similar. Warrior's like the melee of Shadow Priest, but they do so much more damage now, especially since Shadow Priest is getting nerfed. They do so much more damage, and Shadow Priest just, I don't know. They're a ramp class anyway, which is getting nerfed, and it's always been weak in most keys outside of fortified weeks. But yeah, I don't know. I've just kind of never really liked Shadow. They're very immobile. They're definitely, very immobile. Second most immobile ranged. Second most immobile class, period. And they just don't really have a lot of options, you know what I mean? I feel like they do decent damage, but their utility kit is terrible. Their defensive is really bad. That's the big problem, too. Their defensive kit is horrible. It's good for raids when you only need it every once in a while, but you want consistent defense, and Shadow Priest just doesn't have that. So Tier 4, moving on. Hey, let's read the comments before we do that. So that's Tier 3. Paladin, Tier 1. Paladin, number 1 in Tier 3. Then Warrior, then DK, then Priest. Okay, so we missed a lot of comments. Let's see. Stream keeps buffering for me. I'm not going to be able to read them all. Demon Hunter is way shorter CD to their defenses. Pally is very long. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the thing about Pallies is it's good for that really big hit that only happens infrequently. They're gods at that, where Demon Hunter is not really. But Demon Hunter is going to be way better sustain over the course of a dungeon. Like, they're going to heal more than actual damage healers at times, or than actual healers at times. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Pally can help others with their utility, right? That's the thing. Pally's utility is really unique, and in Tier 4, they definitely have the best utility. Like, look at the other classes, right? Terrible. They're all bad. So, anyway, you also have to stand still when tanking with an unholy DK in your group. Oh, really? Well, I don't know. I don't really look at that as a problem. I don't look at that as something to disqualify them. Although I don't think Fury is close to Tier 1, they do have the best access to damage out of all specs. Oh, I definitely disagree with that, yeah. If you didn't play a DK, would you put Frost or Unholy higher on your personal pick list? You mean if I was already a Blood DK, would I want to see a DK in my group? Maybe for certain dungeons, yeah. Just because there's a couple places that you want to mind control. Or you can line of sight. Also, you're forgetting DK DPS, insane Death Strike healing. Maybe I'm forgetting it, but I don't think it's as good as... It's certainly not any better than, like, Demon Hunters, right? Anyway, I ring caster ranged mobs into combining packs regularly. Yeah, it's possible, but if the 3 mobs are like all spread out and you can't hit them all with the ring, it's not really going to be possible. Hey, Wolf, what's up? If you aren't using ring as a defensive, then you aren't pulling enough. Oh, yeah. The utility of Shadow is like 0, PvE in mind. In PvE, yeah, definitely. In PvE, it's just terrible. Shadow Priest damage depends too much on chain pulling and having the mobs live long enough to ramp. Gotcha. I doubt you've ever played with the good Shadow Priest if that's your thought. No, I have for sure. I mean, what are you going to change my mind on? This is the problem. Like, we're not talking about whether or not the player is good or not. We're talking about the theory of the class. And this is what separates what I believe my list from these top key pushers lists, is because they're not talking about the theory of the class. You know what I mean? They're talking about the realistic, like the things that are demonstrably strong about the class. But I'm considering the theory of the class. Like, tell me what's strong about Shadow Priest. Tell me why you think Shadow Priest is not in the position it's in. You can't, because it doesn't have anything going for it. At best, even if they did like 100% more damage than every other class in the game, you'd still only want one of them. You know what I mean? Because damage isn't everything in keys. You need them to bring something besides damage, and they don't. They don't bring anything else. They have poor defensives, poor utility, and poor mobility, if not the worst in some of those categories. Anyway, things only die too fast in low keys. If you push, there's always time for ramp up. Sure, but it's just better to have on-demand burst, right? Like, if we're talking about ramp or burst, we want burst, right? Does anybody disagree with that? This tier accounts for lower keys and pugs, right? This tier list accounts for all keys. For all keys. It's not just 20s and it's not just zeros. You know what I mean? It's the theory of the class that we're talking about here. Anyway, any estimates on when the servers come up? They estimated 6 p.m., but I'm sure it'll be up before that. It's the unnerved Death Strike from Legion. It's extremely strong, almost lay on hands like. Fair enough. But it does require a resource, right? So it's a big DPS loss. More like ramp versus on demand. You can have ramp and burst. Yeah, okay, on demand, whatever you want to call it. I assume people are playing as high as they can, so aren't melting mobs. You got to, again, take that out. Take the people out. This is not a tier list about people. This is not about people playing a class or how they play it. It's about the theory of the classes. It's about, in a vacuum, how these classes are represented in a Mythic Plus landscape. So, they do giga damage. They have top tier healing CDs and vamp healing CDs. We'll address these things. They have fort. They have grip, which is good. In high keys, power words, self-healing. Okay, so let's talk about this. First of all, they don't do giga damage, right? They're not the best DPS spec in the game. That's just false. So maybe they do good damage, but that's subjective, right? And they're getting nerfed, so that's not helping their case in Season 4. They have a top-tier healing CD and Vampiric Embrace. They don't. In my opinion, that is not a top-tier healing CD. They have Word of Glory is considerably better than Vampiric Embrace because it's accessible much easier. And even though it's a DPS loss for the Paladin, it's still way stronger. Like, it's going to do more healing. So they have a CD, a healing CD, but it's not very good. And it's on it's too restrictive to use in 5-mans. It's great in raids, but it's way too restrictive to use in 5-mans. They have fort. That's actually not a thing. Like, you don't even want fort at times. There's times where people click fort off. So that's really not a good case for them. But either way, the classes that bring those buffs that are just brought by scrolls is really diminished value. They have grip, which is good in higher keys. Why? I don't see why it would be. Why would you ever need to grip somebody? What case is there? I cannot think of a case where I've ever wanted to be gripped. So I don't know that case. And power words, shield, self-healing. So again, we're talking about mediocre defenses at best compared to, say, mage or even warlock. These defensives are terrible. You know what I mean? You're using resources and globals to put abilities on yourself that might not even actually defend yourself. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't use it perfectly, it might just expire. So these are very poor defensives compared to other classes. There's nothing wrong with Priest, but they're tier 4 or they're tier 3 at this point. So unrelated question. Do you know how big the upgrade is? Yeah, 7 gig. But if you download the PTR, it's nothing. Shackle Undead. Shackle Undead is probably the best utility they have, honestly. That might actually be the best utility they have. Your best case for convincing me of this is giving me some examples of where Shackle Undead and Mass Dispel are mandatory utilities. That would be the best case for anybody to convince me that Shadow Priest is higher than Death Knight. And they're never going to be higher than Warrior. That's not happening. But to move up one spot, you would have to convince me of how their utility is better than Death Knight's. Right now, I know why Death Knight's utility is good. But I don't know why Priest is good, if it is at all. So anyway, hey, Darius, what's up? Not to change the rhythm of the stream right now, but Classic is up. Yeah, I'm not changing to Classic, dude. Anyway, the damage of Shadow is great. That's it, lol. Nice stand buff. Whoop, whoop. The healing CDs are just not that relevant in dungeons. Yeah, they're just way better in larger content, you know? High Tyrannical Motherload on third boss for Massive Spell. Shackle Undead. Okay, so but more than one example, ideally. You know what I mean? Obviously, King's Rush Shackle can be good, but what other dungeons? You know, more than one dungeon has to have applicability. Like, you can't say that, like, you know, like Havoc's got a better utility than that, and they could use it on pretty much every single pack in the game, right? So if you're going to compare Shackle and Dead, it has to be multiple places. So Atal, yeah, fair enough. That's a good one. Okay, so anyway, let's keep going. We'll come back to that. So tier 4 is, there's not enough options to add here because it's a little awkward, but tier 4 right now, tier 4 number 1 overall is going to be Warlock. I have Warlock. Typically, I would put Warlock on tier 3 and Shadow Priest on tier 4, but I do think Warlock's just worse right now because their utility kit is even worse than Shadow Priest in some ways. They do have very good utility. They have a couple things that are very good. That's Soulstone, which is absolutely the best battle res in the game because it can be used preemptively, meaning you can skip things with it instead of just use it to battle res people. You can't do that with anything but Ankh. They also have Gateway, which is also invaluable in some scenarios. Like you cannot do things without it, and it's really an exploitative ability. There's things even now that I don't think Blizzard fully understands how exploitative this ability is. But past that, they don't really have. I mean, they have Hellstones, I guess, which are good. But it's hard to say that that's a utility, but it is. And then that's it. They don't have anything else. They have no interrupt, which is actually a negative on their report card. A big problem having no interrupt if you play Demo. And I think Demo is still the better of the specs. But for me, I would want to see a Destro Warlock in my key. If I was inviting a Warlock, I'd want to see him play Destro. Because I don't think the utility is like... I don't think the damage is worth more than utility at this point. If you're going to invite a class that literally cannot interrupt... you're just shooting yourself in the foot. We've had many times. It happens a lot in Underrot too. Ironically, we've had multiple Underrot keys where we have a Warlock and they just can't interrupt. And it just makes some of those pulls harder, like more harder than they should be. There's no reason to not have an interrupt. So that's Blizzard's problem really. But either way, I would want to see Destro. But one way or the other, their damage isn't anything stellar anymore. It used to be a lot better than it is. It's nothing special. Their defensives are very good. They're probably second bulkiest ranged, but it's like in a world where melee and, you got flat out immunities like Ice Block and even Hunter, they're pretty good, but they're not, it's just nothing special. And their mobility is god awful. Got to be the worst, right? Anybody disagree with that? Does anybody disagree that Warlock's mobility is the worst? Like if they have to move a lot on a boss, they're going to be terrible, right? So I think that's a big problem for them. But yeah, it's really just their lack of utility and they don't have a niche. There's one time in the game where I want to see a Warlock and it's Mother Load. Otherwise, don't think I would ever take a Warlock. I would definitely take a Priest over a Warlock. So that's why they're tier 4 below Priest. So next up would be things I can't actually put on the list. But after that, it would be Feral Druid. And that's just... Feral Druid and Enhancement Shaman are the two that are left. I don't know why this is still here. But anyway, Enhancement Shaman would be next. But like this is where things get a little squirrely because we didn't talk about other classes for other specs. Or other specs for other classes, but we are for those because I do feel like Enhance and Ellie are so different than each other that they have to be separated. Whereas say like Assassination and Outlaw, they don't have to be separated. Like, you know what I mean? They're not that different. You could kind of talk about both interchangeably, but Ellie and Enhance are so different that they have to be separated. So the reason I put Enhance and then Feral in the tier list in that way is because those things are just worse than their range counterparts, like in every way. There's no value to bringing an Enhancement Shaman over an Ellie Shaman. And there's no value to bringing an Enhanced Shaman over any other spec in the game. That's the problem. It's like if you're going to invite a Shaman, he's going to go Ellie. Otherwise, he's not playing at his maximum potential. And it's the same with Feral. They can play fine, I'm sure. And the one thing about Feral is they do have unique utility. Whereas Enhance has no unique utility from Ellie. In fact, Ellie has utility that Enhance does not have in the Earthquake knockdown. Feral does have utility that Bombkin does not have. But they also don't have utility that they do have. Like Trents and Solar Beam are huge. They are way more important than Stampeding Roar. So that is why Feral is ultimately the last overall pick. Because they are the least valuable of the bad specs. But if you were to do this properly, like Dratnos did, you would do it by spec. I just don't see a purpose to it, though, when some of the specs are interchangeable. So I like to talk about the classes and then kind of, diverge onto the spec in that topic instead. But this one is always unique because people complain about it. But yeah, Enhance is slightly better than Feral just because I think they have better... I don't know. You see them so infrequently. I think they do better damage. I'm not really sure one way or the other. Who cares? But they definitely have a better utility kit than Feral. That's for sure. Like, if you're going to bring a melee, you're going to want to get, like, Rock Ellie or AoE Stun. These things are going to be more valuable than Battle Res and Knockback. You know what I mean? So, that's the thing. So, Feral would be last overall. Shaman would be second to last. So, that's it. So, let's see what happens. Yeah, Banish, I don't know. The only time I've ever used Banish was that mask. So, What else? Missed a lot of comments. Name an example. Gives multiple examples. Do you want me to name every dungeon? Yes, I would. Yeah, I would want to see what dungeons you think it's mandatory for, because I'm unaware of any. The only time I ever use Control Undead is King's Rest and Atal. That's it. It's not. I mean, I'm setting you up to fail here, Riley. No offense, but you can't succeed in this conversation. It's not useful. That's what I'm saying. Like, in order for it to be useful, it would have to be more applicable dungeon to dungeon, but it's just not. There's only 2 dungeons in the game that you would ever use it for. Underrot, you could. I mean, you would have to try to make a big case for Underrot, because that's the one that it never really gets used for, but maybe it has a use that I'm unaware of. Anyway, Priest Grip has some niche usage, but priests don't seem to know how to use it properly. I'm unaware of any of those niche usages. The only time I ever used Priest Grip for like a niche thing, I actually have a video of it. We used it to skip something that we couldn't skip without an invis pot. That was it. The priest invis pots to this ledge, and then he grips the person up the ledge so they don't have to use an invis pot. That was the only time I ever found Priest Grip useful since mob challenge modes. Anyway, Warlock over Priest, I think. Yeah, I don't. Fear can be used as an interrupt. Sure, but there's so many other. See, I didn't really. If I did the proper tier list, I would describe every single thing, right? I didn't do that today. But Fear is just not a great interrupt. Like, Shadow Priest has a Fear. Warrior has a Fear. So those are still better than Warlock. You know what I mean? Like, those are equated. But obviously, a thing like Death Grip, Stuns, these things are better interrupts. So, AoE stun. Destro has kick. Single target stun. Sure. Again, it's just comparing them to the other ranged, right? That's the thing. I wouldn't. If you're talking about Warlock being better than Priest, I don't know. Maybe I could see it, but it's just it's so inconsequential at that point. The big thing is they just don't have an interrupt, and everybody plays Demo. Priestess Alun in Atal, the ad. Yeah, that's a good one. Banish there, it's actually good. You can only banish it one time, though. Anyway, if they made Hellstones expire when a Warlock leaves the group, that would increase the Hellstone utility. Yeah, that's true. You can literally invite a Warlock, and they don't even have to join the group. Blizzard actually nerfed Loyal to the End, doesn't stack anymore, and doesn't proc if you die in a res totem. It never procced if you died in a res totem. We tried that on Ashvane. And it doesn't stack anymore. Huh. When did that? Would it just happen today? Yeah, that's a good point, though, because if they didn't, they were going to have to nerf it. Anyway, yeah, Warlock and Motherload, right? Surprised it took this long for people to exploit it, right? Don't forget Survival in the 4th tier. Yeah, I didn't really include Survival. Survival, Enhance, and Ellie would all be in that. Or Survival, Enhance, and Feral would all be in that same category of things that if you see them, they should switch. Like, that's just it. Any changes to your tank tier video? Oh, we could do tank one too. But anyway, that's the DPS tier list. So maybe I'll make a clip of that and post that on the channel. But that's probably as much as we're going to see this season. And it's just because I think these people stole my thunder. And I don't mind that. That's up to them. I was lazy, obviously. And it's just like people go to them because they think they know something more than they do. Which it might be true, but they're not getting the info that they think they want from them. And I don't know. I'm just not interested in it anymore. So if we did it, it would be purely for pugging, which I do think a lot of this info is relevant for. So check it out. Okay, so anyway, let's do a tanking one then, I guess, while we have nothing else going on. How do we reset these? Just drag them off. Just today, after that 40-second kill video. Damn, that's crazy. Some people sound like they think you're attacking them specifically. Yeah, I understand that. Spec identity is a big deal. For me, too. When I see people say bad things about Blood DK, I get defensive. Anyway, SS and cookies are enough to be over Shadow Priest IMO. Yeah, definitely not for me. Soulstone could be good, but it's not as useful as it seems like it is. I would rather take Fort over Soulstone, you know? And obviously, like, Soulstone is the worst actual battle res because you have to cast it. I wish they could make so every spec has an interrupt on the same cooldown. Nah, that'd be bad for the game. Ray, still no servers, correct. A new download just popped up for me in the Battle.net app. Gotcha. I honestly think you should post a video because you do offer a totally different point of view. I'll make a clip of that. How about that? I just got to get that done. Still offline, correct. Can we all just agree that Valkyria is the best DK race? No. How would that be bad? Because you don't want homogenization in this game? You think you do, but you don't. Anyway, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Hopefully that actually turns the webcam off. Be right back. I'm back. Yeah, the uniqueness is important for sure. It's not something you can just homogenize. My DK is becoming Panda. Ooh, sorry to hear that, man. I want to be a Volpera Mage. The embarrassment of packs of purse dog DK scampering about. Huh? Anyway, good luck with that, bro. Thanks, it was easy. What uniqueness most players you pug with are playing / inviting current meta? You understand that there's a meta because of the uniqueness, right? I'm not sure if you're trolling or what. Volpera may be good for DK. Oh, yeah. Got to go check out another place tonight. I still get nervous even though I've been doing this for months. Oh, you still haven't found a place? Panda LeMayo? Yeah. Okay, so let's actually do healing first, because tanking would be a more complex topic. So let's do healing, and still no servers. So let's do healing now. Okay, we're not going to need 4 tiers, obviously, right? So let's go ahead and delete that row. There's only going to be 3 tiers for healing. Okay, so here, you know what? Let me think a little bit about this, because I don't know how I want to structure it for healer. There's only 6 total. So I know what's... I shouldn't do that, though. I know what it's going to end with, for sure. Obviously, I think everybody does. But yeah, I think let's do this. Let's just do 2, 2, 2. I think that's probably the safest way to play it. All right, so tier 1, number 1 here before we even start. Yeah, you guys are already predicting it. All right, so tier 1, number 1 overall is Druid. This is pretty obvious, right? Like, Druid's kit is made for Mythic Plus. It's very, very, very good for Mythic Plus. They have flexible talents. They have cat form and all these different things like booster damage, booster defensive with bear form. They have a lot of different answers for a lot of different questions, and those questions are only ever really asked in Mythic Plus. They're not very good for rating for that same reason, because their class kind of fantasy is spread across a lot of different things that just aren't uniquely important. But in 5-mans, they definitely are. So the way they heal as well, like the hot model, perfect for 5-mans. But probably the bigger thing that's keeping them tier 1, number 1 overall is just the ability to see them in the meta. Like, I think it would be silly. Like, let's put it this way: for me to say they're tier 1, number 1, that's just assumed. For me to say they're tier 1, number 2, that's controversial. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, well, it's just his opinion. Like, that would be like, oh, you're wrong. Paladin is definitely not better than Druid. You know what I mean? Like, that would be a controversial statement to make. So, and I think that's just because you see them so, like, they proliferate in the meta so heavily. But that is not necessarily because they are the best class. That is also because they are the class that has access to being a Druid or a Night Elf. Like, in the meta, these, like the MDI and these top teams, they're using a very specific thing that might not necessarily be useful for everybody, right? So even though I still think without the shadow meld thing and the reason, like, so being like they have battle res and they could stealth to skip, right? Those things are important when you're doing top keys, but they're not very important when you're doing pugging and lower keys, right? So they're still, with that removed, they're still the best healer. They still have the more applicable kit, and they still have the more, they have a more flexible kit for 5-mans. And then, obviously, the way they heal is always going to be tailor-made to it. But then tier 1, number 2 is going to be Holy Paladin. Now, Holy Paladin, I used to have things differently here, but let's put it this way. Holy Pally is the biggest improvement of any spec from, like, the start of the expansion. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my position on Holy Pally, they would have been, like, number 5 overall a while ago. But now they are risen so high, I can't even deny it. Even though they're getting some nerfs, those nerfs really don't hurt them in 5-mans. And the big thing is Vision of Perfection is so huge. Is so huge for Holy Pally. It's unbelievable because of how often they're just kind of randomly throwing heals out. When you get that Holy Shock thing, my God, that is just so important. And I think Holy Pally has risen huge. The big thing for Holy Pally is insane bulk. Definitely the bulkiest healer. It's not even really a question. They are the bulkiest healer by no small margin. Utility, they have way more than Druid. It's just not as applicable. But when you need it, it's really good. Like Bop, mandatory utility for some dungeons. So very good. Good pack, dungeon to dungeon at times too. But it's really good in some dungeons. Things like Sacrifice, Blessing of Sacrifice. Not just a tank defensive, you know what I mean? But it's not really better than Iron Bark. Things like Freedom, it's good, but it's not really that applicable. There's not a lot of things. It's kind of like Mass Dispel for Priest, right? Like, there's not a lot of things you need to Freedom, but when it's there, you can use it. So their utility is wide, but it's not very applicable. But the big reason that they're tier 1 is their damage. They have just unbelievable damage. I cannot believe how much damage I've seen these Paladins doing. Like, there's videos out there of Paladins doing like 40k overall. Now, maybe Druids can do that too. And it's probably the case. But the thing is, Paladin's damage is just so much, it's so more intuitive than Druids. You know what I mean? Druids, you have to like switch forms, and you have to basically do 0 healing while you're doing it. Whereas Paladin, they can literally DPS while they heal. It's a big difference now with this Glimmer thing. It's different from Legion. A Glimmer, you can put Glimmers on people and then throw Holy Shock at a boss, and it will heal them a little bit. So that's actually a really, really big deal. But yeah, they have some really, really, really hard synergies. They have like the biggest, like, they hit the most home runs. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? They don't have the best batting average, but they're the highest home run hitter in the league. So that's tier 1. Let's read some of these comments now. DK is not tier 1. I'm leaving. Jix donated for that as well. Thanks a lot, man. Okay, let's see what else we met. Warrior, you guys are talking about the DPS tier list. So I'm going to try to avoid talking about those. Depending on the buffs to Kickweave, there might be a dark horse for Mythic Plus. Yeah. Holy Priest above Disc. You on Crack Bunny? We're talking about Discipline Priest. Anyway, Healing Grievous with a Disc. Good luck. You're talking about stuff that hasn't even happened yet. You got to throw DK in the first tier. So Viltrix thinks Druid, Pally, Monk in tier 1, tier 2, Dix, Resto, Shaman. Wow, you think Disc is better than Resto Shaman? That's crazy. Disc can be good if Grievous weak, if you know your kit well. Bendit, calm down, guys. He's doing it for a YouTube clip. We can do our Mythic Plus DK healer jokes later. All right, cool. So that's tier 1. Let's move on to tier 2 now. Tier 2, maybe a little controversy then, which we talked about. Tier 2, number 3 overall is going to be Restoration Shaman. So Restoration Shaman, I still think is suffering from this, like, I don't even know how to describe it. They have this like weird prejudice against them, and I don't really know where it's coming from. The only thing I could think of is that in the beginning of the expansion, they were pretty weak, like single target healing, and they got a lot of buffs in season 2 and 3. But to this point now, I don't really understand what people don't like about them. Like, I don't really get it. They have an incredible healing kit, some of the strongest CDs in the game, if not the strongest one with Healing Tide. Healing Tide, although it does have some drawbacks at times, like the thing we talked about last week on stream with with Grievous. In general, if you put that down and the tank and one other player in it, you will not die. Like it's impossible to die in that CD. So I think it is the best healing CD in the game because no matter how big you pull or what mistake you make, it will keep people alive unquestionably. Like to get killed in a Spirit Link, you'd have to get one shot, right? Where there's no other heal in the game like that. They also have, a lot of flexibility in their CDs, like Healing Tide, even though it's not the best, and Healing Stream Totem. These are really good. You can place them and just move. But the big problem with Resto is they're, again, very just like Ellie and Enhanced, they have very poor defensive. So that's really what stops them from being a tier 1 pick for me is their defensives are really weak. And they do have pretty good mobility, though, unlike those two specs, because they have Spirit Walker's Grace, which, of course, if Ellie got, it would be top tier for sure. But, yeah, Spirit Walker's Grace helps Resto a lot. And, it's really their defensive that's keeping them from higher. But the main thing that everybody should keep in mind when you're inviting a Resto Shaman is you've just now invited a 5th interrupt. And their utility kit in general is what really shines on them. If you don't necessarily need the absolute maximum theoretical healing, then Resto Shaman should always be considered a good pick. Because they have just an insane utility kit. And their utility could make up some time. There's no doubt about it. A ranged interrupt as a healer is huge. A ranged stun is huge as an interrupt, range AoE stun. The Wind Rush Totem can be huge. Hex can be big at times, not really as big as other CCs, but other than Paladin, there's not really a lot of good CCs for healers. So many. I just drawing a blank on them all, but there's just so many. Tremor Totem is going to be really big in season 4. The kit is just so wide. It's unbelievable. So without question, the best utility kit, the most applicable utility kit, and the ones that are going to make the biggest impact dungeon to dungeon. But of course, if people are still stuck on this healing thing, I don't believe it's a thing anymore. I really don't, but maybe it is. I don't know. I've never really noticed it. So then anyway, number 4 overall, tier 2, number 2 is going to be Mistweaver. I don't really know that much about Mistweaver, so it's easy. If there was one pick on this tier list that would be wrong, it could be Mistweaver, I guess. And I guess a lot of people are talking about big buffs for Mistweaver. But for me, the problem with Mistweaver is that their kit is just not very, it doesn't synergize well with what you want from a healer role. Like, maybe they're going to do really good damage now with this Fist Weaving thing. I don't really know. But I doubt it's going to be better than Holy Paladin or Druid. Maybe they do really good healing. Like, theoretically, that was always their best thing. It was like, they did insane theoretical healing, but it was at the cost of extremely high mana, which isn't really important in 5-mans because you could drink every single pack if you had to. So that was always the thing that kind of propped them up. And maybe it's going to be even better. But again, I really don't value theoretical healing that high. I think, like, you know, there's evidence that you could literally do keys without healers. So the best theoretical healer is just the best theoretical healer. It's not always needed. It's never applicable, in my opinion. It depends too much on the situation, is more what I'm saying. Other than like a boss like Kragma or something where it's obviously needed. Their CDs are the worst in the game. That's the big problem. Revival is a very, very, very weak CD for 5-mans. It's honestly a better utility than it is a heal. And Life Cocoon is god awful, at least right now. I know they're getting a buff to it, but I don't think it's going to be that much better. For me, I would rather Iron Bark or Sacrifice. They're much better survival. Like, they're going to help me survive more than Life Cocoon. It just doesn't seem like it's a CD made for the tank. So definitely the worst CDs in the game, if you ask me. And like I said, their mobility is very, very good, but that's about all that they shine on. Their utility, and it's not really that good, like, compared to other healers. Like, Ring of Peace is good, I guess, if you need that. But keeping up the DPS, the physical DPS thing is some reason something monks struggle with. I don't know how. And overall, that's really it. Like, they have the same utility as Brewmaster and Windwalker, so I don't know. Like, I don't see that to be good. Like, every other healer in this list has something better than their DPS counterpart, so that's tier 2. Okay, let's see what else. Missed a lot of comments. Mistweaver going to be better, I feel like. Oh, yeah. I wasn't ranking. Okay, let's see. I love Resto Shaman. I think Monk will for sure be far better than Shamans after their buffs. Yeah, see, it'll never really serve. The problem is they're kind of stuck. For me in this tier list, they're kind of stuck at number 4. Because really, I think Resto Shaman is the best healer overall. Like, if it wasn't for, like, the other things being important, the utility is just so fucking valuable. And, like, Spirit Link is such a good CD that I would take a Resto Shaman to every single key I ever did. You know what I mean? I would take a Resto Shaman over every other healer. But there's other things that matter besides those things, key to key, so you have to give credence to that. So I just don't understand what Mistweaver's niche is. That's kind of the problem for me. Anyway, their heals leave no room for pre-planning. It's all reactionary is huge. You're talking about which spec? I won't be able to read probably, but you were probably talking about Resto Shaman, right? Anyway, Fist Weaving looks great, fun, and HPS wise. Nice. The complaint I see from top key pushers is that Resto Shaman has to stop healing to DPS, where Holy Pally and Druid can do both at the same time. Druid cannot. I mean, well, you can put Hots up, I guess, so technically, but yeah. Resto Shaman's DPS is also really good. I should have mentioned that. But I guess now with the Fist Weaving thing, all 4 are pretty good, so I don't know. Mistweaver, Mystic Touch is better than Mistweaver DPS. The way I look at Dis versus Resto Shaman, bring Dis for pure offense and bring Resto Shaman for utility and decent offense. Right, sure. Tier list, fun pastime, I guess, yeah. Revival has 3 parts, the initial heal, the dispel, and the mastery heal on everyone. Sure, either way, I think it's still the worst. It's better than you think, maybe, but is it not the worst heal in the game? Is it not the worst CD in the game? What CD is worse than Mistweaver's Revival? I guess Spirit Link or Healing Tide. Healing Tide's the worst, but since they have Spirit Link, you kind of combine them. Don't know if you already covered tanks, but would you? Yeah, I didn't really cover tanks. We'll talk about that. Healing Tide's definitely the worst, but maybe like look at the kit, right? Which healer has a worst healing CD kit? Okay, so anyway, tier 4 or tier 3, whatever's left. Obviously, there's not a lot of options. It's just both pre-specs, but which is better? Now, for me, I'm going to say Discipline, and that's because Discipline has a niche. You know what I mean? I have a much, much better, like, I know what I'm getting when I get a Discipline. I know I'm going to get some damage. I know I'm going to get mostly absorbs, and maybe their healing's going to struggle. Some affixes they're going to really struggle, but I think in general, like on average, you're going to get more out of a Discipline Priest than you're going to get out of a Holy Priest. Holy Priest just doesn't have a case. You know what I mean? Holy Priest is like, well, I'm going to play Holy because this sucks this week. That's kind of the way it is. So unfortunately, Priest being both specs, it's kind of complicated when it's both on the same tier. But I definitely think Discipline Priest, has the worst utility of all the healers. They used to have the best damage, but now they're getting massive nerfs because of items that aren't going to work the same way anymore. They also have the worst, like some of the worst mobility, right? Like they're very immobile. The Discipline Priest is more mobile than Holy, but in general, the class is very immobile. Holy's DPS is terrible as well. Like on average, the class is bad for that. And of course, just their overall throughput. I think it really struggles. Holy Priest has good throughput, but I don't think it's better than anybody else. So I think it's pretty clear that Priest is the weaker healer right now. I don't know. I'm not really sure how much more needs to be explained. Anyway, don't know if you're okay with that. Let's see. It's not because traits lower its CD a lot. You're talking about revival. Resto Druid IMO got the best DPS compared to other healers. Oh, really? Yeah, I definitely think Holy Pally is better, but Resto Druid has best access to damage, but not the best potential. That goes to Pally for sure. Yeah, and you think that's right, and it probably is because Resto Druid just has no CD, but I don't think that's necessarily the case because Resto Druid having no CD is going to be a bad thing in Season 4. Like when they have no CD that they could use, what's it called, Visions of Perfection to decrease, then they're kind of just that's just a detriment, right? Like a nerf, right? So I think Holy Pally's access to damage is weaker right now, but as the season goes on, they're going to have even better access. So it's only going to get better from there. I think Holy is better for pugging. Disc is better for coordinated groups. Oh, so you think there's a case where Disc is better than... Oh, you're talking about Holy Priest. Holy Priest, of course. Yeah, Holy might be better for... Holy Priest might be better for pugging. Disc is kind of just better overall, though. Anyway, Holy is run 3 out of 12 weeks. Thanks, Grievous. Yeah. Like this week is a great Dix week. Tyrannical, Teeming, Volcanic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think any week that's not Grievous is probably a good week. Like this week, okay, for me, both are rate healers. Don't forget Holy Pally scale with crit a lot and crit damage corruption. That's true. Yeah, they're going to get some value out of the corruption. They're probably going to be the healer that gets the most value out of the corruption. That seems right. I feel like Holy Priest could recover from... Oh, they definitely can. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this priest has a lot of trouble recovering from mistakes. So you're right about that. But anyway, that's the healing one. I guess I'll make a clip of that too. So that's that. Okay, but now we can do tanking. So yeah, let's do tanking. This is gonna be more complicated, but it's gonna be pretty easy because I already know exactly what I'm gonna say. Clear all this stuff out. So this is probably gonna be the one that, you know, if you look at some of the top dudes, they probably have different opinions than I do. This is probably gonna be the one that varies the most from what like the top people might say. And I think you probably already know why. But yeah, anyway, tier 1, number 1. I'm going to stick with Paladin. I think Paladin is still the best tank in the game overall. They're very, very well-rounded. And typically in the past, I would have said that's a bad thing. But my opinion has changed now. And that's because I think keys are a lot harder than they used to be. So being well-rounded can be more important, like pack to pack, you know what I mean? You wanna have a niche, and Paladin does have a niche. It's just that niche is being well-rounded. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what it is at this point. So, like, you know when you get a Paladin, you're going to get good offense, like above average offense, good defense. Like, maybe they're weaker defensive than I give them. Like, people say that they have big gaps in their rotation. I think that's going to get worse, or that's going to get less over time, especially with Vision of Perfection getting better. I don't know how many, you know. I feel like the thing with Paladin is they have the best essence synergy as well. Them and Warrior have insane essence synergy. So again, very, very good offense, very good defense, mostly because they have land hands and an immunity. They're the only tank in the game that could be immune while tanking. They have really good self-sustain. That's a big thing for tanks. Very good self-sustain. Not DK or Demon Hunter level, but above average self-sustain. They have solid kiting, right? Like, they're not the best kiter in the game. They're certainly not the most mobile, but they have good kiting with that that talent that makes consecrate slow and bigger radiuses. And the big thing is their utility. It can be such a big deal in some keys. Like having an immunity, you know what I mean? Having an immunity for the group, having a Paladin in your group can be absolutely mandatory. So if Holy Pally and Rep Pally aren't seeing play, then Holy Pally or then Prop Pally just becomes so valuable. But for me, I feel like they're the most stable tank right now. You have a lot of CDs. You have a lot of different answers. It's not just like Prot Warrior where you have like, you're really good against physical, but you suck against magic. Prot Pally is good against physical, great against magic. You know what I mean? Like, they're really balanced. They can answer all the different questions. Whereas in Legion, I would have said that was a problem because you wanted to build like a hyper specialized comp around the dungeon. That's not really the case anymore. And now it's kind of, you want to just have a tank that's going to support the DPS not doing shit. That's kind of the way it's worked for me with pugging. It's like the tank and the healer are going to have to do the bulk of the utility. And because of that, Prop Pally is going to be number 1 overall. So that's probably going to be how it is. Like, they may not be the best defender. They may not be the best, the best utility. They may not be the best offense, but they're very good. They're above average at it all. So that makes them tier 1, number 1 for me. Tier 1, number 2 is definitely going to be, where is it? Prot Warrior for sure. Prot Warrior is still an absolute beast at physical mitigation. Maybe the best now that Brewmaster's been nerfed. I would say maybe the best now that Brewmaster's been nerfed. So definitely I could see them in this category here. But I'm not sure about that, so I won't say that much. The big thing is their magic kind of sucks. Like I said, that's why they're below Paladin. Paladin is so much better at magic, but Warrior is way better offense. Like they're definitely going to be overall damage. They're going to crush like this season because it's going to be a lot easier to pull bigger packs. And I think they're going to get a lot stronger with corruption gear. I was talking about this a couple days ago, but a tank that plays so offensively is going to really benefit from these crit these essence or whatever, these corruption items that give like crit damage and stuff, these ones that seem like for pure offense. It's going to be a lot more logical for them to benefit from it. Let's put it that way. Because they're already doing so much damage anyway. It's going to amplify it. But yeah, obviously their utility is relatively weak. They have AoE stun, which is good. They have safeguard, which can be good. And they have rallying cry, which can be good. But none of those things are like Shockwave's probably the best out of all of it. None of those are like, man, we really want that in the group. It's not like Ring of Peace or Death Grip or Battle Res. Like those things like, oh God, we want that in the group. You know what I mean? Or even Paladin with Bop. Like we really want a Paladin for this thing, you know? So Warrior's got a decent utility kit. Obviously better than Fury. But it's still nothing special tank-wise. So really the big thing is that they're absolute monsters of defense physically and absolute monsters of offense. They're propped up by their massive strengths. And they're kind of let down by their weaknesses. But they're still really mobile. Kiting is a little weak. They really can't kite that well, but kiting isn't really a thing as much anymore. Like it's less important now. Like class assistant kiting is not as important anymore. It's not like, okay, well, I need a certain tank so I can kite. No, you're just going to have, everybody is going to contribute. And if you need to kite, you kite. So that's tier 1. I'm going to end it there, I think. I could put a third tank on this, but I think I'm going to end it there. So that's tier 1. So... okay, let's take a look. How are servers still down? They're supposed to be down to 6. I feel like Holy Priest could, okay, read that. Over Prot Warrior, controversial. Yeah, I definitely think Prot Pally is better than Prot Warrior. Just because they're well-rounded. So well-rounded. They could deal with mistakes better. They have a fucking immunity, dude. They're the only tank in the game that could be immune while tanking. That is such a big deal. Like for me, that is so huge. Because the only times I ever struggle, especially on my DK, but ever struggle in tanking, is like those times where it's just like, I don't know how I'm going to survive this pack. I look at this pack, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do here. Paladin has so many different CDs. They don't have very good active mitigation, but they have so many CDs. That's the thing. They have like 5 different CDs if you count land hands, right? So anyway, Prot Warrior is just spell reflect and people want tank damage. Utility is meh beyond that, yeah. This account for pugs and lower keys, so don't trip. Yeah, it accounts for all keys for sure. Not just pugs, not just lower keys, all keys. I think Prot Pally is going to be good all the time. Anyway, I can't wait to be able to log in. Me too. Spell Reflect is broken. It is. It may be, but it's so hard to quantify. That's the problem. Spell Reflect is just a hard pass on me because I don't know how much it did. You know what I mean? Like you can't actually see it on the log. It's so much harder to figure it out. So this is tank. Yeah, Joe. Count land hands is almost an external. Yeah, it's like a group utility, a heal, a self heal, like a defensive. It's everything, right? But anyway, Prot Warrior is insane because our Fury usage reduces our cooldowns. Correct. Yeah, that's been that way all expansions. I didn't mention that. Anyway, how will tanks differ? Hey, Diabolical. How will tanks differ against tank Buster Lieutenant in the new affix? Yeah, I probably should mention that, but I don't know. I don't actually know. You know what I mean? But if you had one that was going to be good, I'd say Prot Warrior and Prot Pally is probably the best, right? Because they have an immunity for it, so... Anyway, there's a new weak aura that will show spell reflect damage on details. Oh, really? That's cool. I'll have to check that out. There's a new add-on that now adds spell reflect. Oh, cool. Sweet. We'll have to get that. Remind me. Okay, so anyway, that's tier 1. Let's move on. Tier 2 is going to be a Brewmaster. Tier 1 or tier 2, number 1 overall, number 3 overall. Just messing all this up. Brewmaster. Okay, so Brewmaster is still a really good tank because they have absolute dominance against basically any spike damage. Magic is weaker than physical, but they're surely better than Prot Warrior against magic. The problem is they got big nerfs. I was going to put them on tier 1 with Prot Warrior, but I definitely think they're tier 2 and number 3 overall for sure because they're big nerfs. Those are not nerfs that you can just discount. And maybe they won't be as big of a deal as people think they are, but they're still big nerfs. Like, they're still downtrending because of that. The bigger problem, though, is that the only thing that was really propagating them in the meta was Ring of Peace, I feel like. Ring of Peace was absolutely the number one reason to bring a Brewmaster. And it's not really going to be needed anymore. It's not like, Shroud, where it's like, maybe it'll be needed, maybe it won't be. It's just like not. The reason it was used was because you needed to separate the emissaries. That's gone for sure. There's not going to be any separating. The Ring of Peace is not going to work with the with the lieutenants. I don't think that's going to do anything at all. So that they lost a lot of utility valuability here. So Monk loses a lot there, and I really think their offense is super overrated. Like, they have no offensive CD. You know what I mean? Maybe they do good overall damage, but they don't have any burst offense. And for me as a tank, I think burst offense is more important than anything, because it's all about, like, first of all, offense doubles as threat generation, right? It's not just like, oh, we made the dungeon slightly faster. No, it also means that your other DPS, they can go nuts and not have to worry about pulling threat off you. So for me, Brewmaster's like overall kit is relatively weak for 5-mans. It just doesn't synergize well with what 5-mans are. It synergizes way better with what raids are. Way better. Like those massive big hits, that's what Brewmaster dominates on. But in 5-mans, it's just a lot of steady, smaller hits. And I guess the self-healing thing, I don't even know what to say about that. I guess that was like bugged or something. I don't really know what was going on in Season 3 with their self-healing. But frankly, they don't actually have self-healing. They have like one decent self-heal, just like every other tank really. And it didn't really increase their health a lot. Most of the self-healing was coming from a passive that isn't actually self-healing. Like if you're alone in the dungeon, it does 0. It does some, but very, very little. And the whole trinket and like this absorb bug thing, I guess, I don't know what was going on there. So either way, overrated on that front. All right, so tier 2, number 2 overall is Vengeance. I don't know why there's 2. Vengeance Demon Hunter is probably the most improved spec in the game coming out of Season 3. From Season 2 to Season 3, they've really established themselves well. Probably a little biased here because I've seen Jix dominate on them, but I haven't really seen a lot of other people play them. But either way, I do know that they can do an incredible amount of offense. They are very flexible, both melee and physical and range damage, magic damage, I mean to say. They can deal with both very well thanks to the passive they have. They're probably, the best tank passively. Like if you literally never used, like if you just stood there and took hits, they're probably the best tank. You know what I mean? Because they're like well-rounded defensively, passively. But obviously their big upsides are going to be maximizing their healing. And their healing is very good. It's a lot harder to use than Blood DK in my opinion, but it's still extremely good. And in a large, like in big packs, they're going to be the best self-healer for sure. Like DK only really heals thanks to hemostasis, where DK or Demon Hunter is going to heal thanks to like Leech and all that, So Vengeance has the best CD in the game as well now with Metamorphosis, and it's because of that they have 2 distinct playstyles. They have the Spirit Bomb build, or they have the more like ultra tanky like crab build, like they used to call it, where you're just basically trying to get into Metamorphosis as often as possible. When you're in meta, you're basically unkillable. Your health is a massive increase. You keep that health as well, like the percentage, so it's technically a self-heal as well every time it procs. So plus Vision of Perfection, going to synergize really well with that. I don't know how applicable that is though, because I worry that it's not ever really needed. I feel like it's a little overkill. So maybe others have different thoughts on that, but for me, I think Vengeance is the most flexible tank. They have the best mobility in the game. Their kiting's weak, but again, it's not really needed. Their utility is unbelievably wide. Like they have the widest utility kit. It's just not really that useful. Like that's the problem. It's never really needed. Like most of their utility is kind of superfluous to other utility in the game, so it doesn't really happen. Not a great effect, but they do have an incredible utility kit, incredible offense, maybe like second best offense, definitely best mobility, weak utility or weak kiting, I mean, and their defense has come a long way. That's probably the big thing. So that's tier 2. Okay, what else? Part where you're showing the Bridge Alien Shrine with Reflect is just silly. Which other tank can solo a mini boss like that? I don't know. I've never seen it. Metro, curious how long you've been playing for. I got the game the day it came out. Yeah. From what I've heard, Monk can stagger the tank buster mechanic. Well, Part Warrior can block it. Can't block it. Correct. You can't actually reduce it like that. Anyway, You need burst for fast aggro so you can kite them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think Monk is a little weaker, because they don't actually have a CD. Monk and Druid have no CD. They're the only tanks in the game that technically have no CD. Demon Hunter also technically has no CD, but they do kind of have a CD, so we won't count that. Anyway, Brew was propped up by Oxford Bug and Great Healing Trinkets from the raid, so a tank can't be one-shot that no longer needs a ton of external healing becomes OP. Yeah, you're right. You can outrange a Tank Buster? Yeah, you can, yeah. Okay, so no comments on that. So anyway, that's tier 2. Now we'll move on to tier 3. Obviously, Blood DK is going to be tier 3, number 1 for me. And that leaves Druid below it. So we'll talk about both of them in tandem, because they're kind of polar opposite tanks right now in many ways. And depending on what way you view this could be the reasoning why you differ on me on this. Like, for example, Blood DK is all about self-healing, right? Like, they do very poor in terms of mitigation. And a lot of people look at that as like unpassable. Like, if you are a poor mitigator, you can't do serious keys or, whatever other content that exists in the game. But the way I look at it is the only time that it actually matters is when you literally cannot keep up with the damage incoming. Now, that may happen in some keys. I don't do those keys. I've never done those keys. And when I did get closer to those keys, I just changed my setup. I started using the essence, whatever it's called, the essence from the raid, which is just so big. But you can also even just take Rune Tap, which would solve a lot of the problems, but it's obviously not a good option. But so, like, if you ever actually need defense, DK is going to kind of suck at it. But I'm still like, I've yet to see a situation where you definitely need defense, because I have, like, in the situations that have become challenging, I go in there and I use my runic power well, and I just out heal the damage. Like, the more damage you take, the more healing you do. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not really sure when we need defense other than when we play poorly, because obviously there's a disconnect between me and others on that topic. So I haven't seen it personally. That's a big part of why there's some bias here, and it's probably different for you. But the reason that they're above Druid besides that is because they have an incredible utility kit. Death Grip is so big as a tank, and I feel like it's the biggest utility in the game, single utility in the game. We talked about this in the DPS one, but I think it's even more important for a DK tank because they have a lower CD on it. But if you ever play with me or watch me played, you'll know that a lot of these pulls I do are dependent on grips. Like, you could just taunt the mob and maybe it comes in, but there's like 2 or 3 seconds it takes to get there. It's a DPS loss. You know what I mean? So having all the mobs together between that single grip and Gore Fiends is just so freaking strong. I feel like it's absolutely invaluable for a tank. Like, the tank is playing a support role at that point. You know what I mean? You're helping your DPS in that way. You're not really doing it for your benefit. You're doing it for the benefit of the group. And that is also why I have Paladin as number 1, because they have a lot of utility like that too. But for me also, they have, of course, Battle Res, same as Death Knight, or same as Bear, but Bear is slightly better. But either way, it's Battle Res, you know what I mean? The only 2 tanks that could have it. And then, of course, they have a huge slow on Death and Decay. That's a really overlooked talent. A lot of the times people aren't kiting with it anymore, but it could be even more useful than just kiting. There's a lot of mobs that just kind of run around and do their own thing, and you can slow them with D&D, and that can be a really big deal. But yeah, in general, DK just have a lot of home runs. You know what I mean? They hit a lot of home runs as well. So they have really good, AMS could be really valuable. Death Grip could be really valuable. Obviously, Death's Advance is actually becoming a better thing than I realized that it was ever going to be. I forgot about that passive, which is something that should be brought up. I haven't really talked about this publicly, but Death's Advance is going to actually negate one of the essence or one of the corruption tiers. It's the first one. It's the one that's supposed to slow you. You got Death's Advance passive, dude. You can't be slowed. You know what I mean? You can't be slowed lower than 70%. That's a really big deal. So, yeah, that's a pretty big thing for them too. Also, I think even though that weapon's gotten nerfed, I think they have the best spec-specific corruption, not essence, but spec-specific corruption weapon. I don't really know a lot about that, though. We didn't talk about that, obviously. But anyway, Druid is after them for that reason, because they lack that it factor. For me, like, the tank has to have a definitive reason why you bring it. Let's talk about those reasons. Prot Pally. They have a very, very well-rounded kit. They could answer any questions, and they have a very strong utility kit. Prot Warrior. Extreme offense. You're bringing them because you know their walls against physical, and they're extremely offensive. Brewmaster. They're huge, they're always going to be comfortable defensively. They're always going to be comfortable defensively, and sometimes Ring is invaluable. Demon Hunter. extremely, like, just the best of all the worlds. You know what I mean? They have huge offense, not the best. They have huge self-healing, not the best. They have huge utility, not the best. They're kind of like the best. They're kind of like the peaks and valleys on Demon Hunter have been shortened. You know what I'm saying? DK, you know exactly what you're getting there. Extreme self-survival and extreme utility. Poor offense, though. That's hurt them a lot as well. And Bear is kind of just like, they're just, I don't know. Like, what's their niche? I don't know. They have good physical bulk, not better than Warrior or Brewmaster. They have terrible magic bulk, but I guess they are supported by a high health pool. They have decent overall damage because of swipe, but terrible single target damage. No offensive CD. You know what I mean? This is a huge problem for them. No offensive CD. Their utility is wide, but it's not very strong. Their best utility is probably Battle Res. They have Soothe, which is good every once in a while, but usually the only tank who ever cares about Soothe, or the only role that ever cares about Soothe is the tank. So if you're the tank and you don't need Soothe, then you don't need Soothe. They have Roar, which is not anywhere near as good as it used to be, unfortunately, after Legion's nerfs. What else? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Like, their kiting is decent, but it's not really needed. It's definitely a weaker kiter. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably their best utility, maybe besides that stuff, is Vortex. Vortex is pretty good. It's a decent utility, but it's kind of just a poor man's Gorfiends. You could use it for that. But yeah, I just kind of fail to see a niche for Druid. So the reason that some people might think DK is the word, like if you've seen these memes where like DK is below tanks that literally aren't tank specs, like classes like Havoc or something like that, it's because all they care about is physical defense. It's just like all they care about is offense when you're talking about defense. Like when you're talking about DPS tier lists, like 90% of their ranking is going to be because of offensive prowess. So like same with tanking. Like they're in keys where like if they played a DK other than like absolutely perfectly, they would just take way more damage than any other tank, right? So that's a problem for them, but it's not a problem for most people. Like you just play the class well and you're going to succeed. You know what I mean? Up until probably like low 20s, you're going to be fine. You know what I mean? There's plenty of ways to work around the problems that DK has, and their upsides are absolutely gigantic. So Bears just kind of they're good across the board. They don't really have anything going for them. They don't have that thing where it's like, fuck, I really want a bear for this reason. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. All right, so that's it. That's the list. Let's take a look. I won't be updating Windows till I absolutely have to. I had XP going. Yeah, me too, actually. I guess Demon Hunter is more tanky baseline, but DKs have more CDs to rotate through, and they don't lose a ton of offense to build for pure defense. Yeah, the problem is, I don't know, like, I look at the Demon Hunter build, like, variability as a good thing, but maybe it's not always a good thing. I don't know. Oh, hey, I'm not muted anymore, huh? If you use Mix SCT, you can see how much Reflect does. I see 250k Reflects in Waycrest. Was muted when I tried to say it. What do you mean was muted? Anyway, Bear just has good CDs for massive pulls. 2-minute CD Instincts and 1-minute Barks are great, but are they better than other tanks? I don't see that. I don't think they are, you know. You forgot a tank, Hunter Pet. Bear is DK Warrior Hybrid. High physical damage tolerance with high self-healing. With Vision Major, Bear has second best damage after Warrior. I guess. I don't know about that. Second best damage after Warrior. That would be surprising to me if that was the case. They definitely don't have good single target damage. That's the big problem. They have very, very poor single target damage. Maybe decent overall damage, but... The thing about the self-healing for Bear is it's a lot of fake healing as well. They always take this talent that like shows up as healing even though it's not healing. And, you know, Ysera's gift is kind of just this trickle heal. Like they don't actually do anything with it. So it's going to do a lot of healing just because it's going to overheal other HOTS. Is that a tank ranking? I just came to the stream, yeah. Diabolical, Riposte Rogue. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's a meme, but like, if anybody out there seriously thinks DK is so weak that like those jokes about like Trents and Earth Ellie being better, it's like, you know, those things aren't going to work on bosses, right? Obviously it's just a joke, but just in case anybody is even remotely taking those seriously, it's like those things can't tank bosses, dude. So anyway, I mean, chat wouldn't let me type for a while. Oh, that's weird. Why? What did it say? Tier 1 number 1 is Trents with their high bark bulk and access to being a tree. They truly represent what it is to be a sturdy tree. Yeah, that's like for RP. Trent's tier 1 number 1 for sure. Anyway, I still think DK will be better than Demon Hunter, maybe except in the highest cutting edge level keys. I think the problem with DK is their damage. I should have mentioned that when I was actually talking about them. But DK damage is pretty low right now. I think it's probably like the lowest on average. They might actually be the lowest tank. I still think Bear is the lowest tank, but it's propped up a lot because of these like basically they have traits that aren't meant for them, but they help them do damage. So it's propped up by that a lot. If DK had something like that, then they would be probably better because Dancing Rune Weapon is huge. But other than Dancing Rune Weapon and Bone Storm, their abilities don't hit very hard. So was that a good Metro impression? Yeah. What else? I mean, Prot Warrior does that also. Ignore pain counts as healing when it's really not. No, it's at least healing. Like that's actually an absorb. I don't really count healing and absorbs differently. This is not an absorb. This is just a reduction. You know what I mean? Anyway, if Blizzard actually went man mode and made Enhanced Shaman a tank spec, I'd put it on B tier. Me too. So anyway, that's that. That's the tier list, tanking tier list. So that's that. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, anyway, Frenzied Regen does a lot with high verse, which bears stack. Sure, I guess so. Frenzied Regen got a big buff for sure, so. Their survivability is more predictable compared to Demon Hunter builds that relies on meta procs. That's the problem, though. I think, like, at a baseline, they're pretty equal in terms of survival. Blood DK is like going to be better when we're talking about that pure offensive build, but then they have the opportunity to go that pure defensive build, and then they just blow them out of the water, right? Anyway, people be hating on Vengeance utility. Sigil of Silence and Fear are extremely... Yeah, it's harder to do well. That's the problem. Hey, Scalar, what's up, buddy? It's harder to do it well, Jix. That's the problem. Resto Goose. I'm online for a stream for once. Oh, tier list. Yeah. Yeah, we were just kind of wasting time here, so. That's it. I don't know. I didn't expect the servers to still be offline, so I don't really know. I don't know if I could fill another 2 hours. Let's put it that way. Let's see what's going on the forums. No, that's this guy. Yeah, this guy doesn't seem to understand that. Somebody's complaining about the 7 gig download, and he doesn't seem to understand that. Yeah. I guess other people replied to him already. Wait, is this the guy who replied to me? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so he already got his answer. Is WoW paid to win? This is a good one. So let's try to give a little context here. This guy's replying to this comment, which I was replying to this comment. This guy says I missed the OP's point. Basically, this person's saying that the game's pay to win now, and I disagree. I gave some reasons why I think like de facto it's not pay to win, but I also talked about why like winning in this game is not just getting gear and getting carried to a raid. So he thought I didn't do that, so I said I did. I covered that. Getting carried through a run and even getting gear from that run does not mean you won anything. That's just not how this game works. Gear is just not anywhere near that important, even if it was. The game is about dedication and progression, not paying to skip it all. Honestly, I would say you are paying to lose, if anything, but it's mostly a personal thing. If you are the kind of person who likes to skip life's challenges, then more power to you. Pay your way around it. For me, it would be absolutely pointless to do so. Like, I would literally never pay for something in this game because the game is about progressing and overcoming challenges to me. So I would be paying to lose. Like, that's the way I would look at it. So then he says, gear is not important. Are you playing the game? Go into BGs without gear. Let us know how it goes. So I said, yes, I'm playing the same game. Obviously, if you're naked, you're going to struggle. But the difference between a fully maximized player at 430 and a dude who got carried to 450 is astronomical. Meaning that like a method level player at 430 is going to do way better than a player at 450 who has no idea what they're doing. You can clearly see this in any world first progression race. People do the raid 30 item levels lower than guilds do it now and still spend less pulls. And I think that's probably the best point. You know what I mean? I think like the fact that those guys are able to clear the raid in the situation that they're in is so crazy. Like that demonstrates my point so clearly. So I don't know. These guys are talking about something somewhat similar, but let's see what this guy actually had to say. Okay, so the problem with this argument is that you created a definition that leaves your claim unfalsifiable. But that's my definition. Sorry to disrupt your argument, man. I don't know what to tell you. By your logic, even buying full sets of mythic gear from the shop would not be pay to win because by your logic, that's not winning. Correct. Yes, I say that. Yes. Your side isn't even coherent because you have some admitting STO is paid to win specifically because you can do that. What is STO? But then, of course, if WoW did that, they just moved the goalposts. Huh? They moved the goalpost to your definition, which means nothing WoW could possibly do could make WoW pay to win. And even by your definition, you're ignoring that most people can play and use carries to jumpstart their career in actual progression. What do you guys think? Oh, servers were up? Oh, fuck. Incompatible, though, rip. There was a patch. Talking about this stupid nonsense. Missing out on patches. Nobody has any comments on that. Queue time is 12 hours. Oh, what's this classic? Alright, we're just downloading this patch. I'll just put it on desktop because it's kind of big. Got that Ignition Mage fuse for my weekly. Oh, great. I can't wait to log in. Fuck. Looks like game is up. That's correct, Daniel. Oh, add-ons? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Wait, what the hell does that say? Shadowlands? Does it always say? I never noticed that. There's no queue. There's no queues. It's just a joke. We had to turn sound back on, too. Okay, well, I think we had some pretty good chats today, man, I have to say. It was a fun stream, even though we had some problems technically. Wait, hang on. The game is up. Yes, it is up. Wait, why isn't the sound started? Oh, it's because we're not actually in the game. I need to change the stream title, though. Edit. Okay, what's the name of this shit? I don't even know. Doing... What are we even calling it? Getting legendary cloak. And, let's see, visions... What are they even called? Horrific Visions ETC? I don't know. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Alright, cool. So we're ready to go. Why is there no sound? Huh? Oh, it's because I still have the fucking desktop muted. Is that right? No, there's still no sound. That's also why there's no sound. Okay, anyway, I've just returned from a meeting with King Rin and Stormwind. We have much to discuss. Meet me at the Great Seal with haste. The Great Seal, okay. Well, I would like to have sound. Got 56 gold for my Residium, nice. Why is there no sound? What's going on here? System? Sound? I have no idea. Is this another fucking problem with Windows 7 now? I don't know. Alright, I guess we're playing with no sound today. We got 3,000 gold. That's pretty good. Oh, you got a 19? You did a 20, huh? Sweet. Perfect. Alright, so anyway, yeah, let's head out. We're gonna go to the city, open up our chest, and then we'll get started on patch day activities. So yeah, this stream is gonna be exclusively patch day activities. And tomorrow's probably will be too. I don't plan on doing anything but patch day activities, so I won't be doing any Mythic Plus probably to the weekend. I gotta get my cloak. I gotta get that all set up. Before we do anything, let's switch to Wraithwalk and Blood Drinker. Anyway, if I get a cloak for this weekly, I will uninstall the game. I don't know if you can. I think they removed it. Correction, you're playing with no sound. The stream has the sound from the game. Wait, really? Yo, what the fuck is going on right now, dude? You could hear the game sounds. Is that what you're saying? Wow. All right. Anyway, okay. Let's just open the chest and keep going. I can hear the Zoldom. Okay. Whoa. Wait, what was that? 2 AP things? What the hell? 9,000 AP. That just gave me half the fucking level. Wait, did that just give me a full level? No, that just gave me half the level. And I got a cloak. Or oh, I also got a 19. Wait, what? What? We didn't do a 20 last week. Well, that's a free 19. Thanks a lot. We did a 20? Did we? Oh, I don't know. Anyway. Okay, let me go do the mission board. Get all that free AP there, hopefully. Yeah, you're right. We did do a 20. I'm an idiot. Forget it. I'm an idiot. I'm also an idiot, in case anybody is still confused on that. I was on the fence about me being an idiot. Did ILO go up this week? It's next week, yeah. We got a lot of comments. We missed some comments on Discord. What are these? Anyway, looking forward to running in my turning in my 13 Paragon. Oh yeah, let me do some of that too, I guess. I'll do that off stream, but I got Waycrest 16 for my key. Clip it. Clip what? Though thought I did an 18, I guess it was a 17. Yeah, you got an 18, but you didn't actually do it. At least I didn't do it with you. I don't think you did it. Some free rep. All right, so we got, what's this? Mana pearls. Nope, time to get AP. Finally, I love AP. I really do. It's like probably one of my favorite things in the game right now. It's just nice to have something to do to progress your character. There's not really any... Okay, there we go. That's a good one. Alright, that's out. Let's get out of here. 16 isn't bad, IMO. Yeah, not bad at all. Just gotta push it to a 19. Okay, so what's next? Valeris Sanguinar. Guess we're obviously not gonna be doing these quests from AV, right? Oh, what was that? There was also quests for the Warfront. Let's do the easy one real quick. More resources. What was this one? Akunda's bike. Got plenty of that. It's another 1,000 AP. We're almost leveled already. What is this one? Don't have any of those. All right. Well, I pushed to 19 this week, so you can get a 15 next week. Affixes don't seem bad at all this week. Yeah, no, this is a really easy week. What is that? Oh, yeah. Medallions, too. That's always good. Anyway, how much money did we get? Wow, 4,000. Holy shit. Okay, anyway, yeah, it's teaming, volcanic, but it's tyrannical, so those don't basically impact anything. It's also Void Week, which is not anything. Oh, yeah, what, oh, God, this is perfect, too. AP. All right, good, we got to do that. I should have, did keys drop this week? They didn't drop at all for me. I have a 9, oh, I'm an idiot. Forget it, just, yeah, they dropped this week, yeah. Same as always. Chris logging in, good idea. They noticed the Azurite needed to level your neck. Last night I needed about 40k. Now I only need 17. Yeah, they whatever it's called, artifact knowledge started again. Okay, coming bearing word from Stormwind, the Black Prince's return, and together with the speaker, they hope to root out N'Zoth where he hides. What is this?
You mean to tell me none of your spies have returned? N'Zoth is out there, and we need answers now!
We are doing all we can. Speaker Magni is coming, along with a new advisor. He claims to have information for us.
By the light, a new advisor.
Damn.
Rathian.
Anduin, it's been so long.
He's gonna punch him. Boom! It's not coming.
Oh, dragons. I suppose I deserved that.
Wow.
Oh, you deserve more than that. My father is dead because of you!
And my father is dead because of the old gods.
Lad. He's come to help us.
Nefarian the Earthwarder was once the protector of Azeroth. But N'Zoth turned a noble mind to madness, and now my father is only remembered as Deathwing. And, as I haven't the least desire to share that fate, I've been studying how to avoid it.
Just tell me how to prepare for this attack. Our armies
Will be useless. N'Zoth will strike here. He'll manipulate emotions, get people to act in ways contrary to their nature. you won't be able to trust your senses, your memories, your friends. After all, what is real if our perceptions cannot be trusted?
Damn.
Anduin! Anduin! Don't you see, old friend? It's already begun.
Very well, advisor. Tell us how to stop him.
Man, that was really good. I could hear it. Yeah, I was just an idiot. I told you anyone will be corrupted. Yes, well, you didn't tell me anything, but anyway, yeah, that was cool. That was really good. I hope that Rathian's expertise can lead us to the old god. We have precious little else to go on otherwise. The speaker has requested that I send you to aid him and Rathian in the efforts. You have proven yourself a great ally to Azeroth, and it's expected you will have a big part to play in the upcoming battles. Let us hope that the rest of the Horde and Alliance can put aside their squabbles to face a common enemy. Okay, Chamber of the Heart. Good. Man, this is awesome. I don't know, man. Patches are always awesome. Stuff that I don't even expect to be awesome is awesome. Alright, let's go. Chamber of the Heart. A lot of people here.
Anduin spies couldn't find N'zoth. Have you had any luck yourself?
My Black Talon operatives have scoured the world to no avail. I wonder. In my research, I came across references to a place called Nyalotha, a sleeping city of numberless crimes, where only dark things walk. But the void deals in potentials, possibilities. Perhaps this Nyalotha is not so much a physical location on Azeroth, as it is a vision, waiting to be made real.
Whatever it is, we've got to get Azeroth's Titan-made defenses ready. Then you and our champion need to find us a target to point them at.
There's an item as well, Stromy. I won't say it just in case somebody misconstrues what I'm saying, but there's an item as well that was in Classic that they had to remove. Similar.
Well met.
Anyway, yeah, I made it just in time. Rathian's got a plan that we might be able to establish, or might be able to outmaneuver N'zoth. When the old gods show his face, though, we're gonna need to take the hurt to them. But let's get started. Unfortunately, we've got no clue where N'zoth has been lurking since its escape. We do, however, have an idea where he might strike. Back when the Keepers were imprisoning the old gods, they built defense mechanisms against their corruption into the Titan Forges. If N'zoth wants to corrupt Azeroth, he'll have to go through them first. Fortunately, we've got ourselves hooked up to them now so we can monitor them from here. Go ahead and take a look.
Remember, your mother has connected the Chamber of Heart to all known Titan facilities on Azeroth.
This is awesome.
First things first, let's make sure they're all working as intended.
Good idea. Hey, Brandon, what's up, buddy? How you been? Okay, what's going on here? Oh, okay, we gotta talk to these things. This is like the best part of this whole patch. I love this concept. So, one part I don't understand about that cinematic or whatever, that cutscene. What is he talking about? Why is Varian dead? I don't get that.
Error. Forge of origination currently inactive.
Inactive? What happened to it?
Unable to determine root cause of deactivation.
I think we can all safely assume what this root cause might be.
This is not good.
Forgot to set my hearth to Oldham before patch. Why would you need to? There's a portal to Oldham. Anyway, yeah, I just don't understand what they were talking about. Why does Varian's death have anything to do with Anduin or Rathian? I don't get it.
Our world needs us.
I was hoping we'd have more time to prepare. Looks like now's the time to act. We've got no time to waste. Without the Forge of Origination, Azeroth is left vulnerable to N'Zoth's corruption. Not to mention it holds a weapon capable of wiping out all life on Azeroth. We'll need to head over to the Forge right away. Mother can hold down the fort here. Hurry on, I'll meet you there.
Our world must be healed.
Meet Magni Bronzebeard at the Halls of Origination in Oldham. Okay. Oldham's not that far, so we can literally just, we can just fly. And just like that, I'm next 72. Nice. Spending a lot of time on that. What is this? Oh yeah, one of these two. We'll turn one of these in.
I speak for Azeroth.
Another one. Another 3.7k gold. Man. Made a lot of money so far this patch. Anyway, but yeah, Metro Lowell 450 legs Titan Forge from chest today. Okay, congrats. Nothing special, right? I'm changing my Mistweaver Panda to Bloody K today. So excited. Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, I hope that the servers would have been up earlier because I really wanted to make a DK or something on the Allied race thing, but probably won't have time for that now that the servers are up so late. Rathian helped Garrosh escape. We followed him to Draenor. And in turn brought the Legion again. Rathian helped Garrosh escape. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's a bit of a stretch to say that Rathian is the reason that your father's dead, but I guess kind of directly it is true. Forgot though, can you have more than one DK per server? Yes. That's only Demon Hunter that you can't have more than one of. Rathian is the reason we get the cloak again as a legendary item. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that completely pointless thing you just said. That's a good point. All right, let's head over to Halls of Origination. Here we go. Oh, so you can't even do these? Wait. Oh, really? I'm surprised by this. I thought the thing would be here. Maybe once you do it once on your account, it's unlocked on all characters. Also gonna make a Vulpera Blood DK for Horde. Sweet. Yeah, Vulpera's cool. We gotta unlock that too. Not gonna have time for that today. That'll have to be tomorrow probably. Or I guess it'll be tonight. I don't know. I'll probably, I don't know. I kind of wanted to get a lot of the stuff done on stream, but I probably won't stream tonight. Just gonna hang out tonight. Alright, so we gotta fly. Oh. It's that mob. Deal shadow damage and what the hell? Okay, see you later. Thanks for stopping by, mob. Just good, good effort. Hash bronzes online, Jesus Christ. Anyway, nice burp. What? Rathian looks like your mom's player's brother. Your mom's player brothers who always banging married chicks at the Bard. Anyway, oh, this was the dangerous mob, right? Okay, where's the, what's going on here? This is the PvP people were talking about. Where's the dude? Is he legit dead? What's going on here? Oh, no, he's just down here. I remember now. Mob's down the stairs. Yeah, I got it.
Over here, champion. I think I found who took control of the forge.
Some free honor at least. Anyway, got here just in time, Metro. Oh boy, what's going on now? Lag. This whole place is overrun. It looks like the Halls of Origination have been claimed by a group of Tol'vir calling themselves the Amathet. I don't know much about them other than they're new in town and not the friendliest of types. You need to get in there and reactivate the forge or else Azeroth will be done for.
No time to waste. We've got a Titan forge to reboot.
God, fucking idiots. Go away. Stop wasting time. Anyway, better go there with war mode off at release. Yeah, if you're in Alliance. Sure. Alright, I remember doing this on the PTR, so we'll fly through this.
Oh, it's been ages since I've held a hammer in my hands. Feels good to be back in the action.
I agree.
Intruders! You dare defile this place with the curse of flesh? You stand before the Amethyst!
Doing this as DPS spec to make it go faster? Yeah, for me it wouldn't really go any faster. For me, it would go slower because I don't really know how to play those specs at all. Definitely do just as much damage in like open world content as Blood DK. Obviously in like 5-mans and stuff when you get like maximized CDs, it's different, but Magni does like a lot of damage too. I noticed that when we were doing this on the PTR. Gotta go this way. I love this freaking. This is like probably one of my favorite areas in the game, though. Honestly, Oldham is definitely one of my favorite zones. I've never like properly leveled there. I'm gonna have to do it. Just got back from a Chipotle lunch. Did the servers? When did the servers go up? Yeah, about 25 minutes ago. Sitting there reading some stupid forum posts that nobody even cares about. Anyway, I remember I wanted Oldham to be included in this expansion because the Sword of Sargeras poked near the home. I'm happy now. Oh yeah, sweet. It seems super easy, barely an inconvenience. You've seen the dude's videos too. Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
We'll have to turn them off before we can cross. The controls should be down.
All right. Anyway, you gotta go down here, right? Yeah. Think we even need to kill most of this shit. Just waste some time, really. Man, he's up there soloing whatever's up there. That was a really bad blood drinker. Whatever. Alright, we just click on these. Click on both of them, yeah. That's that. Now we go to the other side. Same deal. Are we even gonna aggro? Yeah, I guess it's eventually gonna aggro because we have to do that.
That's all of them. Onward now.
I remember I wanted Oldham to be included in the expansion because the Sword of Sargeras poked near their home. I'm happy now. Nice, yeah, that's cool. You read it so we don't have to. Yeah, I love reading the story online, or on stream, just so I could, if I ever want to relive it, I can just go back and watch it. I think there's a cutscene coming up or some kind of activity happening sooner.
The forge is ours, trespassers!
Not anymore. Might makes right. Amethyst Guardian. What are you doing? Knocking the mobs away from me. That's not what you want to do, Magni. Just chill out.
The Watcher is not yet complete. I need more time.
Oldham is amazing. Yeah, it's just an absolutely excellent zone.
Our enemies are already upon us. Activate
It's just like steeped in such like mystery as well. Ever since Classic, when it was like assumed that you could reach it, but it wasn't actually in the game. You know what I mean? Like the bottom half of whatever Daenerys is like so crazy. How gross! My Great Dane just rolled over and let out a huge fart. Great way to start the day. Sweet. Metro, thanks for streaming this. Nobody else makes videos and content as entertaining as you. Oh yeah. I was gonna play it anyway, so I might as well stream it. But I'm glad that you enjoy the content. Good time for Cyclo. Guy's got a lot of health. So there was some other things that I wanted to do today that I never got around to. That tier list thing took way too much time. I shouldn't have spent so much time on that, but another time, I guess. This way, right? Metro's the real streamer. Others can't even reach his feet. Oh, really? It's because they're not near me, I think. I know, we have to do this is right. Don't get one shot by the elevator. I don't plan on it.
power's been shut off. Hang on, I'll get us access to the conduits.
Oh, look at those like runes. It's nice.
This way,
Oh, that's right. The elevator doesn't actually work. Let's use speed pop. Speed pop. Good time for it.
Look, some of the consoles here are still active.
This part kind of
We can
sucks.
figure out which one controls the
When I watch others, I feel like I'm watching a commercial. There, I can feel like I'm home. Yeah, I feel you. Everybody's got like fake personalities and shit, right? Where they're all trying to like, hey, I'm an entertainer, and today you're watching me entertain you. So make sure you're entertained, and if you're not entertained, make sure you like, subscribe, and give me money on Patreon. Thanks for stopping by. Anyway, what add-on affects the dialogue boxes? Oh, you mean that makes them look like that black thing? It's like it's called immersion. Immersion? I think it's the name of it. Yeah. I've been using it for years. Exactly, yeah. What are we doing? Reroute. Oh, this part. Yeah, okay. I like that. Yeah, it's a great add-on. Okay, how do we do this again? You have to like click these things. It's kind of like the puzzle in what's it called? Suramar. There's like a thing there. Rip Bellular taking shots. That dude is just not. I mean, he's not even an entertainer. He's just a fucking leech, just trying to hang on to relevancy that the game has brought him in his past. I'll tell you this, man. If there's ever a time where I don't like playing WoW, I won't be playing it anymore. Like I'm never gonna just stop playing it and continue to try to cover it because it was my job. That's just ridiculous. That dude can easily pivot his career. I don't know why he doesn't want to try, but he could easily pivot away from WoW. But instead, he just keeps making like extremely low effort videos that just basically take information that he has to learn from somebody else and give his opinions on. Okay, well that's not actually what we need to do. We needed to get to that one too. I forgot it. This part sucks because it's a lot of running back and forth. What? No, we need to make it this way first. Then we shoot it over. Wait, what? I just shot it back that way. Why would that ever be an option? What is the actual goal here? It's the one that we were at over there, right? So we gotta go send it this way. Not that way. Send it that way, and then redirect that one over there, and then both that way. Why can I never make YouTube or Twitch a job? Because I don't want to. That's why I can never. Because I don't want to sacrifice my integrity. Yeah. You gotta be like me, somebody who just like cares, like no, I don't care about money whatsoever. Like, literally just make enough money to live every day, and that's all I care about. I would rather play games and be poor than be rich and work 50 hours a week doing something I don't like. I'm pretty sure he does have another channel where he doesn't do WoW content, so he's trying, I guess. It's probably, I guess it's not working out for him. I don't know why he makes WoW content at all, honestly. He just doesn't even put any effort in. Okay, I guess we did it.
Your kind are unworthy of
Oh, I have like no pots. Didn't get it. Anyway, Bellular just puts out WoW stuff to fund his own company and dev team. Oh, his own dev team? What is that about?
this place long enough.
If Metro was on Twitch, he might do better. Nah, I'd probably do worse.
Time and again, you have failed to protect the Titan's works.
Uh-oh. Anyway, he's developing a game. Oh my god, really? Why would anybody buy a game from a developer who is that like clueless? That's oh my god, dude. That's like that dude. I'll tell you what. There's one guy I would never buy a game from, and it's Bellular. I would rather buy a video game made by like a terrorist than somebody who has demonstrated they know that little about a game they're covering. Think about, right? Like how hypocritical that is. It's like the dude covers topics that are irrelevant and makes up shit just to be relevant on YouTube. And now he's gonna make a video game where other people are gonna do the same thing. Like, are you kidding me? Anyway, he doesn't even play it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, legit does not play it.
Not like you, my devoted chosen.
That's awesome.
Champion, are you there? I thought we lost you for a second.
Wait.
If N'Zoth's minions are inside the forge,
oh shit.
This is worse than we thought.
Was that because I had the thing on my head? Because I don't have it on there anymore. Look at my character doesn't have it on his head anymore. That might be. You guys gonna have to tell me that if you don't have it. That's interesting. Anyway, Blizz is paying him off for it. He doesn't even have Battle.net account on his own. I love the memes about Bellular having to pop up videos or be killed and eating people. Oh yeah. Yep, lol. Yep, about which part? Catch that last second value by jumping downstairs. That's nice.
Looks like
Oh,
the
the
lift is
Bellular memes.
working. The control
I've never
chamber
seen
should be
that.
on the 3rd floor.
Take the lifts to the 1st floor? What? Isn't that the floor we're on? Or are we on the 2nd floor? I wonder if there's some kind of Easter egg on the 1st floor. This part is awesome. Blizz did say there would be a noticeable difference to those who had the gift. Yeah, that might have been it. Oh, that's the 2nd floor. That's where the bosses are in the... Yeah, okay, I remember this.
Here we are. I'll contact the Chamber of Heart.
The Chamber of Heart. Is that really what it's called? We were talking about this a while ago. I thought it was the Chamber of the Heart.
Connection received. Please confirm elimination of hostile entities.
We took care of them, but not before N'zoth gave the Forge a beating.
Understood. Access power terminals to commence system reactivation.
I don't know about that. Nothing to see here. I haven't heard of that. I am unaware of something like that, though. I think that's just like the bully channels that have like... YouTube always tries to solve problems at like a gross scale, and one of the biggest problems right now at a gross scale is like people punching up.
Signal. Error. Unable to access primary power conduits. Direct circuit to Chamber of Heart required. Interface Heart of Azeroth with main console.
They like people like have no audience at all, but they just make like really aggressive comments about people who do have an audience, so their audiences overlap. It's basically like the Reply Girls version 2.
Circuit established. Restoring power. Error. Forge operating at 37% efficiency.
That's it?
37? That can't be enough to keep Azeroth protected.
Affirmative. Additional power sources required. Initiating query for suitable alternatives. Stand by.
It looks like your work isn't done, champion.
That's true. It's definitely not done. Is Titan Residing resetting tomorrow? Yes. For if you're on Europe, yes. We got the Forge back, but not before N'zoth was able to cripple her systems. I'm afraid our work is far from done. Me too. To Ramkehen, it looks like we're going to have to wait a spell while Mother figures out what to do with the Forge. In the meantime, we'll have to try to make sure nobody tries to do any more damage to her. You should check in on the Tolvir in Ramkehen. I know they've helped them. We've helped them in the past, so they might be able to help us keep the Forge out of the wrong hands.
I'll return to the chamber and start figuring out our next move. Can I afford to lose the Forge again? Do whatever it takes to protect it.
Yeah, that was weird, Chris. I don't know why they did that. I'm glad I send island missions today. 5k Residium free on patch day. Sweet. Is there a quick way out? Yes. Wait. Yes, this is the way out. Alright, cool. Let's go to... I think now we begin our first assault, right? I'm pretty sure. So what are we... I don't know. I wish I had a timer on the screen. What are we, like 30 minutes into this? That part took me like almost 45 minutes on the PTR, and the whole thing only took me about an hour and a half, so... I'm not really sure what part's supposed to take long. I don't know. I know that this event takes about 2 hours to do. Yeah, but we're already like at least a quarter of the way through it. Like, I don't know what's left, honestly. Oh, what the hell are those shards? They're like awesome. What is that? Oh yeah, it's already begun, but we haven't like officially gotten it to begin yet until we do the quest. The assault's here. That's cool. Is the island essence buff now? Yeah, all those changes are in. So what essences were buffed? Let's see. I don't think I have any that were buffed right now. I mean, none that I would use. Oil Vein was buffed. Obviously, Visions was buffed. Reduce the cooldown of your vampiric blood by 21%. That's not changed, right? That's just the same as it was. I think that's right, 21%. It's just the proc rate is meant to be higher on the major, right? Alright.
Brigands, your kind are not welcome here.
We come unarmed, and we only seek an audience with the king.
It would seem you are not the only ones.
Okay.
You may
Welcome to Oldham Death Knight. I wish we could have offered you a warmer welcome, but I'm afraid my people find themselves once again in a dire situation. You seek assistance defending the Forge of Origination. It would seem that our goals align. The Halls of Origination are but a small portion of the Forge's true scope. Any threat to Oldham would be a potential threat to the Forge, and Oldham has found itself with many new enemies of late. We were about to convene the High Council when these Waste Wanderers arrived, unannounced. Perhaps you could join us in learning about these threats.
Ramkahan stands with you.
Wonder if I'll use any of the new essences as a tank. Oh, really? Some of them seem really good. Got my ERT rank 3 because of the changes in Lucid Dreams. Nice. Alright, here we go. Let's see.
We know little of the Amethet.
Hey, there's me.
Save that they believe themselves the sole defenders of the Titan's great works. In their eyes, all others are corrupted by the curse of flesh and are enemies of the Makers. It is imperative that they be kept away from the Forge. To the west, another threat looms. Terrible monstrosities have emerged from the sands and gather in great numbers. Though we suspect they hail from Ankh-Karaj, they are unlike any Karaji or Silithid we have faced before. And worst of all, our priests are plagued by unrelenting nightmares. They see our cities burning to ash, and our people turning against each other. I fear that these visions are but the harbinger of something far more dire. We must prepare ourselves for disaster.
That's cool. Okay,
Hail, adventurer. It is clear that Ramkahan cannot face these menaces alone. I propose an accord with those here today, that we band together and defend our home. How may Ramkahan
Serious. I will not partner with grave robbers and bandits.
You will obey your king. All who would fight for Uldum are allies of Ramkahan.
The Waste Wanderers stand with you, King Phaoris.
The League's got your back too.
Very well. Together, we will vanquish all who threaten our home. For Uldum.
cool.
Do you bring news?
Our accord with the Waste Wanderers and Explorers Leagues will aid us in defending Oldham. Doom, I guess. Yet, even our combined strength, we may not be able to hold these enemies at bay without their help, without your help. Surfacing threats. The Tol'vir take the protection of the Titan's construct here in Oldham as a sacred duty. However, our numbers have dwindled and we face greater threats each day. Oh yeah, there's this thing. Even with the strength of our new allies, we will only be able to hold these enemies back for so long. Should any of them surge in power, they may still be able to overwhelm us and endanger the Forge. This is where your assistance is needed. Speak to High Commander Kamses to assess our current situation.
We will protect Uldum.
Do not waste my
Show me the
time.
current assault. Oh, cool. All right, so now the assault's begun. Oh, it's over here too. So it's like one of these three sides of the zone every time, I think. No more raids open next week. Yeah, that's correct. I'm still waiting for ogres, waiting for Jinyu. There can't be female ogres.
With each passing
Maybe.
day, new enemies descend upon
All right, so we're just gonna
Uldum.
pick these up. I don't think there's
We must drive them from the
nothing to read here.
sands.
We just gotta do this.
Strike them down wherever possible, but focus on key objectives and enemy champions to deal the most damage.
Go and put shade scale on because it's gonna look awesome. Alright, so that's that. Here's the thing. Alright, so this is the first vision. How's it look in MOP? Is it there? Where is it? There it is. Not there, but anyway. Okay, so what are we doing? We have to do these dailies too, right? I think. Coalescing visions. I don't know if we need them. We need the rep anyway, right? So we gotta do it all. Drive back the Amethet. Titan core. There's a bunch of stuff happening here, so let's see. This is part of the... Well, requires Tolvir relic. Yeah, I saw that on the PTR. Not exactly sure what that is and isn't. No, yeah, we need to kill priests. Never really... I did one of them on the PTR, obviously, to test the quest line. But I never really did, like, a number of them, so I don't actually know what we need to do. Mobs have a lot of health, though. It's gonna take a while to do this, I think. This is probably gonna be the part that takes the longest, just doing the world content. What was that big snake in the sky? It's there to dismount you, basically. Music reminds me of endlessly flying around trying to get the green... Oh, the figurine, yeah. What is this? The camel you're talking about, right? What the hell was that? Okay, this is just completing this bonus objective, which I feel like I probably don't need to be worried about, but we'll do it, whatever. A lot of fucking mobs here. A lot of them are evading now. Good example of Death Grip's power. Target is tapped somehow. Is there priests somewhere? What do we need to kill besides priests? Nothing. We have to loot something. That gave us 12%, or more like 11%, I think. Maul already exists in the game. Big gnarly female blood trolls in the prototype. Oh yeah, that's a good point. It would basically just be that same model. What is this? Oh, this is just like something that you click on and it gives you percent. See, I feel like I want to do this last because it's just gonna get done without even trying. Like I don't actually need to do it. It's just gonna get done by itself over time. Tolvir relic fragment. 6 of those to make a key, I think is how it works. I still don't really know. Titanic core. We're just basically just killing mob. We gotta find priests. That's the big thing. Are there priests elsewhere too? We have to smash obelisks as well. There's priests like all over the place, I guess. What is this?
This appears to be a place of importance to our enemy. Do what you can to disrupt their operations.
What are we actually doing here? I don't get it. Oh, we have to. I think we have to have 3 people stand in this shit, maybe. I have no idea. Not worried about that right now. Yellow wings, huh? Oh, there's priests there. Does Dune Gorger World Boss really have a mount on its loot table? Probably. Why would you think it wouldn't? There's so many things that are just drive back the whatever. I can't find the things I actually need. That Demon Hunter has a yellow glow. Yeah, it's probably some buff. I remember there being some like sun buff in this zone. It's like a sun related buff. Okay, I don't know what that is, but let's check it out. Some kind of, maybe it's a vehicle. No. It is probably, but I can't access it currently. Anyway, the llama mount is on there now. Gotcha. Free credit, I guess. Don't know if I need it or not. I still don't. There's too many objectives all in one area. Okay, I'm looking for something that I can click on the ground. I know that much. I'm looking for priests. Looks like that's one of them. Sweet 1% world boss mount. Maybe, I don't know if it's gonna be that rare, but. Yeah. Stolen Romkahen banner. Oh, that's cool. Little buff that we can use. Oh good, one more item I'll never get from world bosses, right? I'll never get them because I'll never kill the world boss, but... Oh, here's another chest that we can't open.
Seizing the enemy's resources will bring their supply chain to a halt. Give them nothing to reinforce their armies.
Good idea. We were able to loot that one. That's how I feel about Underrot and King's Rest mounts. Still haven't gotten them. Oh, really? Well, they aren't that rare. It's just bad luck, I think. Oh, there's chests that you can legit just open, I guess. I think you needed keys for them. Never know. It might not be so bad. Who doesn't have way too many alts now after Korax? Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, this is getting really confusing. Let's just try to knock one of these quests out at least. Why would there be priests down here? Done 100 islands and no mount. Really? I have like 4 mounts from islands. Oh, you're gonna get them a lot easier now with the changes they made. Bowman's. I have the Friol one. Oh yeah, cool. King's Rest is the one I have out of all of them, but I'd like the one from Islands at Thunder. Yeah, I have that one. That one's awesome. That's definitely the best mount. There's a cool undead one too, I think. I have that, a bat, and like a skeleton horse or something. Priest, no rip. Man, this is kind of overwhelming. How much stuff there's going on in this zone. I don't really know what I'm even meant to be doing here. I feel like I need to finish the one part of the quest just so I could get better visual indication on what's going on here. I got a jellyfish mount. Oh, that one's good too. I bought a lot of Azurite gear and hope to refund for Residium on pre-patch, hoping I get new Residium. No, that won't work. No Season 3 gear can be scrapped for Residium anymore. They just made that like a blanket change to the game. Okay, that's 7 of 8 priests at least. What's going on here? This seems like there's something going on here. Just destroy shit, I guess. It's not actually up. What is that? Blessed Sunstone. Oh, is this the thing that... Yeah, this is the thing that turned that guy yellow, I guess. They won't be scrapped, but use the 2-hour refund on vendor. Yeah, I guarantee that's not going to work. If it's going to work, it's going to be patched like immediately, so... Blizzard's not that stupid. Okay, I guess we'll go get this done then. At least get one thing out of the way, because I really don't. Coalescing visions. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I thought this was the raid that I was clicking on. Oh, it's probably down in here, huh? Or no, actually, I think it's like here. Not sure. It's gonna go get destroyed. That's why I can't find any. Wow, okay. This is actually gonna be pretty tough to do this. There's just constantly people at all of these areas. It's in the air. Oh, really? Directly in front of town. What are we talking about? Directly in front of town. What? Oh, you're talking about the raid. Yeah. I know where the raid is. I was talking about this quest. Alright, let's see. I think it's gotta be down here, I guess, huh? Can we fly down here? We're about to fall. I guess we're good. There's people down here, so I guess, yeah, we're in good shape. When did the servers open? I'm not actually sure what time, but they've been up for about an hour, maybe. I don't know. Can't remember. It's been a while. Okay, this is just going nowhere, man. I feel like I'm not getting any progress done at all here. These statues, at least. Very inefficient. Titanic core is still not anywhere near here, so... Man, this is crazy. I can't believe how, like, complicated completing these quests are. I don't know if it's just because other people are looting things I need. It's possible. I'm pretty sure I watched Siler do this quest. And there's just supposed to be a box right here. It's like the core could be anywhere, though, which I don't understand. How could it be anywhere? Oh, maybe it's supposed to be from one of these things. I don't know. Oh, we already got an item with corruption on it, damn. 440, that's pretty good. Yeah, I legit have, like, no idea what I'm doing here. It's from an elite? Oh, really? Wait, no. No, what? A Titan. Huh? Maybe it's from that skull item on the main map? No. It's just like a bonus objective thing. So there's supposed to be an NPC here that's not here currently? Is that what you're saying? And I really wish I can just not... do I even have to do these? Maybe I can do these later. The Titans are in the obelisk of the stars on your map. The obelisk of the stars. You're talking about in the pits? I don't think I have to do these dailies, though. I think I just have to do this. So I'm not gonna do this. No, up top, behind you. Okay. No, on the top above. Are you behind or something? Everyone is just killing them. Gotcha. Okay, that's fine then. Let's move on. I'm not gonna waste my time with these. I need to do them, but I don't need to do them right now, I'm sure, so... Let's go find a dense area and just kill mobs, I guess. How's the patch? So far, it's not been great just because there's so much competition for all the things that I need to do. But obviously, that's not the patch. That's just patch day. So yeah, I'm really excited for it. I would just like to progress here, and I'm not able to make any progress because I'm getting bottlenecked by all these other people. Oh, I see. These things. I get you. There it is. Okay. Get this done at least one way or the other. What's he doing? Casting something on me. You got a lot of health. Yeah, it'd be just like Nashatar though. Once I learn what I'm doing, it's gonna be quick, but not really interested in learning today. I'm like, interested in getting that cloak as fast as possible. That cloak and getting into divisions as fast as possible. Oh, we got that quest done at least. Good. Okay, so in the end, we're gonna end up finishing all this stuff without really even trying. It looks like we just need to break these obelisks, which keep missing. Really wish they were not like that. Maybe they'll change it eventually, but I thought they learned their lesson from previous zones. It's like these quest objectives. When you make them not shared, they're very frustrating. Anyway, how far have you made it? Got the cloak yet? No, the server's only been up for less than an hour. I don't think anybody could have the cloak yet. Still working on the first assault, then we gotta go do the mop one, and then I think that's it. Go get the cloak and do our first vision. Gotcha, been working, right? Must be tough to work on patch day, even though a lot of the times the patch isn't even like out, but still I would never be able to be at work today. Alright, we did that quest again. Inconsequentially, but still, hopefully we do need, obviously we need the rep and stuff from it, so. Yeah, it is hard, I bet. But if it was like, if you could only take like 1 day off, would it be better to take the patch day off? I don't even know. The answer might be no, just because there's high likelihood that it's going to be unstable, you know? Alright, we're just looking for another priest. And we just gotta grind mobs, I think. These guys are all ranged mobs, of course. Anyway, tomorrow will be better probably, but I'll catch up tonight. Yeah, obviously tonight's when the bulk of it gets done. So that's, what is that, a buff or something? Is that the buff that I have? Sun touched figurine as well. Oh yeah, we got all these items. Let's use these things. You have no target. Probably a good idea to click these items. I'm just gotta place a text message here. Okay, anyway, how far are you? Not very far. Just started pretty much. Okay, 84%, 85%. Guess the best way is just kill mobs, right? Small objectives you complete, but okay, 87. It's pretty much like 1% per kill, right? Maybe about half and just getting averaged up. Of course, somebody. I don't know why people do that. Like, if we all clicked it at the same time, we'd all get credit. But people are like, "Oh, I gotta get it! Can't possibly let anybody else get it." I guess I don't blame them, but it just sucks. Okay, let's see. We need 9 more kills, effectively. Good place for that. Yeah, those are elites there. Here, let's actually go across here because it was. And then there's a pet battle one too. Retinus the Seeker. I wonder what that is. There's a chest. This is the chest that we saw before. We haven't gotten any more of these. This area seems like it'll be important, but I guess there's just some small importance. Oh, a rare? Oh, fucking alliance too. Killing a rare, you can't allow that. They're gonna get the kill anyway though, unfortunate. Well, that's unfortunate. The fucking 2 alliance in the zone managed to kill a rare, that's silly. Questionable meat, I bet. Okay, anyway. Oh, we got some credit from something. I guess opening the chest or whatever. All kinds of chests down there, it looks like. There's one up here. Oh, that's nice. That gives credit. That's cool. By the way, I watched all of your Mythic, how far? Okay, I watched all of your Mythic Plus pug guides. Fantastic job. Love them. Thank you so much for doing them. Extremely helpful. My pleasure, man. Truly my pleasure. I'm glad that I was able to help. Like I say in the videos, I wanted to help my friend the whole time. Oh, wait, now I have to kill something else? Sabotage. I saw that. He was in front of this pyramid. I just wanted to help my friend, you know? So I'm glad that not only did I help my friend, but I also helped other people. A win-win. Just got my first piece of corrupted gear from the assault. Sweet. Yeah, I'm hopefully about to get one too. Gotta wait here for the fucking mob to respawn. Let me make this post here. Oh, there's the guy. I was gonna say he doesn't have a lot of health, but now everybody's attacking him, so he's gaining a lot of health.
It is done. The enemy forces are routed and in retreat. Return to Ramkahan when you can.
That's it. Speak with Captain Haddon. Optional? Why is that optional? Why would we do it in the first place? Okay, anyway, let's go back, turn this in. Okay, anyway, I think he is supposed to help kill the dude. Oh, really? I didn't even notice. Alright, so we got all those dailies done too anyway, even though we bitched and moaned about not getting them done. Okay, let's see.
This had better be good.
Yeah, that's the assault. Get the dailies turned in.
How may I assist you? How may Ramkahan aid you?
Champion! Mother may have found a way to restore the Forge of Origination. Meet us at the Chamber of Heart as soon as you can.
Okay, back to the Chamber of the Heart. So when's the next expansion? Probably late this year, yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows. Not even Blizzard, I'd imagine. Is the content easy so far? I had some trouble frustrating, just frustrated by other people kind of stealing the objectives, but other than that, it's easy, yeah. So what are these lesser visions, coalescing visions, vision of Zoth, horrific visions? Yeah, I would just look into it. I could try to explain it, but it'd be way easier to just read about it on Wowhead. Anyway, I missed that comment, sorry. Okay, read that. Have you been able to run a mythic with your good friend Cop? Oh yeah, we've done a lot of dungeons together over the last few months. Pretty solid for Resto Shaman 2 minus the secondary stats. Nice. Okay, read that. Open the thing they gave you. It has your corrupted piece. Oh, I forgot all about that. Let's take a look. Wait, what is this? There appears to be something unusual about this particular item. Perhaps someone in the chamber can speak to its origin. Oh, that's cool. It's about corrupting gear, yeah. Alright, we got wrists. Unfortunate. I have 450 wrists, but might still be better. Let's see. Gain Void Ritual, giving her spells and abilities a chance to increase all secondary stats by 7 seconds. I don't think that's good. That doesn't sound very good. But it does have haste on it. I doubt that's good. I can't imagine that's worth 10 item level, but maybe it is. Anyway, Org Portal is lagging. Oh yeah. So far it appears to just be more grind forced on us. Yeah, I mean if you think like world content isn't fun, then I'd probably just quit the game, because obviously the game is all about world content at the beginning of a patch. I wonder if that's the only piece you get, maybe? I got the same piece as you. Yeah, that's the piece Latsu posted as well at wrist. Maybe. It's unfortunate. How are you already to 95% to next Heart of Azeroth level? The chest itself gave like 50% of my level. When I opened the Mythic Plus chest, it gave literally 50% of my level. It's always wrists, yeah. And then I turned in a couple other things that gave me more time. Or gave me more IP. Wait, what is this? Not what we're looking for. Alright. Up to 140 secondary stats at 20 seconds. Oh yeah. That one seems shitty. No Paragon boxes. I have a bunch of them. I just haven't gone and turned them in yet because no reason to waste time doing that right now.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Okay, can you tell me anything about this corrupted item? It seems that oh, this is happening at the same time.
Recommendation: reroute power from compatible Titan facilities.
So the forge was not damaged beyond repair. How fortuitous. It is unlike N'Zoth to resort to brute force.
All of the other forges are working full-time to protect Azeroth. Is there anywhere else we can get that power?
Schematics indicate compatibility
oh, look at that.
Forge of Origination and Engine of Nalak Shah.
That's it then. Looks like we're heading to Pandaria.
Can do. You would be 73 at the moment if you used Paragon/Emissaries. I would also never get to 74 because I would burn out before the patch started. So.
Learn from the past.
Not an option for me, unfortunately. Oh, I missed that whole fucking dialogue. God damn it. Well, I had it on the screen forever, so other people could have read it. It looks like we're in quite an adventure. Last I heard, Mogushan Vaults was still abandoned. We shouldn't have too much time, too tough of a time reaching the engine, since we're already defeated the Mogu Guardians in that place. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get that engine turned on.
Fight for our world. I'll meet you at the entrance to the vaults, champion.
Oh wait, Curious Corruption. There's more to that. Tell me about the Titanic purification process.
Farewell protocol activated. Departure acknowledged.
Alright, so if I get an item I want to not use, I can do that. Alright, so anyway, meet with Magni. So alright, so we're gonna go to Kunlai, right? Shadow Pen. We have to go to Kunlai, right? Yep. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. This is gonna be really nice having these Mob CM ports. It's gonna be really nice. Gonna get some value out of these. Damn, these Mob portals. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, man. How nice is that? Gonna get some value out of these portals. Up until that, I only ever really used it when I was trying to go to Blackrock Depths and shit to farm. Whatever, MC, etc. I gotta do MOP again, man. I am glad I know how to speak 600 languages, because this world traveling stuff would be hard without that. What does that mean? I don't get it. I'm really looking forward to 9.0 though, just to do like a full round of the story again. Of the different expansion stories, that is. Oh yeah, this part, I remember this.
Careful, hero. One of these Mogu is still kicking.
Honored speaker, I would have words with you.
You what? Well, that's peculiar.
Yeah, this is like a good Mogu. You are allies of the speaker. We must stop the Mantid. They cannot have the vaults. I must take you to my people.
We must make haste. The Mantid...
Foolish Mogu. These vaults now belong to the Empress. Your allies will die with you.
Damn. I don't think that's gonna happen, buddy. Buddy. 8 hours CD. I think it's a full 24-hour CD, but yeah. Yeah, it's 8 hours only, actually. That's pretty good. Better than I thought. I thought it was 24 for sure.
Our swarms are endless.
What are we gonna do now?
Find my clan.
Azeroth cries out in
That
pain.
amber barrier looks nigh impossible. It looks like we've hit a dead end.
Back to work.
A symbol Mogu, slain Mogu, clutches a sigil in his hand, a symbol from the mysterious clan he belongs to. Perhaps if you could track down his clan, they may know more about the Mantid invasions of Mogushan vaults and how they can be overcome. Lore Walker Cho is well known as a font of lore for Pandaria. He may be able to track down the origins of the Mogu sigil.
If this Mogu's clan is anything like him, maybe they'd be willing to help us. I don't know the first thing about Mogu clan sigils, but I bet Lore Walker Cho does. I'll meet you at the seat of knowledge.
That would be cool, Valis, yeah. The entire map just went dark. What does that mean? Alright, so now we gotta go here. There's no like whistle or anything we can use, right? Yeah, just gonna have to fly. Might actually hop on a flight path real quick. It's not a very long flight, but I need to get water, and I'm kind of sipping on it so I don't drink it all at once. It's a very, very short flight. Let me just go get water. I'll be right back. I need some coffee. Oh yeah. Anyway, okay, this is where I hit auto run, and when I get back I'm dead. Yeah, I would do that, but it's such a short flight. Literally gonna be there in like a minute. Done that many times, corpse miles into the ocean. Yeah, I can't do that. That would just, you gotta know when to do it and when not to do it. Like sometimes it's worth it, but it takes me about like 2 or 3 minutes to get full like the water and get back upstairs. So yeah, just unrealistic. What the fuck is that? Anyway, I'll be back. I'll be like down here if not dead by the time I got back. I fucking love Pandaria though. I think like in terms of continents, Pandaria is my favorite for sure. It was like, this is when they started getting like good skyboxes too. This is like the first good skybox set. Pandaria has some good ones, like the Shaw skybox. Oh, that's meant to be, oh, that's probably the corrupted year that you got. I guess, is it the same gain void ritual or was that random? This chance is increased if at least 2 nearby allies also have void ritual. Might be worth it in raid, I guess, if a lot of people have it on. I really wish I played Mop. Cataclysm Zone is a close second. Nice. Yeah, Mop was a hell of an expansion, honestly. It's when they first introduced a lot of the stuff that's become legendary stuff now. Okay, anyway, so the vision, or whatever the assault's going on here now. I got the same thing, but leather. Yeah, it's always the same corrupted affix, is that right? Makes sense. Oh, I should have been reading this. You say a Mogu asked for your help? This is quite uncharacteristic. I'd be happy to help you uncover the origins of the sigil. To be honest, the prospect of a Mogu clan that isn't openly hostile interests me greatly. Just think of the possibilities. Let's get down to business. We'll need to consult the volumes of the various Mogu clans in Vale to narrow it down.
Eyes open. Oh. As you know, the Mogu clans were once again united by the resurrected Thunder King, Lei Shen. After his defeat, the Mogu splintered and began warring for dominance. Many new clans arose from the ashes. Perhaps this sigil belongs to one of them. Let's begin our search with my copy of The Serpent Masters.
The Mogu are such an interesting thing in WoW. Like, I really love their
With their command over Storm and Serpent, many consider the Zantien the dominant clan, though the others surely disagree. However, I see nothing pertaining to our mysterious sigil. Perhaps my copy of Power Through Blood holds the answer.
Alright, anyway, yeah, the Mogu were like really, the beginning of Mop was really interesting, how like the Mogu were kind of
blood magic.
In like impervious civil war, you know, like
with powerful war machines fueled by the life essence of those they conquer.
Oh shit.
This looks nothing like the sigil though. See if
no,
you
that's
can
just a
find
regular
a copy
torn.
of Will of Stone.
I explored all Pandaria zones and raids and got so impressed by the Throne of Thunder raid. Yeah, it was good.
The Baruch used the spirits of the dead to animate the statues littering their ruins and turn them into immortal soldiers. The sigil does not appear here either. Could it be we've not encountered these Mogu before? Wait, there is one more tome we could search. Bring me a copy of The Origins of the Mogu.
Okay, let's do that. It's over here. What are these? Those are dailies for something else, I guess. Pep battles. 6K coalescing visions, but they feel easy to acquire. That's because you got them from the assault.
Those who answered to High Keeper Raden were known as the Rajani.
You can only do the assault twice a week, right?
This sigil matches that of the Rajani. Is it possible that this ancient clan has been resurrected?
Let's get rid of mana pearls. Don't need those anymore. The Rajani?
Greetings.
I think so. Alright. Trying to get
I'll
through this.
stay with the Lore Walker and ask what he knows about the vaults. good luck with the Mogu.
Alright, so what's next? Mogu scouting report. Oh yeah, this part really... this is like I was going to give up here on the PTR because it took me forever to get this. We literally just kill any mobs, right? Seek out the champions of the Mogu. They would be the most likely to carry reports on of their enemies' whereabouts. So just any Mogu mob, basically. Whoa, what the fuck? Look at this, it's crazy. So this is actually the raid, I think, right here, right? No, it's just a thing. Just a thing. Pretty crazy looking, though. Man, that's nuts. Okay. Oh, there's herbs? Oh, no, they're the old herbs. Okay, what are we looking for? Let's see. Tons of Mogu, if I remember, down in here. There's like a bunch of Mogu and Mantid fighting. I think that's what I killed, but I didn't realize I should only be killing Mogu. There's one, I guess. Just kill whatever we find. Never know, you might get it first try. Let's see. Just another piece of sky art for D&D to get stuck on. Oh, Death and Decay. Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Okay, here we go. Nice little... some nice density here. Oh my god, stunned. Feels like a flask would be a good investment here since it's going to take a while. I got about 2 more hours, maybe less than that, probably about an hour and 40 minutes left here, so I'm going to try to do it all. I didn't plan on it being up this late, so I hoped it had been done by now, but there we go, we got the report. Perfect. Look at that. Alright, let's go turn it in now. Yeah, it's crazy. We had like over 100, and we had like 170 viewers when the stream servers were down, but now we have 90. I guess people don't like watching and playing at the same time. Alright, let's turn this in, and I can't remember what's next. I think we have to do whatever's here, like the actual stuff that's happening here as well. Maybe not. Maybe that was, I don't know. Not really sure how it works because obviously last, when I did it on the PTR, it might not have been a week for the, or whatever. I don't know. Last EP raid tonight? No, we're not going to raid tonight because most of our raiders, they are not able to get on before raid starts. So we're just going to take the night off so everybody can get their world stuff done. And then we'll raid tomorrow last time. I do that though. I'll be playing and still have a stream up on my phone. Yeah, I always...
You found the Rajani.
I always have stuff being watched.
Let's just hope they'll put down their spears long enough to hear us out.
According to the scouting report you found, Rajani are holed up in Silent Sanctuary overlooking Mistfall Village. They're described in the report as seclusive and dangerous, so we have to best take caution when approaching them. I'll meet you there. Yeah, Magni, he's the definition of caution, huh? Yeah, this is it. I remember now. Time Lost Warriors. It's cool. Yeah, I quite like the Mogu stuff, man. I really do. It's a really good story, though. I almost wish I didn't do it on the PTR because I think it would have been a lot cooler. Like, when I was doing it on the PTR, I didn't know why I was doing it. I didn't know what it was. Wow, look at that. That's nuts. Holy shit. That's fucking scary, honestly. Anyway, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just doing it because I thought I needed to. But in the end, it didn't really help me. I wanted to test the corrupted weapons, but they had just removed the vendor, so I didn't know that that was the case. There's a flight path.
Halt, outsider. Your kind are not welcome here.
Why not?
Is that how you address the Speaker of Azeroth?
The Speaker? What is the meaning of this?
Show Storm Speaker can't. This guy looks awesome, by the way. It's like a slightly, it's not a new model, but it's got all new coloring. He was slain by the Mantid and told me to seek you out. Then his mission failed. It is as we feared. It was not Suo's place to send you to us, but your arrival presents an opportunity that has not, until now been closed to us. Walk with me and I will explain. Oh, cool, another cutscene.
As you have seen, the Mantid have begun to swarm. I did not realize they had grown so bold as to invade Mogushan Vaults. This is far too early for another cycle to begin. The rise of their new Empress must have spurred them to action. Meanwhile, our scouts report that a massive Mogu army is assembling in the north, in numbers not seen since the days of Lei Shen. With the attention of the Golden Lotus,
the fuck? Whoa!
The Mogu clearly see an
Just got one shot.
to conquer the Veil and subjugate everyone within. Most troubling of all, though the Veil has been cleansed of the Shah's corruption, a tangible sense of dread lingers.
Yeah, you call that a sense of dread, that thing right there?
The High Keeper speaks of a looming threat that we are powerless to stop. I cannot draw him out of his malaise. Perhaps you will.
Damn, it's the coolest character in the game, if you ask me, though. Fucking just casually, hey, what's up, Raden?
No hope. The coming threat will consume us all. You only delay the inevitable. Try as I might, I cannot reach him.
Fucking Raden. Alright, speak with Raden. I need the engine of Nalak Shah to safeguard Azeroth from N'Zoth's corruption. Champion of Azeroth. I should have expected that you showed up to the Veil soon enough. Why have you disturbed my peaceful exile? I heard the whispers. I know what evil is upon us. I'm afraid the coming darkness is too great for you to bear. It took the combined might of all the Keepers and their creations to imprison the old gods during the time of the Black Empire. With the Pantheon gone and the Keepers scattered... Wait, why is the Pantheon gone? What? What hope do you have to prevail? We're the main character, bro. Your sword in cinematic? Yeah, it's cool, right? It is of no use. The great High Keeper is convinced of our fate. It will take more than words to move him.
It can't be coincidence that just when we need help with the Forge of Origination, we find the Keeper who installed it. You go on ahead. I'll try and talk some sense into him.
Good luck with that, Magni. Okay, if the High Keeper is so convinced that we don't stand a chance against our enemies, perhaps a show of force would sway him. I am not sure how you would manage, but if you could bring proof of victory against those that threaten the Veil, it may convince him that action should be taken. And we get a Azerite piece that we don't want anyway. 1.5k AP though.
Cannot be. The Black Empire itself has invaded the Veil. Act swiftly before all is lost.
Okay, more dailies too. Hopefully these aren't as fucking pain in the ass ones. There's only 2? There's probably another one outside. I love this Mogu architecture though, man. I want them as a horde race. You're talking about the Mogu? That'd be awesome, yeah. These are the only 2? Oh, what the fuck? Forget it, there's even more. 5 total, what? Did we miss one maybe in the other zone then? Okay, again, we're not fighting anything that we don't need to fight. Our main goal here is to get that done, and I don't know if we need to do the dailies to do that. But we'll do them, as long as they're not super complicated, like the other ones. I don't know, they were complicated, I was just being an idiot though. So when I did this, it was a Mantid. It was this side of the zone on the PTR. So it's interesting that it changes. Yeah, Mogu. The music in Mop is soul-soothing too. Love the Zen theme. I love it too, for sure. It's definitely some of my favorite music in the game.
Discipline.
Oh, Terran Zoo.
Is the only way.
I think if you'll fly around, there's even more that show up on local. Oh, well, okay, well. I don't know. Right now, I'm trying to just get this cloak, and we're not necessarily running out of time, but the clock's ticking for sure, so I want to make sure I get it on this stream. Oh, GG, damn.
Are you well?
Man, this is cool. I love these characters. As much as I like Uldum, the characters in the zone were pretty garbage, to be honest. Like, they weren't really anything to write home about, you know what I'm saying? But the characters in MoP were absolutely spectacular. Like, these are fucking top tier characters here, so. I don't know what I'm even doing. Just killing stuff I don't need to kill.
I am but one.
It's probably true. Lost Guardian. Anyway, are you going to do a 24-hour stream when Shadowlands drops? No, I don't ever do that. I can't really stay up for 24 hours, although I have by accident a couple times recently. Been having a lot of trouble sleeping some nights. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to stream, no way. Void tears collected, is that what it said? From what? Oh, Void Tears closed. Void Tears closed, I guess. Who knows? Oh, there's one, I think. Whoa, what the hell? Is this... I'll kill this stuff, I assume. Is this something? Just participating maybe closes it? Yo, there's like, you can go into the raid, what the fuck? Yeah, that was one of them. Okay, let's check it out. I don't know what's down here. Just some cool shit. Wow, this zone's really deep then. I didn't know you could do this. This is like legit the raid, like it's... This is the raid. Can't go anywhere else though, obviously, because it's only the first 2 bosses of the raid, but... Yeah, there's like all kinds of stuff in here, it's interesting. Huh. A lot of mobs down here, I guess we can get some percentage if we wanted to, but... I wonder if there's anything over there. Not in the mood to find out. Let's try to get this stuff done today. That's what we're after. Okay, so we have made 0 progress on this. Squidtail Hosen in the Veil of Eternal, whatever. Those are there. They're only in that one area, so that's... And this one is over there. Let's kill these. Getting used to these speed pots. It's always nice to have speed pots when new content launches. Oh. Okay, that's that. Yep. Getting mind flayed. Okay, let's see though. Let's do this. Ancient Pandaren Spirit released. A lot of these X's on the map or whatever. Oh, those are the Void Tears. Oh, that's good. That's scary. Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to leave. I guess we can't. Doesn't anima do more damage than the single target essence? No. Not even close. Especially not in world content like this where you can't pull super big. What am I even doing down here? I don't assume I have to like, oh, just got kicked out eventually, I guess. That was weird. Okay, that didn't help us really at all. So what's here? Let's see. The burial ground. Oh, this is this area. Famous mob dailies. How do we cleanse it? I don't. Do we just kill mobs or something? Release Pandaran spirits. From what? Just click them. They're too far. Oh, that's because somebody's already clicked them, that's why. They're like ascending after somebody clicks them, they go away. Well, yet again, I don't know. This is really frustrating, honestly. I hate having to like compete with like dozens of other people for things. It's really annoying. But it's literally, in order to finish this quest, I'm going to have to do that. So let's go ahead and test it and see if we can just not do this, because I really don't want to. Let's go over there and see if this one is less competition. Because I think this one's just kill mobs, so it shouldn't matter if people are competing. I just really can't be asked, like, sitting here waiting for mobs to respawn just so I can get 1 of 7. We'll just kill mobs and get this. I'm pretty sure all you need to do is this, but maybe for some reason you have to do all the dailies too. I don't think so, but you never know. You never know, I guess. This is like right next to the Alliance base here. Interesting area. Yes. Of course, there's Alliance here, but still, it should be easier to complete this. Are they down here too? No. Oh god, there's spawning like crazy. It's not even Alliance, it's just people capping the tag limit. Oh, a rare. That's nice. Always nice to kill rares of Blood DK with this PvP talent. It's makes the mob take 5% more damage. Well, actually, is it more? Yeah, it's up to 15% more damage when 5 people attack it. I think it's only 3% when it's only a single target, but yeah, it makes things go a lot faster, obviously. Okay. Oh, rares give those essences as well. Okay, we're done, but it looks like we're gonna be stuck in combat here because mobs just instantly respawn. Well, that was a prototype for the good type of quest here. Okay, so 67%. What else? Let's see. Oh, that apparently we closed the void tier without even trying to as well. Wait, what was that? What the, why did I just get 30%? What the fuck was that? I just got like a ton of AP and, not a ton, but I got a lot of stuff from doing very little. And I don't know why. Anyway, watching this from EU feels bad, yeah. Unfortunate. You can't have everything though. You already have better healthcare and nicer places to live, so. Getting the patch a day late, I mean, that's not the worst thing that could happen, right? What?
Now is the time for heroism, my friend. Show them why your name echoes throughout history.
Heroism? We're using Bloodlust, buddy. Alright, so it looks like it's just over here. Yeah, probably right in the middle here. When I did the Mantid one, it was right against the gates here, so that's good. They're using like key factor. Oh wait, no, it must be in here, huh? Oh, that's cool actually. No, that's really cool. If it's legit in here. Pretty neat. I was wondering why there was so many people coming down here. It didn't seem like a super obvious thing to do. Fuck. Glider would help. Sort of. Didn't really do anything. Chest. Is it not actually down here? A lot of mobs along the way. If it is, I don't know. Get behind me. Why are you always get in front of me? Stupid mobs. Ziri Dorm. Oh, there's. Wow, he just died. Okay. Wait, what the hell is Ziri Dormi doing here? Oh, that's not here. That's above, isn't it? It's gonna like turn the zone back into. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna turn the zone back into the other version, I think. Here. Nothing. Okay, but I think after I finish this, if I remember correctly, I go back to the heart chamber place, and it's time to do a vision. That mechanic on the ground? Can't really see it. Can't really find interest in caring either when you're over geared for world content like this. I wonder like how hard this. The problem is like everybody's here, so to do it like completely solo would probably be really difficult. But you'd never really be in that position.
The old gods grip
Conqueror's Trophy. What was that?
This will be a tale for the ages.
Oh, it's up here. Is it? I'd really hate to burn a speed pot if it's not actually up here. Why is there another quest all of a sudden? No, it's not up here. Well, let's just go see what some people are running up here. There must be something up here. I don't think there's anything up here though. There's a lot of running in this area. It's tough that you can't mount here. Yeah, there's just like literally a door here, huh? That's cool. Worth checking out, I guess, but let's see if it runs out somehow. No. We got baited. Is this live? Yes, of course. both me and this guy got baited into doing that. That's funny. Might be faster to Hearth, honestly. Another glider. Is this classic? Yes. Question mark upstairs or behind the boss? Yeah, it didn't seem like it was down here, so I don't know. Do you believe in ghost? I don't know. Maybe that door behind the boss. We just went there. There's nothing there. Nothing there. It's got to be out here. God, it feels so tiring. Watch you walk around. I'm a DK main too. All right. Either way, I mean, slower than it would be on other classes, but still, it's not like it's a long ride one way or the other. Nothing to see here, huh? Shame. No, there wasn't anything there. Okay, speed pop. Oh boy, we're slowed. That's an unfortunate speed pop. Okay, let's go ahead and I don't know. Down here it looks like. Yeah, proof of tenacity. That's all we needed to do, it looks like. Get some AP, and that's that. Anyway, finally did all the dailies in Vale. Nice. Keep it up, man. I'll have to do those later on. They give rep, right? I guess is there a new rep, or how's it work? Talanji, no, that's the old one. Rajani, and then Oldham Accord. Yeah, okay. I don't know exactly what the reps give, to be honest. Just know there's some things we need. Stuck with the engine of Nalak Shah. What do you mean stuck? All right, let's turn it in. Yeah, Rajani. What is it this time? So you managed to defeat one of the Vale's would-be conquerors, a noble feat, but Azeroth's enemy are innumerable. The Burning Legion, the Old Gods, the Void. Sooner or later, the scales will tip against this world, but I have been mistaken before. Oh yeah, you're right about that. Your kind have proved me wrong in the past, so I will give you a chance to do so again. The Titan structure, which houses the engine of Nalak Shah, spans the entirety of Pandaria. There are more ways to reach it than just the Mogushan vaults. There are many such routes, but the closest would be through Mogushan Palace. The chambers beneath the palace are interconnected with the vaults. Seek your fate there, champion. Follow the secret passage from Mogushan Palace and reactivate the engine of Nalak Shah.
So, all of the Titan facilities on Pandaria are connected. Fascinating. Well, no sense standing around while the world is ending. To Mogushan Palace!
Heart of Darkness. Your secondary stats are all increased by 72 while you have 25 corruption or higher. That's interesting. That's a good piece, huh? It's got like the best traits. Well, this inner ring kind of sucks, but... Return a rune weapon, Fester My, Frostwhelp's Indignation, Echoing Howl, Ready Bloody Rune Blade. It's a good piece. Too bad it's 430. Okay, let's go ahead and head up here, I guess. Have you experienced a paranormal activity? No. You mean in-game or IRL? Oh, what the hell's going on here? There's like random ass text on here. It's nuts.
Hello.
Thank goodness you arrived when you did. I still cannot believe that N'Zoth would strike at my very doorstep. Oh, this is the actual assault. Okay. This is another daily that we'll have to do another time. Okay, so that's not actually where we go. These are not dailies for the assault, right? Is there something else?
Tell me of your travels.
Pet battles.
My goods are crafted with great care.
Alright, that's good. Let's go. That's great for Holy Pally, right? Their secondary stat skill way better than intellect. What is? When you talking about secondary stats, I don't know. So we got another box. Did I open that immediately? Cache of the Black Empire. Here it is. Okay. Oh, what is that? We got a waste that doesn't have any corruption on it this time, so that's unfortunate. New transmog though. What is this item? Oh, this is the horrific vision thing. Okay. New Azerite trait. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so where do we actually go? Engine of Nalak Shah. How? Do we actually go into the 5-man? Maybe there's an NPC right outside of it or something. I don't know. There's like a dialogue option. Oh, Ziri Dormi? Is this?
Well met.
No.
Be careful.
Not that person. Okay, well this has been more... Oh, what is this? This has been more complicated than I would have expected, so I could see why people think it takes 3 hours, because... Yeah, there we go.
Raden said that the secret passage is hidden beneath the palace. The statues are coming to life.
So we gotta break the statues, I guess. Magni's here again though, wrecking face. Thank God for you guys. I screwed my UI and Lotso and Thick helped me quick repair it with a few things I was unfamiliar with. Oh yeah, like what? Just a bunch of aura bar bullcrap, you know. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. I'm not sure, but that's cool. Glad they were able to help. So what are we doing here? Killing these 4, I guess. Maddie's dumping and punking monkeys. Ain't nobody live with his mom but a bunch of junkies.
Looks like defeating the guards opened the door. Let's go, champion.
Oh, this door. I was gonna say, which door? Alright, here we go. Let's see. What are these traps?
The Mogu are known to leave traps for unwary intruders.
We gotta kill more statues. It'd be better if they could just all spawn at once. Kill them quicker. AoE them down, as they say. Oh, that died quick. Holy shit. Magni's really probably hurting hard. Animated strike. Well, it is a video game after all. Got a haste buff or something? Blood right proc. I was like, why am I so fast? I don't use blood drinker enough to realize when it's like I'm not used to its timings really. Wow. Okay, so we'll save cycle. I was gonna use cycler here, but it's probably got some named mob coming up. Make your way to the lower level. Oh, what the hell's happened here?
That switch must open the way forward. Just watch your step around those tiles.
What the hell? So these are the same tiles that used to exist. How do you do this? Can you jump over? Wait, what? It's fucking AMS. Let's go. No thanks.
A hidden staircase.
Now what? Over here? A hidden staircase. Yeah, you know, this is always here, Magni. Have you never done the 5, man? You didn't get CMs, I guess. This is always here, buddy. It's not new. What the hell? Oh, it's because I stepped on a thing, I think, yeah. Is this the right way? I might not. There we go. Anyway, what the fuck? What?
I didn't see a way to open the door. There must be a switch somewhere. We best start searching.
How did you skip this? How did you skip what?
The statue, of course. You've got a sharp mind here.
Nah. I think it was just glowing, so you can tell there's something going on. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what is this? Oh, I don't have that sharp of a mind, apparently. It's like the freaking puzzle in Reborn. No. You have to push it. Is it based on your direction? How does this work? Yes, it is. It's based on where you're facing. Wow, that's interesting. It's like the Reborn puzzles, the chess pieces.
Now,
That's cool.
Let's see where this passage leads. Maybe we should have brought a torch.
I wish. Wish you could use torches in this game. A little bit of just transposition
It's been a while
there.
since I've had to walk for this long. Wait, I think we're here. Now, let's find the engine.
Oh, what the fuck? Yo, that's cool. I'm not even gonna click that because it's probably gonna send me back, but that is really, really, really cool that those little entrances have a purpose. What the name of Azeroth is going on here? That's a great question. I'm not sure myself, Magni. Reach the Moshan vaults. We've done that. I fucking love this. Is probably one of my favorite raids as well, honestly. Such a cool theme. Like the way it looks is really good. Now what? Oh god.
I should have known the Mantid would throw their lot in with N'zoth. They're trying to corrupt the vaults. We can't let that happen.
Oh, 10% per click though. It's not bad, but a lot of mobs to click along the way, or to fight along the way. Yeah, we're gonna have to actually kill them. That's fine. You're sitting on Cyclo, and really that's like a great example of why you should never save your CEs, because I could have used it at least twice by now. I kept sitting on it thinking there was going to be something to use it on, and there never was. Well, that was a lot of percent. This is literally just, there's probably only enough to get it done. Like, there's not extra. Maybe, though. Tanya Magni just absolutely demolishes. Oh wait, didn't I get an essence too? Yeah, it's right here. Turn your Heart of Azeroth, infuse your Breath of the Dying, burns your target with the bolt. Wait, what the hell is this? This is a tank essence? Oh no, it's a DPS essence. Wait, what? Why did I get a DPS essence? Oh no. Is it because I'm no, I'm blood spec. Why did I get a DPS essence? What the hell? I don't know. That's strange. Okay, this should be it, right? 93, and then just gonna fucking aggro, I'm sure. 100. No, that wasn't actually 100. Oh god, so now let's see. We don't have a lot of options here. Let's go around. I'm not trying to kill all that stuff. Go this way. There's one up here. It was actually not enough. You could skip, looks like about 30% of what's here. Or if I just closed the two big things, that would have been all that we needed. This would be a good scenario for having a druid. I'm sure you can close it while they're being attacked. Alright, we're done.
Do you feel the frenzy of the swarm? They know what is coming. They know you will be its herald.
Champion, are you still with me? I'm starting to worry about you. But right now, we have to focus on the engine. Come on.
Don't worry about me, Magni. A better version of Crucible. Let's see. Burn your target with Bolt of Azerite. If the target has less than 20% health, the cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds. That's pretty good. Wow, that's really good. Holy shit. Huh. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know though. It's only for DPS, so. Reach the engine of Nalaksha.
Empress will have our heads if the ritual is interrupted.
Oh, it's definitely interrupted.
Stop them at all costs.
Stop them at all costs. Well, you could just stun me or something. That would stop me. But you're not willing to go to that cost. It's only only less cost. How long does it take to unlock the assaults for rare mount farming? I have no idea. I don't know anything about anything really. I'm just doing it all for the first timer. Pretty sure the assaults are unlocked though now that I've done this stuff. Pop. Alright, we're going to where Nalak is, yeah. Makes sense. Swarm Guard Kazaz. The deep one. That's a weird way to say it. Reminds me of Aldrich. Oh god. No, 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 not this mechanic again. I'm not gonna go back to this mechanic. Oh man, this is like... Man, dude, we had some memories on a mechanic like this. Although this just silences you, but... We had this guy in our guild at the time who literally could not dodge this. It was called attenuation or whatever. This dude legit would he'd just get immediately annihilated. He could not grasp it for some reason.
Go for the eye.
Nope. Now would have been the time for Cyclone. It'll be back up though. How's the whole quest storyline? The storyline's excellent, yeah, for sure. I love the story. This is probably like, I don't know, I used to never care about story, but this expansion, especially this stuff here, is definitely what I love. If there was story to love, it would be this. I love the old gods and some of these zones, especially Pandaria, man. Pandaria's just, it's got so much going on in it. It's kind of crazy that it's like, since it's basically like the first original content they made for this game, right? And still, it's the most rich. I think some of it is irreplaceable today. Like, the story wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for Pandaria. Pandaria was also like the first story that like had to like continue onward, you know? I'm sitting at the comp waiting for it to download. Oh yeah, you'll want to download the PTR in the future. These big patches come, you'll want to download the PTR next time.
You can use that console to connect us to the Chamber of Heart.
Remote link established. Awaiting circuit completion.
Hold your horses, lass. This thing didn't exactly come with instructions. Ouch! That stung.
Damn, Magni getting burned.
Wait, it all makes sense now. Connecting the power circuit. What's this? Interesting. I'll remember that for later.
Whoa, this is cool. What the fuck? God damn. Wow.
There, the link is up.
Acknowledged. Rerouting power to Forge of Origination.
Man, this is so cool.
We did it, hero! The Forge is drawing power from the engine of Nalak Shah. And
okay.
I found something in the archives that could turn the tide against N'zoth. Come on, let's get back to the High Keeper.
This way? Hopefully. It'll be a hell of a trip otherwise. This is the way. Yeah, what? Wait, how do we get out? Do we have to Hearth? Is it just lagging or something? Might have to Hearth. I don't know if there's a way out. Seems like this is supposed to be the way out, right? Or is it that way? Maybe it's over there. Yeah, no, it's this way. It takes a second to load the door. I was just at the wrong place. I'm an idiot. Yet again, this just in. Okay. That's it. Go turn this shit in. Oh right, I knew. Yeah, I got 71. Stamina 3% increase. That alone should help a lot of in the raid fights and stuff. Wait, what was it? You linked. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of neat. Anyway, lovable idiot though. Yeah. Glad people think so. Sometimes the things I do are, I would, if it was me watching me, I would be frustrated, you know. But I am who I am, so I can't change much about that. Wait, what the hell is this? What? Okay. It just lasts for the whole time you're in the zone, I guess? Wow. Well, that's nice. Take the form of the Avatar of Zwen. 10 minutes CD though. These are all long ass CDs. Let's take a look at this though. Damn. How long does it last? Doesn't have any duration on it. That's pretty cool. Man, that is neat. But anyway, we're not doing that today. Let's see. You've done a great thing for Rajani Champion. I hope the engine of Nalak Shah provided the power you seek. Yeah, sort of. Your persistence. Oh, there's the tanking one. Oh, it only lasts so long. Your persistence fills me with hope for this world. Let us return to your Chamber of Heart. As the caretaker of the Forge of Origination, I believe I can help your efforts to restore it. Speak to me when you are ready, and I will bring us there. Or is it the healing one? I don't know.
The end approaches. Do what you can. Long has it been since I last saw the Forge of Origination.
And Raden's a bitch.
Speaker, I leave the Rajani in defense of the engine.
As you command, High Keeper.
I will take us to the Chamber of Heart. This may prove disorienting.
Can't believe it's actually the Chamber of Heart, is that?
Such a magnificent facility. It looks to be of Arcadis's make. Odd that I was unaware of its existence.
Agreed. You're kind of a bitch though, aren't you? Alright, anyway, let's turn it in, I guess. Arcadis, that was a dude in Uldaman, right?
We only found this place because Azeroth herself showed us the way.
We good?
Our world needs us, champion.
Not only have we managed to restore power to the Forge of Origination, but we even brought back the Titan Keeper that originally installed it. But believe it or not, that's not the end of the good news. As if getting the Forge back up and running wasn't good enough, I think we may have found the key taking out N'Zoth once and for all in the archives of the Mogushan Vaults. You might want to be sitting down for this one.
Remember your duty to Azeroth.
Show me what you discovered.
For Azeroth! Mother, can you tell us how to focus the Forge's energies against N'Zoth?
Sort of.
Affirmative. Precision execution of origination protocol, possible via remote triangulation. Successful deployment of calibrated targeting anchors requires proximity to source of contamination.
Yeah, it turned to silver, man. You got converted to money. Okay, what's next? Learn about Magni's findings. Didn't we just do that?
These stones have tales to tell.
Anyway, we should put this in, I guess.
There is always a way. The rest of you see to the Forge. Leave the problem of Nyalotha to me.
I didn't know what you have up your sleeve, lad. But all right. Let's fire it up.
Oh yeah, Rathian. Now we do the Rathian part. Okay, I remember this. Here it is.
Well met.
It's like we got a plan now to see Rathian's got cooking up to find Nyalotha. Come a long way, Metro. Once the power of the auxiliary systems are brought online, our mother will be able to run diagnostics, and all that left is setting the final pieces in place.
Remember your duty to Azeroth.
Okay.
Rerouting power from engine of Nalak Shah to inactive systems. Contamination levels nominal. Error. Exit routine not found. Restoring Forge of Origination to full functionality. Warning. Unidentified anomaly detected.
Again?
Anomaly? What do you mean?
A lot of anomalies today. Okay.
I speak.
Best to
but
get
Azeroth-
it before things get out of hand. If the Romcan haven't reached out to sound any alarms, then the anomaly must be contained within the hall's origination. We best get back to investigating, Metro.
World, Mothis can't be good. I'll meet you back in Uldum.
Okay, back in Oldham.
Champion, this anomaly. See if you can discern its origin.
Sure thing, Rathian. Don't worry, buddy. We're gonna do it. Alright, back to Oldham. I don't think I finished this part, so I actually don't know what's left. But yeah, we gotta be almost done. I think we started around 4 hours into the stream, and it's almost 6 hours into the stream, so. It's good content, man. This stuff is really well written and done. Takes a while. I'm kind of chomping at the bit here. I want to get this cloak. But yeah, still it's cool. I wonder if there's any other way to get gear then. So, well, I still haven't done the vision. Yeah, I don't know if I'm even gonna have time to do it now. Gonna have to do it off stream, I guess, unfortunately. It's almost 6 o'clock. I gotta go in about less than an hour. Nice long stream though. We got had an interesting spirited chat in the beginning, and now we're getting some big patch stuff done. Really wish I didn't get bracers though. I guess everybody gets bracers, but actually, really, bracers were probably the best piece, honestly. Unless, wait, what am I doing? Wait, where am I going? Wrong way. Unless it was a ring, I don't think it could have been any better. I have 455 in every other slot. 455 wrists, or 455 gloves, belts, legs, feet, and cloak. So yeah, other than that, it's rings. So it's the piece that it could have been the biggest upgrade for. I just don't know if it is an upgrade. Like, I don't know how good this corruption is, or how good this whatever a fix for the corruption is. I don't think it's very good. It's only by 7 every 20 seconds. Just depends if like that chance is increased if there's at least 2 nearby allies. It's just like 100%. While my Hunter isn't far behind your DK, she's 444, 445 currently. Well, I'm actually 451. I just have a bunch of random gear on that I wouldn't be typically wearing like this and stuff. But yeah, 455 is pretty good. Wait, 445 of course. But yeah, that's not bad. What is this, another quest? Eyes on the Amethyst, what? Did I miss a quest or something?
Are you on another adventure?
Scott, on behalf of the Explorers League, I'd like to thank you for help establishing the Oldham Accord and buying us some cooperation from the Ramakin. In the interest of better understanding our foes, Ramakin has allowed the exploration of Amethyst tombs.
Well,
I don't know.
The League appreciates your help, hero. Now let's see what these Amethyst are all about.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to, I don't think that's part of the storyline here. Probably just some quest that needs to be done in the zone, but we're gonna try to get this main storyline done here today because we got running out of time here. Oh yeah, here's that thing. So how does this work? Flying speed is reduced by 30%. And then I guess if you get so many stacks, it dismounts you entirely, right? It's interesting. It's not really going to stop anybody from flying. I don't know what the point of it is, but...
Well, they've certainly got their eyes on the Forge, but the dinner seem to be allied with n'zoth.
This is literally just fly around. I think this was meant to be done before the assault or something. Because, like, we already know everything that's going on here. Alright.
Nothing unusual out here.
It's a giant skull on the entrance. That might be problematic. We won't be finding any answers out here. Whatever is happening has to be coming from deep within the inner chamber. If we can get to the Forge, maybe we'll find some answers. Best check your gear before heading in. Who knows what's waiting for us? Check my gear. Man, yeah, I'm geared, bro.
For our world.
You joking, dude? I'm good, man. Relax. Check yourself, Magni. Why don't you check your gear, dude? Actually, to be fair, he's doing way more damage than I am.
The ceiling's caving in.
Ooh, scary. Yeah, definitely didn't do this on the PTR.
The entrance is blocked! Mother, get our champion out of here!
Error. Unable to locate suitable destination for extraction.
He's gonna attack it.
Well then, bring them to me! Hero, I'll meet you outside!
Locking onto speaker unit. Teleportation initiated.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh. Now what?
That was too close for comfort. Let's go, champion.
Go where? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Maybe I think I did this on the PTR, actually. I remember being here and fighting these mobs. Wow, this is crazy looking. This is just part of the raid, the 5-man though, isn't it? Still can't mount here.
Look! Across the sand! That must be the anomaly.
Yeah, that's... looks like an anomaly to me. Wait, what's going on here? Attempt to calm the whispers. Oh, this is like... I see, this is...
No, it has already begun.
Just gotta kill this dude, I think.
Champion, you must resist N'Zoth's
A lot of fucking
influence.
health, holy shit.
Do not give in to madness.
How's he got that much health? We're definitely not gonna survive this. No way we're killing... Are we missing something here? I don't think you can fail this though. I think this is some kind of
Can you bring them back
introduction.
to the chamber?
Just click on your clones? I can.
Initiating evacuation protocol.
Interesting.
Was that N'Zoth's doing? I've never seen anything like it.
It was his vision of the future made manifest. An echo of the Black Empire. Well, I did say leave the problem of Nyalotha to me. I suppose now is as good a time as any.
Not tanky enough, yeah.
Speak your mind.
Just died because the sanity thing went so quick. If N'Zoth were to gain access to the Forge and leverage its powers, the results would be catastrophic. I'm afraid we're short on time, Metro. If you're going to continue these investigations, you'll need protection, and I know just the place. You need descent. Protecting one's mind against the old gods requires an object of pure corruption. Unbeknownst to many, one such object exists dormant beneath the molten pits of Blackwing Descent. Until recently, one of my agents stood watch over the areas, keeping detailed records of suspicious activities. Unfortunately, this agent has gone silent. It is now clear that we are not the only ones with this knowledge. If we are looking to find answers, there is one place to look. Our journey continues. Blackrock awaits.
The Black
Jesus
Dragon
Christ.
Flight. I will rendezvous with my operative outside Blackrock Mountain. Meet me there.
This is long. Okay, so now we gotta get to Blackrock somehow. This is not gonna be the way to do it. Go Dalaran, I guess. Wait, no, there's no portal to... I don't know. What's the fastest way to get to Blackrock now? Normally I would use the, Can't use it though, it's on CD. Interesting. It's like a world tour, yeah, it really is. It's cool. I love when they use the world like this, honestly. That's one of my favorite things about WoW is when they use the world like this. Okay, we got a bunch of auction house shit. Guess we'll stop by and put that back on the auction house. Oh yeah, we can check out the new auction house. I forgot about that, dude. That was nuts. Org Highlands Port. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. There's a whole new auction house basically, so it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I already used one today, so I can't use the second one. Hopefully there's a flight path because I have to use the bathroom. Pet Dungeon, Dead Mines Teleport. No. Don't worry about it again. We're good. Alright, let's go to Org. Put these on the auction house real quick. We'll check out the auction house stuff too. Wow, 100 gold. Oh, that's from the essence, yeah. You get a bunch of money when you turn an essence in for some reason.
For a friend of the Grummels, like you.
A lot of this stuff I don't know if I want it or not. I don't even know. I don't even know what half of it is. Imagine doing pet battles without getting bored. Oh, I like pet battles. Just in terms of WoW content, there's way better. That's the problem. What is this eye?
May your feet find good trails.
Eyeball jelly. Okay, anyway. From Assault in Nazmir? Huh, that's crazy.
I know
415, pretty terrible, but interesting. Okay, anyway, oh, we're putting this on. Oh yeah, so check it out. Wow, look at that. It's nice looking, honestly. I'm not really gonna be able to even. Am I even gonna be able to sell this shit? Not really. No, I can't sell this shit. I have no idea what to even sell them for. Yeah, that's no idea. I don't know. I usually use an add-on to do this, but obviously that's not gonna work anymore. I don't know how people actually remember these prices. Wait, this person is allowing a bid and it's got 90. Wait, what? I don't know. I'm not sure. I might have just wasted my own things, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and get on to the other continent. I don't have any of this unlocked, do I? Oh, it's good anyway. You can take a flight. Wait, what? No, you can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Hopefully one of these flight paths works, because I really need to step away. Let's go with that one. It's closest. Never actually did this zone, so... Yeah, so now I can just like open up. You guys can see this, right? The browser. It's cool. This should be a great comment. It's actually genuine. All right, let's go ahead and see if this flight path works. There is no flight path here. It's over here. All right, good. I'll be right back. This one. Yep. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I see the browser. That's cool. That's interesting. I don't know if that's like an intended change or something or what's going on there, but I guess I wouldn't mind that. I don't know. It seems like I'm pretty good. I don't even need to really update to Windows 10. It makes things way less convenient, that's for sure, but I think I could still use the program to its fullest. I'm just kind of doing it blind. Where am I even going right now? Taking a hell of a route. I feel like I didn't make any progress since I went away. But anyway, yeah, it's just like I can't actually see the preview of the stream. You can open a browser in-game. No, it's just on the stream, of course. But yeah, like on, I don't know. You guys don't even care. It's all good. Hopefully we're good. Not really trying to update to Windows 10 week of a patch. The week before the season starts either. That's for damn sure. Oh, that's actually a good piece there. Holy shit. That's what I got from the minor assault, but mine didn't corrupt or whatever, right? Yeah, 445. It's pretty good gear. I wonder if that's always 445 though. Problem is, if I want to look at something off stream, I have to make sure it's not on the video. Visions of N'zoth, known issues. It's possible for Auction House to send more items in one letter than are visible to the player. Dungeon, Storm Cell Brewery. Ook Ook dies too quickly for players to earn the achievement. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Who the fuck tested that? Items. Some older items may fail to cast their effects. Transmogrifying items to look like the fangs of the father is not user-friendly. What the hell does that mean? User-friendly. What the hell does that mean? Anyway, some legacy recipes are miscategorized in their user interface. Teeming Islands. Characters that queue separately. Oh, wait. That's here now. No. Wait, Deepwind Gorge. What? How do you do a teeming island? I thought that was a brawl. They changed Deepwind Gorge as well, so I guess they're making that into a brawl too? Or they're making an event? I don't get it. Does anybody know that? Issues of N'zoth? I don't know if that's I don't know. Wait, oh. This feature uses the Dungeon Finder queuing system. When the well, we don't want to do it anyway, it seems like. When the game ends, players cannot leave the brawl. That seems like a pretty big issue. It's a pretty big issue. But it's here apparently? Huh? I don't get it. Is it a battleground? No. Who knows? I don't know what they're even talking about. I don't know how anybody knows that some of these issues. Like, somebody went and tried to get that achievement today. Is that right? Anyway, what's Mythic Zero drop now? It's still the same as it was before. Nothing's changed yet. 415. Is that what was it before? I don't actually know. I'm not sure what it was before. It was 400. Okay, so yeah, maybe 415. No, it should be 430 now, right? Everything should have gone up 30 item levels. So where do we actually go? Up here? Yeah, I think everything just went up 30 item levels, right? Oh, here it is. Will we just go inside?
It appears N'zoth is one step ahead of us.
Okay.
N'Zoth's forces have seized Nefarian's lair. Make haste, champion. There can be only one reason they are here.
Anyway, what was the route to this? Org then what? Any like this continent? It doesn't really matter. I went to Twilight Highlands, but there's like 3 different ways you could have gone. What the hell was that? Oh, it's what the fuck?
Serve the master or die.
It's only for this. Interesting. Have to know for tomorrow. It doesn't. Yeah, there's just go to the other continent and fly. That's what I did.
The suffering they inflict upon these dragons.
Ah, the infamous Black Prince. Such an honor to finally meet you. Behold the work of your fallen kin. Fear not. His efforts will not go to waste.
Are we like going the wrong way? Ah, fuck, I knew we were. Man, I suck at these types of things, dude. It's crazy. Fucking Christ, man. I'm wasting so much time doing this quest. This is unbelievable. I could have been done with this by now.
These cultists intend to revive Nefarian's experiments. We must stop them. Eliminate the ones conducting the research. I will bring down the barrier.
Yeah, it'll be 30 item levels higher. So. 430 is what it should be next week.
It seems that the failed experiments become fodder for that monstrosity. Avenge them.
That was probably pointless. Especially pointless because I canceled my own Cyclo. That was great. I'm really playing well right now. Top level play today. I was going to use it and then I realized I'm probably going to have to fight this mob because it says Shadar defeated. So I tried to cancel it, but I didn't do it fast enough. So I ended up casting it and now it's on CD. Use this thing. Does anyone know if the 30 item level bump is live in dungeons yet? No, it's not till season 4 starts, which is next week. You, to be fair, you are way ahead of me because I had some daddy duty. That's fine. Not about it. It's not a race. I'm just trying to get through it as fast as I can, and I'm fucking up big time. Couple silly mistakes. I think 4:30 is live on the first week. Yep, first week of the season. Season is when all that changes. Otherwise, Mythic Plus you'd be farming Mythic Plus right now instead of doing this shit. I assume it's just over there, yeah. It's not really gonna save any time, but whatever. Small boost. Cyclo will be back up if we have to fight another name mob. This time we won't mess it up. Hopefully. Yeah, we don't. I don't actually have to kill this stuff. Just had to kill that dude. Intruders. Oh, this is the...
The cultists have repurposed the alchemy lab to experiment on those whelps. Put a stop to it.
So the cloak's gonna be BIS? Oh yeah, you will not take it off for the rest of the expansion, no doubt about that.
Your efforts are meaningless.
It's the only cloak in the game now, by the way. I don't know if you know that, if you were joking or what, but there's no other cloaks in the game now, so.
Return to me, champion. This barrier is proving more resilient than I anticipated.
Yeah, we use a lot of speed pots today. Where is he? Over here. I just wasn't interested in this patch until now. Gotcha.
Just another. Behind you.
You can still get cloaks from dungeon loot. No, they removed them. No more cloaks in season 4. This is the only cloak in the game. How long has it been released? How long have the servers been up, you mean? It's about 2.5 hours now, I think. I'm not really sure. I don't know what time. You could go back in the stream and look, but I don't really know what time I started. But I feel like I've been going for about 2 hours. Pretty sure it was about 2.5 hours by now. You mean the other cloaks in the dungeons cannot? Correct, yeah. Just not in the weekly chest? No, I'm sure it would also not be in the dungeon chest too, otherwise that would be ridiculous. They are not, I don't believe they're in the game anymore for Mythic Plus.
There.
Okay. This is the 7 dwarfs area, right? Or whatever, the multiple dwarves. It's like the coolest room in here.
At last, the Black Prince graces us with his presence. The Black Dragon flight was unworthy of the Master's gifts, but you can still be of use to him.
You now have 71 traits? Yeah.
The Master has summoned me to Nyalotha. Our lesser creations can slay the Prince's companion.
Well, Vexiona, what? Isn't that the mob from Kata?
Your father proved incapable of resisting the old gods, little Well. Such
What are we doing?
hubris to think you would fare any better.
No!
Hey, why is this one dead already? What does it say? Health reduced significantly. Dark Whisper Ritualists.
It was child's play to lure you here. This tiresome obsession
here.
with your dragonflight's legacy.
How hard do you think the questline will be for a healer to do? It's not hard at all. It just takes a while. It's nothing actually challenging. Any suggestions? Yeah, it's easy. No challenge whatsoever to this. You just gotta do it. Healers do plenty of damage now, especially Dix Priest. Like, what? That's gonna be. You're probably gonna do more damage than I do, as long as you could keep multiple targets going. What the fuck is this? The hell kind of name is that? Not even somebody who's online. What the fuck? That's Osh? Oh my god. Cool, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Old Inuit story about a polar bear. Holy shit, dude, that name. Oh my god, well, I hope he doesn't. What the fuck? Yeah, that's gonna get some people confused, I think.
Enough!
Oh my god.
Break me like you broke my father.
At the end going beast mode.
Dragonflight will purge your master from Azeroth.
Blowing that fire, bros. Or she's dead though, right? I guess not.
Impudent dragons! All of your kind will bow before N'zoth!
She TP'd. Use that shadow teleport.
With me, champion. Let us bring this to an end.
Yeah, but you don't want to really use them together, do you? I'd rather get a little bit more coverage out of them, but I guess it doesn't really matter. It's the same in the end. And before Metro, Bubba Beast. Yeah, dude, that guy was nuts. Someone please clip Metro trying and spit fire. You can't clip on YouTube, sadly. Only I can, but... That'd be cool if that was a feature, but honestly, I don't think it should be a feature on Twitch either. I've seen a lot of predatory clips, like somebody does something like slightly against the terms of service for like a split second, and it only gets brought up because of the clip.
I underestimated the sway the old gods still hold over the Black Dragonflight. There was little I could do to resist their power. I will not allow my Dragonflight to be corrupted again. Nefarian's and Onyxia's remains must be destroyed.
Remains. What are we doing? Jumping down?
Recover their scales once it is done. Those, at least, will aid us in protecting Azeroth. I entrust the scales to you, champion. Return to the Chamber of Heart so that we might wield them against N'zoth.
Must have another essence? Okay, here's a failed experiment. Oh, that's a cool looking mount. I'll take that. Is that just... I feel like that's a new dragon color. Wait, is it actually going to just take me to the entrance, or... Where's it going to take me? Isn't it the back itself? Oh, yeah, it probably is, yeah. Of course, what the hell am I sitting here doing all this the whole time, wondering what's going on? Well, that's nice that he took me here, but oh, there we go. Not really trying to fly back. Anyway, the cloak should be derived from the scales of a dragon, shouldn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'd best wait till the new expansion before coming back to WoW. Now's the time for sure. Get in right when the patch starts. That's when I would want to come back. Okay, Rathian and the Chamber of the Heart. Here we go. Now's the time, that's for sure. Be way too far behind? No, like I said, the patch just started. How would you be unless you're not able to start today or tomorrow or something like that?
Do you trust me?
But yeah, you won't be far behind. The game doesn't work that way. There's like an infinite amount of catch-ups. I wish there wasn't, but there are. Have you recovered what we discussed? Yes. The scales of corruption now serve as protection for those who stand against it. How fitting. Now, let's see what a Death Knight of your caliber is capable when dressed for the occasion. There we go.
This is more than
Not
a
the
mere
legendary.
cloak, champion. It is all that remains of my once proud dragonflight. Corrupted by N'zoth in life, they will shield you from his influence in death. Now, let us brave his vision once more.
Yeah, now's the time, man. No reason. Nothing stopping you. Come on back. A lot of people I know actually just returned for this patch after not playing since the beginning of BFA. Anyway, this recent change of events allows us to continue our journey to discover what darkness lies beyond, whatever. It will not be easy, Metro. We stand on the precipice of the unknown, but now the tables have turned. Rathian glances at your new attire. You do dress the part. Let us see what insights your return to the Halls of Origination bring to light. Oh my god, this is such a complicated questline. Well, we got the legendary at least. I could use catch-up method, but won't be able to play for at least 2 weeks. Either way, you'll be fine, dude. Stop making up reasons to not play the game. If you want to play the game, then play it. If you don't want to, then don't play it. Let's go back here. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, so now, oh, I see. This is interesting. So now we're gonna do this again, but we have the cloak on, so it's gonna somehow make it easier for us. It's interesting. Oh yeah, we lost our shade scale. Can't actually use it here anyway. This is kind of cool that there's one for this place.
The cloak will protect you from the brunt of N'Zoth's power, but it cannot hold him at bay indefinitely. Do not tarry.
I gotta go in about 15 minutes, so that's it. Make sure to not waste time in vision and kill objective quick. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. This is not the real vision anyway, right? I don't think this is anyway. I played it for long enough, but the Toxic Mythic Plus groups killed it for me. Yeah, I feel you.
The deeper
it's
you
not.
delve
Yeah, I didn't
into
think so.
N'Zoth's vision, the stronger his influence becomes.
Although I think it's kind of maybe part of it.
Even with the cloak, your sanity will erode more quickly, and your senses will begin to betray you.
No, that's not why they said they didn't want to do tier gear at all. That was maybe it was brought up at some point, but that's obviously not why they wanted to do it. But in truth, that is a problem. Like, those pieces are not locked. You still have choices to be made. Whereas with tier gear, you had no choices to be made. You had to wear the shoulders. How many hours did it take you to get the cloak? I'm not sure. You'll have to look at the stream. I wasn't really paying attention to the time. It was definitely over 2 hours though, I think, yeah. I would still have loved if Blizzard had the time to make it so N'Zoth can spawn in any zone. Oh, that would never happen, yeah. The new Hearthstone is from which version of the new expansion? What do you mean, the new Hearthstone? I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. Oh, you're talking about the one from Shadowlands. I'm not sure. Just look at the Shadowlands purchases. It'll tell you on them. I bought the deluxe, whatever the highest one was. Still have to farm essences from old content, right?
Center around the forge. Perhaps repairing it will end the
Not me. I've been playing the whole time, so I don't
Head
need
for
to
the
farm
control
anything.
chamber.
Locate the anomaly. Third floor. This is a really cool introduction to the system, though. Just curious what the item level of his gear is right now. Like 450 would be really good, but I think it was down there. Oh, no, here it is. Right now, 450 is really good, but next week, like 480 is gonna be
N'Zoth never meant to
the
destroy
high.
He seeks to corrupt it.
I have to play the game to get essences. Oh no, yeah. It sucks to have to play the game to play the game. It's the worst part about this game. That's why I'm gonna quit it, except I'm never gonna quit it. I'm just gonna keep talking about quitting it.
Mother, see if you can bring our champion back to the chamber. We have much to discuss.
How close to 1 million will you be? I'll probably be pretty close by the end, yeah. Maybe like a 900k or something. Oh, what's going on? Is she doing it for us? Metro, maybe you know this. If I buy enough tokens and convert them into Blizzard credit, can I purchase Shadowlands with that money? Yes, you can. Definitely. You can buy anything that Blizzard sells with gold, if that's what you mean.
I have been expecting you.
Removing the corruption from the Halls of Origination has shifted N'Zoth's attention elsewhere. The attacks on Oldham and Vale of Eternal Blossoms continue to grow. As unfortunate... Who's talking? I don't know. Oh, Raden was talking. Anyway, as unfortunate as the spreading of corruption may seem, I believe it provides us the opportunity to prepare for what lies ahead. Locate one of these incursions and see what happens when you peer beyond the Dark Veil. Seek out a vision of N'Zoth amidst the corruption and Veil of Eternal... Wait, what? I already did this.
Faces many threats.
Or no? A vision of N'Zoth explored. Oh, this is like... Okay, so then there's one in the zone as well, right? Yeah. Man, there's a lot going on. This is definitely like, I think this is definitely like the longest introduction we've ever had to a new content pathway, right? Usually it's like a 5-minute thing and you're good. Then you do whatever you want. But anyway, the cloak is, yeah, 470. Let's compare the stamina on it. 774. Where's my old cloak? 660. Wow. That's a big jump. 20, no, 15 item level, right? Yeah. That's good. And 5 corruption resistance. So let's put these on. Void ritual. Participating in a void ritual. What? What the hell are you talking about? That's the name of the corruption affix? Void ritual? I don't know. It's fine. We gotta get real pieces if we want to wear them anyway, so. Well, I'm off. It's 0030 here, and I've got to wake up pretty early, so enjoy your stream and see you soon. Yeah, sweet. I'll be off soon. Has no versatility, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna be wearing them anyway, I'd imagine, but I don't know. Neither do the rest I have, so. Versatility is not a factor in my decision making much. Okay, so what are we doing now? Wait, what? I'm confused. Metro, I might come back. Just seeing your bloody cape makes me miss mine. Sweet man. I just went through Najatar questline to unlock essences on all my 50 characters to farm N'Zoth's assault mounts. Sweet. That's a lot of work, I bet. Anyway, I don't know why. These are only 430 as well, though. I'm confused. I guess we're gonna have to follow the directions here because it doesn't really describe where I'm going. I gotta go soon anyway. I only got about 10 minutes left here, so we're obviously not getting a vision done tonight, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to do it on stream, but we'll see. I don't know what tomorrow's stream is gonna be. I have no idea. Today was a very odd day. Wait. To Orgrimmar. Why would I need to go to Orgrimmar? Oh, it wants me to, I see. It wants me to go to Pandaria, that's why. It's interesting. Time is it? Yeah, I should probably not do this on stream then, unfortunately. Alright, so I think I'll just do a little bit more of these world quests or whatever, these dailies while I wait, and then food's gonna be here. And then I got to eat, and then I'll be not streaming again, but I'll be back in the game doing more stuff, so I'll just be hanging out in Discord tonight, and that'll be that. And then tomorrow, I guess we'll get back together, stream again. I don't really know what I would stream tomorrow. We'll see what is and isn't around tomorrow. I don't actually know. Honestly, like, I kind of don't know a lot about this patch. Usually I, like, spend a ton of time researching this shit, but since it was, like, the holidays and stuff, I really didn't spend much time. Kind of been catching up on it, so I'm not really sure what is and isn't daily. I'm pretty sure, like, that main assault can only be done once every 5 days or something like that. Or not 5 days, but it's like, it resets Friday night or something, right? So I'm not going to be able to do that again until Friday. I don't really understand we haven't even started the first division yet, so I don't really understand where I'm meant to get that from. I know you can get some of the stuff from rare, so we might as well kill this rare. The story was really good though. I hate that I had to rush through it, but I really wanted to get this done on stream just so I'd have it on the channel. And we got only 27 of those. We need 6,000, right, per. So that's brutal. Okay, let's see if we can find one of these Void Terrors. Finish up that quest. There's one. Is this it? I don't think this is it. This is something else entirely. Anyway, to be honest, it's just about collecting corrupted mementos to buy keys or buy gem sockets. Yeah, but you gotta... Wait, buy keys. What? Anyway, 600 AP from a rare? Goddamn. Oh yeah, that was a lot, wasn't it? I didn't even realize. What is this trinket? I don't know this one. Where is that quest? I understand that the Black Empire poses a grave threat to Pandaria, but we may also be able to use this as an opportunity. Wait, what? We're studying ancient. We have to rely on artifacts. I wonder if some can be found among the old god's forces. So we literally just have to kill mobs until they drop. Oh, here's one of these things. Okay, good. Get this done. Yeah, there's the food. Alright, I gotta go. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We will be back with something. I don't know what, but yeah, hopefully something fun and entertaining. Oh, there's the raid. Somehow. Anyway, yeah, that's that. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, and I hope you guys enjoy the patch. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next one.